One of the problems with the world, and really it's a problem with language, is that once you apply a label or category to something, it hardens into a particular image in the listener's head. In this episode, for example, my guest asked me to describe her. And every term I use, as I use it, I realize it's inadequate. Yes, she's a filmmaker, but not in any conventional sense. Yes, she's a feminist, but again, that is not a fixed point in space or meaning. Yes, she's an artist and a thinker and a columnist, but in a fluid way, different from anyone else you could ascribe those terms to. She is not of any tribe with a set of dogmas, but someone who's always thinking for herself, questioning everything, recognizing nuance. And in that sense, she is a great role model. We should all aim to be many things, to not be fixed into one image of ourselves, to always be curious, to always search, and most importantly, to be fearless enough to express ourselves in whatever form we want to, no matter how unconventional it seems. We contain multitudes. We can only be ourselves when we are more than ourselves.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen, our weekly podcast on economics, politics, and behavioral science. Please welcome your host, Amit Varma.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen. My guest today is a wonderful Paromita Vohra, a filmmaker, an artist, a feminist, a creator who needs no introduction, especially if you've heard my last episode with her. Episode 155 of The Seen and the Unseen, called Films, Feminism, Paromita, has taken on a sort of legendary status among my listeners. So you can imagine my joy when she agreed to appear in another episode. This time, our conversation lasted almost 5 hours. I made it a point to not repeat anything from the last episode, and we flowed freely over many subjects like her experiences during COVID, what it means to have relationships, the nature of friendships, the garden of consent and the valley of consent, how being a misfit can be a great way to find your true self, and this lovely term she has coined, poetic feminism. We actually forgot to speak about poetic feminism during the recording. So after it was over, we thought, okay, let's record a 10-minute section about it and we'll put it somewhere in the conversation, but then we thought it's not fitting organically. So it's right at the end, after the conversation is over. So when it seems to end and we say thank you to each other, please don't leave the episode. There's a superbly stimulating section after that. And now let's get to the conversation. But first, let's take a quick commercial break. And it's not really a commercial because I don't have commercials. It's about my new YouTube show. Please watch that. Hey, the music started and this sounds like a commercial, but it isn't. It's a plea from me to check out my latest labor of love, a YouTube show I am co-hosting with my good friend, the brilliant Ajay Shah. We've called it Everything is Everything. Every week, we'll speak for about an hour on things we care about, from the profound to the profane, from the exalted to the everyday. We range widely across subjects and we bring multiple frames with which we try to understand the world. Please join us on our journey and please support us by subscribing to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/Amit Varma, AMITVARMA. The show is called Everything is Everything. Please do check it out. Paromita, welcome back to The Seen and the Unseen.
Thank you. It's nice to be back.
We last recorded this at the start of 2020, just before COVID. And I want to ask you about how things have been since then. But you just pointed out that when we last recorded, we took a selfie and sent it to a mutual friend of ours, when I've actually met her, but close friends online, Sureka Pille, who sadly, died during COVID. Almost everyone I know has, in a sense, known loss during this time and known different kinds of difficulty and all of that. How was COVID for you? How have these 3 years been?
Well, I think the 3 years, they already seem to be very far behind in a weird way, wrapped up in some kind of a bubble of another time. But I think maybe COVID was a little bit easier for me than for other people. I know that the work that I do could be done online. It was not deeply impacted. I live alone, so I think the first few months were a combination of deep bliss at just being disconnected from the craziness of life. Before COVID happened, I had written an essay about it during that time, about how I had 2 strolleys, because I never had time to unpack one before having to pack to go again someplace, right? And there was that kind of continuous travel, continuously working, doing things. And in a way, there was a sudden stop. And it wasn't just that it was a stop for me, it was a stop for everybody. So even at that moment, you understand all your latent anxieties that you should be doing more, producing more, be seen more. All of that kind of calm down. And there was something quite beautiful about that. There was something very intense about the intensity of the silence and the heat, which had, of course, ominous meanings, like the idea of living in Andheri East and going down to the gate and this sannata and the heat, right? Because the heat is also like a blanket. And we are scared, we don't know anything. There is something unreal, yet there is something a bit urgent, and like you're feeling everything very sharply at that moment. So I think it was unprecedented in that way, that time. I definitely got a lot out of being on my own for many months. But at the same time, you became so deeply aware, like the silence, for example, in a city like Bombay. And there's a basti behind my house. So the thought that there are kids who normally would have been making a racket playing cricket, but now are having to stay indoors in a tiny house was also very sharply felt. Or that you go down to get your groceries from the gate and the watchmen are still coming to work and having to be there in this vulnerabilized kind of a state. So I think you felt all of those things. At the beginning, you felt like, at least I felt like, well, we don't know where the end of this is and what this is going to mean. So there was definitely a moment when I used to get that fear. Will I never see my family again? Like, will we live like this forever? So I think it was mixed in that way. Many connections happened. Many connections were lost, actually. So yes, overall an intense time that I don't think any of us really sat and processed. There was clearly like deaths. We all lost people we knew. We knew people who had terrible losses. So there was so much of that you were in some senses feeling it a lot and not feeling it at all at the same time. So I think its meaning will only come to be known in coming times, actually.
You mentioned the silence and you mentioned those kids not playing cricket in the basi outside, and I'm reminded of this powerful scene. I was a kid when I first saw it, but I still remember the impact it had on me. It's from Steven Spielberg's Empire of the Sun. And it's, this family is moving out and the kid is sitting at the table, I think, and everything is being unpacked and there's total silence. And then suddenly you realize that the silence became more silent and the camera turns to a guy taking the clock from the wall, and that tick-tock, which was normalized, which was part of that earlier silence, is no longer there, and there's a new silence in its place. And that just came back to me when you said what you said. You spoke of the impact of being with yourself for so long had over this period in time. And, and I'm sure you've thought about this even otherwise outside of the context of COVID, the differences between aloneness and loneliness, for example. What were sort of your thoughts during this time?
I think, I have lived alone since I was 22 years old. I'm one of those people who doesn't like to talk to people on planes and trains. So I actually really love that time of being between things. Like I'm nowhere on a long plane ride or train ride. And then it would be just read one book after the other. Now the bad habit of watching one movie after the other. So that thing of being alone and with myself is something I've always actually liked and wanted. And I think this was different, obviously. I think it gave me a lot of time to process a lot of things that I was not sufficiently getting to think about. It gave me time to feel hurts, angers, even think about the past in good ways, not only, not only the hurtful ways. Like, for example, if there was something that had hurt me in the previous months, there is a way in which hurt stays with you, but then you're continuing with life and, you become callous towards yourself in that time. I think it was good. It was good to be able to just be quiet and cry if you needed to cry, feel all the feelings that you felt, and to find that you can come out of it. So I think in that sense, solitude as something very healing definitely made itself felt to me. I think I felt that I had not been... I have a life that I kind of chose, right? I mean, I wanted to live on my own. I wanted to have a lot of books. I wanted to buy cheap, pretty things wherever I went. And I wanted to cook for myself and drink colorful drinks. I mean, that's the life I wanted. That is the life I have. But I wasn't fully living it because I was always so busy doing things and working and doing the things I ought to do. So actually, I got to inhabit my life the life I had dreamt about properly in those months. There were a lot of beautiful kinds of ways in which people connected online as well, I think. So, one thing which you would know about, of course, was Peter Griffin started this simple recipes for complicated times. And I loved how it began because Peter just posted saying, I'm not a very good cook. Are there any simple recipes? Not only do I love to cook, but I'm also like one of those officious people who wants to order when we go out, and people give in to that. Like, should I just order for everybody thing that I do? I also just love to tell people what menus to make for parties. So I have a lot of things collected that I like to give to people who don't cook, like 101 easy soups, 100 easy salads. So I have all these documents and folders. Definitely one of those people who always participates in those, chain mails, like send a recipe to 15 people. So I remember sending Peter one of those simple soup documents, and I guess a few other people did the same. And then he said, I'm going to make this group, and can I put that list you send me on the group? And I'm like, okay, go ahead. And I didn't join the group because I don't like joining groups. But then he said, "Ki join karo, join karo." So I joined, and what I saw there was kind of awesome, which was that, yes, there was a whole generation of people who, unlike my generation, not too many people lived on their own, right? When I started living on my own. So when we muddled through, we had to muddle through on our own. Now there's this whole generation of people that lives alone, but they also have more money than we used to have. So they have a cook or something, and now suddenly there were people writing, I don't even know how to stock the kitchen. Like, what am I supposed to do? So I thought it was nice the way people helped people to figure that out in the beginning. Okay, I have managed to score one Loki. What should I make with it? There was a sweetness to that. Like, I feel for me that's an ideal where older people can help younger people figure out life. I really am very sentimental about that. So I liked it that was happening. And so then I kind of got into it and also was participating for a while until I dropped off. Then a friend of mine, Matangi, she started this writing challenge, and she wrote to me and two other people. None of whom I had met Matangi, but I had not met those other two people until today. Matangi would post a prompt at 9 a.m. and we had to write 500 words by 5 p.m. And we did it for 30 days with the promise that if you did all 30 days, you would get a prize at the end. Not a prize, like a present at the end and stuff, right? And it was something really special that you did this for no purpose but to do it. And every evening you came and you read everybody else's writing and responded to it, and you just posted it on Facebook. And it didn't matter if people were reading it or not. I mean, people might have been reading it, but you were just playing this game together with each other. So I think I valued those simple things a lot. I think I did spend a bit of time thinking about things I had done in the past. I was cleaning up my house, and I found so many newspapers and magazines in which I had written pieces. So I took this collage and with all the magazines and newspapers spread out on the ground. Some of those newspapers don't exist. And basically, like writing from early 90s to now, I felt kind of good about it. I felt like, well, I mean, that's not a bad life to have led. So I think there were some of these beautiful things. Then there was the helplessness of, like my mom was in Delhi at that time. She was alone. So that feeling anxious that you can't control anything. What if something happens? I think once thinking about family, all of that also underwent a change. I think at the end of when things started going back to normal, they went back to normal a bit, so-called normal, rather too soon, maybe. We thought that we would be different, and we are, and we aren't. I think that we do understand that we are leading very lonely lives. We do understand that people aren't so connected. I understood that I have been so lucky to have had a full life before online life happened, because those are really the things that have been my kind of fixed deposit emotionally, that I can connect with that part of my life. And the people that I spend a lot of time with doing nothing much at all, that I felt emotionally connected. And there was a lot more tenuousness in the relationships that have emerged subsequently. I think that is something to think about. But I don't know that we're really thinking about it all that much right now. Of course, inequality, horrible structural issues, they were so stark during the pandemic, and it's so quick it was beautiful the way that people got together to help each other. That was the most gorgeous thing. The way, I remember there was one group in Hyderabad that decided to make paratha and anda for migrant workers, and that was their goal. So this is how many dozens of eggs do you want to contribute for? How many parathas will you contribute for? And that way in which everybody began helping and these communities formed, I think some of it has continued, that sense of crowdfunding and supporting each other. But I think like a lot of it went away also after having happened then. So yeah, I wonder about all of those things and what they mean. But for me, solitude was rich, definitely rich. I don't think I felt lonely, but there were times when I felt very unprotected. I felt like if I get COVID, like especially in the beginning, what is going to happen to me? Because I have nobody. And I think that did make me feel like it was painful to think. Yeah.
One of my friends was all alone during that time in COVID, and she actually got COVID, and it was pretty bad, and she thought she was going to die. So she wrote out a letter that would be found after she died, if she died. Thankfully, she didn't, and just put it on the desktop. So if whenever she was discovered, they'd find that letter. Very moving. That writing exercise strikes a chord because I teach this online writing course now, which I in fact started during COVID itself. And last year we had this exercise that, NaNoWriMo. In November, people try to write a novel. So I just announced that since many of us, including me, are having such trouble with discipline, what I'll do is at 6 a.m. on November 1, I'll start a Zoom session, and the Zoom session will go on for the entire month. It ends on November 30th. And the idea being anyone who's writing, just come online. You can mute yourself. You don't have to show yourself. Audio, video can be off. But you're there and you're writing and you can see if others are writing together. And that really worked for a while. Naren Shenoy, who's been on this show, listeners would know him, wrote a few chapters of his book, but nothing else since. So maybe we need to revive something. There's something else that a larger issue I sort of want to explore. And Peter Griffin, a dear friend of mine, and I remember back in the day, he was always like, in times of trouble, the first person to show up is going to be Peter, right? And he's always been using the internet in creative ways to help people. So during the tsunami, when it happened in 2003, and later during the cloudburst in Mumbai, when it rained and everything got stuck, what Peter did was he started a site online, I think on Blogspot the first time, Cloudburst Mumbai, Cloudburst India, something for the tsunami. And the idea was that since connectivity is so bad, anybody from any part of the affected area sends an SMS to Peter or to any of the volunteers, and they put it up on the website, and you can go on the website and somebody's dropping an SMS, I'm safe, somebody's saying I'm stuck here, and all of that. And then eventually it just grew into this thing where you're coordinating relief efforts, feeding people, all of that stuff, right? And similarly, during COVID, Ruben Mascarenhas and a bunch of other people, and Ruben's been on my show, of course, talking about it, went out and fed a lot of people. They'd go to the railway stations, catch trains where migrant workers who haven't eaten for 2 days would be passing by in these crowded trains and feeding them and doing all of that. And it struck me that a lot of this stuff is stuff that technology has almost automated, in the sense that today what Peter did back in the day during the cloudburst or tsunami would be irrelevant because everybody's got Twitter now. Broadband is ubiquitous. People can send their own messages. There are different ways of coordinating that. And equally, if you're really looking for recipes, you can actually go on YouTube and find simple recipes with three ingredients. And I love the line, I've scored a Loki. Like, who says that? But yeah, but I'm sure you can find scored a Loki recipes as well on YouTube. And the thing there is that in the first instance, when someone like Peter is using the internet to fulfill this function of getting people together, like another thing he did was he would find a good cause and then he would ask people to donate for it and say, okay, whoever donates, Amit will write a limerick for you, or so and so will make a drawing for you. And we did a bunch of those things also. And initially, therefore, you have technology bringing people together, and it's beautiful. All my friends I have are from communities of choice that I've managed to join. But then it kind of sets them apart, where you don't actually need them anymore. I can find my recipes on YouTube. I can send out tweets and get tweets back, and everything is disembodied. And I find that what is precious, and perhaps what we are reminded of in times of natural disaster, in times where one normal breaks enough for other normals also to, reveal their cracks and the light to shine through them, is that person to person connect, that I'm with a real person, and that can be so valuable and so enriching and so powerful.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, of course there is Twitter and there are many other things But eventually, it's Peter who's suggesting that people should do this thing, right? Twitter may facilitate that, but your desire to do it and your thinking of using something in that way is always dependent on people's capacity to be loving and compassionate and inventive. I think that what was special about, say, simple recipes or even the writing challenge was that it was a way of making people feel held, right? That yes, you're alone, but we are there with you. And what is community if not the sense that you are held and that you will hold others? I think we definitely live in a time where people don't have that trust in themselves or in each other that you can weather the bad times together. I'm saying that when there's an external bad time and you come together to survive is one thing. But when that so called bad time is gone, is everyday life easy? It's not. But why is it that we feel in that time that we can be so transactional with each other and that we don't have to weather the bad times in between us? But I think we've definitely come to that place where there's a very swift feeling that something doesn't work for me, so that's it. Or if there's a little bit of disaffection between people, it can become a very big schism or it can become a hard divide very quickly. So I think just that when I say that the friends that I had spent a lot of time doing nothing much with, I feel like nowadays there's a kind of sentimentalization of the idea of friendship, which kind of like irritates me. Anyway, I was born irritated, so yeah. The thing is,
Everybody's born irritated, I would imagine.
but I stayed that way, let's say. But I'm just saying that, friendship is no easy relationship either. It's not always so glorious and so equal and so sustaining as conversations about friendship nowadays make it sound. Thing is, in friendship also, there's a lot of bloodbath and a lot of anger, envy, distance, coldness, hurt, acceptance that things have changed. So I think there's a lot of ebb and flow, in short, and your ability to go with it and grow with it and keep searching for the moment of place of connection, it is really so important and it is so difficult. And I think that you can't do it with everybody. That's why, like, friendship is not some automatic object. Like, it's not an emotional accessory that you'll have it and then that means your life is going to be full of such positivity. I think like a lot of these ideas, they also, like, we get them online, and a lot of the people who are online are young, so they have yet to have the lengthy experience of up and down, connection and reconnection, and disconnection and no reconnection, all of those things, right? So I think, what does it mean to have relationships with others? This is really a question of our times. And I don't know that we are really addressing it so much. And COVID gave a brief moment when we said that we're addressing it. But there seems to be something a little instrumental about that, because at that moment we needed those relationships. So now that context doesn't exist, will we not think about those things? I think people are thinking, but it's like we're not doing very much about it.
No, that's actually a great deep question. What does it mean to have a relationship with someone, in the sense that all of us, by default, the default condition is you're the main character in a play. You're the only character in a play. Everyone else is a prop. All relationships are instrumental. And sometimes if you're self-reflective enough about this, you can snap out of that and treat people as people. But otherwise, they are in some role to you. Even friends are fulfilling, certain needs of yours, whether it is to be entertained or comforted or whatever, and things can appear transactional. And I would say that this is possibly a default mode for us, where we are the central character in our own play. It's the main character syndrome. But there is so much value in actually kind of stepping out of that, treating people as people, and then trying to be intentional about building those relationships. First of all, accepting of what other people are and not foisting your expectations on them, that this is what I expect a friend to be, or a lover to be, or a whatever to be. But instead, just seeing them for what they are and taking that. And I find that I try to sort of bring that intentionality to stuff that I do, which is difficult. It's easier said than done. And I want to ask you a little bit about that, because, when I think of friendships, I think I've possibly been guilty of letting friendships and relationships just drift and not making an effort to kind of keep going. There's a friend of mine, we'll meet, we've been friends for maybe 12 years. We'll meet once a year. We'll hang out for 3 hours together, and then he'll go off. Generally, he kind of comes to my place, and we don't even say much. And he defined it beautifully. He once said that a friend is someone with whom you can sort of spend a lot of time without needing to say anything. You're just chilling. And that's one way of looking at it. But my sense is that without the internet, I wouldn't have had any friends, because my communities of circumstance meant that I always felt different from everyone and I always felt alone and all of that. And the internet allows you to form those communities of choice, and you can make your friends. But, so there are some like me who've got friends later in life, and even today I can make new friends, I think, though I have very few close ones. And there are others like Abhinandan Sekri who came on the show and said, man, all my friends are before 25. I have absolutely no new friends right now. So, what has friendship been like for you? Like, is it that, like, initially I would guess that you're just hanging out with people at college or workplace or whatever, through inertia, you're used to hanging out with them, you're friends with them. Is that kind of how it forms, and then those bonds remain? Or do you feel you have to make a conscious effort, or whatever sort, maybe to stay in touch, maybe staying in touch is not important, but
So, I mean, I didn't have too many friends when I was growing up, partly because of my dad's transferable job, but mostly because I was like really very socially awkward. I was a very strange child. I didn't feel people liked me, and like I just did not know how to be normal, so to speak. And I think even back then and even today, I often find groups a little bit of violence. Like I'm scared of violence. I don't do so well. That's why I've never really loved Twitter, because I feel it's like where the cool kids congregate, and I'm not one of the cool kids. So I'm not full of like smart, short, pithy sentences on tap. So for me it's very much about the relationality. Like I might be very funny in relationship to something, but not like automated. Let's just say that I was not one of those people who went to college fests and participated in jam, which was which people of my age will know the reference, I think. But I feel like I did make some friends over time, and it's very hard to say how that happened. But I believe in a little bit of friend chemistry also. I feel like I've had many love at first sight friendships, that I've met somebody once and we've just liked each other. And it's like we like, and what does that mean? It means that especially earlier when you're in your teens, right? It's like you want to exchange books, and I read this poem, and shall we do this? Like one of my best friends, she and I, we met. It's a very funny story how we met, because our mothers both went to the same college. And when we were moving to Delhi, when I started college, my mom said, you know what? I went to Cottage Emporium and I ran into my college friend Rihanna, and she has a son who's also starting college, and he's in first year maths honors St. Stephen's College. So I was like, acha. Anyway, I was too darpok to go in the U special. So I didn't go in the U special for 1 year in Delhi, out of deep self-consciousness.
what is a U special?
The U special is a university special DTC bus. So only college students can. It only goes to, it's like a school bus for college, for university,
Okay.
right? So it picks up people from different routes and it ends in the university. So I never took the morning special because I was so self-conscious. And only a Delhiite knows that I subjected myself to the normal DTC bus rather than go there, which means how painful was my self-consciousness then. But I used to take the U special back home. I don't know what my logic was, but yeah. I think the idea of waiting at the bus stop and being looked at by other people was too difficult for me. But getting into the bus and sitting in the back was okay. And I kept looking for this boy who's doing maths honors in St. Stephen's College and making inquiries कि ऐसा कोई लड़का है, but never finding this person. Then in first year, after being like this mousy person, I came first in the college, which was a shock because I wasn't like really, I used to do well in class and I used to stand out academically, but I was like a pretty, nobody's like social partner in anything. So I came back late from my summer holidays, and there used to be a senior from my college at our bus stop. I still remember her name. I don't know if she listens to this podcast, but then her name was Debusmita Haldar. And she said, "Oh, you're Paromita. You are the apple of the department's eye because we got a first div after so many years and something." And this very beautiful girl who was standing at the bus stop said, "Are you in Miranda House? And do you know so-and-so? And, tell her hi." So I went to class and I told my classmate that I met this girl at the bus stop, and she said, "Hi, but actually I don't know what her name is." So I said, "But she's very pretty and she has like green eyes." And she said, "Oh, it must be so and so." And when I heard the name, I was like, "Wait a minute. is this maths honors boy actually a history honors girl? So next time I went to the bus stop and I said, hey, are you so and so? And she said, are you Auntie Shika's daughter? So I'm like, yes. And we became best friends from that instant, right? I mean, there's no explanation. We just did.
Why did your mother think it was a boy?
She she just like must have heard the pet name and extrapolated and made something, but it was like that vague kind of a huh. But I just think it's so odd that, for a year I didn't find this person. Then I found this person and we became best of friends instantly, and we are still friends. So, and we're close friends and we're important friends to each other, right? So I think that for me, friendship has been about a certain transparency where if you like each other, there's not too many complications and dynamics that emerge, which is not to say that you don't have complexities in your relationship. You do. But I think that the starting point is, sort of simple and childlike. I think the other thing that has made my friendships survive is definitely a lot of shared pleasure. Like just sharing fun with my friends is very important to me. And I think that it's a particular type of person who trusts that the things that you have fun doing together signify something very important, that the times of pleasure that you share actually add up to something. And there are many people who don't think that way, alas. They think, like, they make a division in their minds about what matters and doesn't matter. But what can matter more than you can spend hours with somebody feeling like yourself, being able to share things that you like. I don't know. I think this is an extraordinary occurrence. And I think it is those moments that make it possible also to speak about your pain, to speak about your difficulties. I think the third thing that really matters to me in friendships is to be able to say things, whatever I'm feeling, whatever even bad things that I feel, without fear of judgment. I think that if we hold back from our friends for fear of what they will think of us, then that friendship needs work or may not be the deep friendship that you think it is. Because I think friends exist for us to say, this is who I am, to be naked with, emotionally naked with, and to be understood, not excused. Maybe to be told that you shouldn't have done this, yeah. How could you do this? I was just scolding my friend on the way here, like, why did you agree to do that project? That you shouldn't have done this way. You should have done that way. And she was like, okay, now Paro, please stop. Enough. It's already done now. But so you're not judging the person. You are able to interact with the person on this thing. They may be vulnerable with you. They may expose themselves to you without feeling it's a danger. So if you feel endangered with friends, then I think there's something to be done in that friendship. Maybe it can change, or maybe it's not meant to be that extremely close friendship for a long time. I think another thing is that in friendship, I have found the friendships that last longer, but are very meaningful, are able to absorb times of disconnection. There are times when you're not as connected to some friends. There are times when you get big-headed. There are all sorts of things happen to you, right? So even if you're irritated with your friend, even if you feel upset with your friend, that you're able to absorb that for some time. Even if you don't talk a lot for a period of time, to know that you're going through this phase and you'll work through it in some way or the other. I do think that matters quite a bit. It has mattered to me. And I think I've grown from that. It has made, I would say my friendships have made me the person I am, because they gave me the possibility of feeling that, people can like me. Maybe I am worth loving. These people do love me. Like, somebody does want to seek me out. Somebody is having fun with me. So I think, yes, friendships are all of those things, and they make you a grown-up.
I love the way Devasmita Haldar played a random side role in this conversation. Listeners will feel this is like Chekhov's gun. She has to pop back in later on, and
Sometimes.
something must happen in the course of this conversation. And Jam, by the way, since I'm from your generation, more or less a little younger, I should inform my listeners, is something called Just a Minute. And basically, it was a competition in college festivals where they would give you a topic and you would have to speak for just a minute without interruptions and, without stopping, pausing, ums and ahs and all of that. And actually, coming to think of it, it's a little bit like Twitter in the sense it's made for shallowness. Jaldi se immediacy and shallowness is sort of what it's all about.
Confidence.
And confidence.
Yes.
So let's sort of talk about something we didn't talk about so much in the first episode, because I'm keen for both. I mean, that's a lovely episode, and I mean, I feel it's a lovely episode, and I feel that the people should be able to listen to both together. And you spoke a little bit about your dad over there, but hardly anything about your mom at all. And I'm curious to know about your childhood. So, I know it was itinerant. You were all over the place. Your dad was in the army, I
Air
think,
Force.
and Air Force, and you were all over the place. But tell me a bit more about what your childhood was like, what your parents were like, your early influences or.
That's a complex question. We could be here for some days, and we might have to call some therapists in. But no,
Let's
no.
break my episode record is 8.5 hours.
No,
So.
luckily I have been to therapists, so there's no fear now of that. But I think, okay, so my parents, I don't know if I spoke about this last time, but my parents met, they had what we call a love marriage. So my mother was from Bombay, is from Bombay, and her parents were in the movies. So my grandfather was a film composer, my grandmother was an actress.
The famous Anil Biswas.
Yes. So my grandmother was not as famous. And that's been kind of an important thing for me in my life. My grandparents were separated when my mother was 9 years old, right? So my grandfather left my grandmother for somebody else. And obviously that was traumatic at multiple levels for the children. For my grandmother too, I suppose, those years, 1950s, it's not the kind of thing that happens that much. And I do know that my mom had to be taken out of the fancy boarding school she was in Panchgani, and she told me that I think she didn't go to school for some time. Of course, when she went back to school, she went to Bombay's Cottage, so it's not key. Like, things were obviously not bad, but they were tough for some time. So I think, like, my mom is very beautiful, charismatic, childlike. Like, she's 76. If you meet her now, you'll be totally charmed by her. But she was, I think, 21. She met my dad. He was quite a bit older than her. He had lost an eye in the 65 war, and he was in hospital. And his roommate was my mom's Rakhi brother. Because because my mom had an older brother who was also in the Air Force, but he died very young. And this person had been actually my uncle's roommate. So he had kept in touch with my mom, who was now tying him Rakhi. And then he said, my roommate is in hospital. My mother was studying in LSR. So why don't you go and visit him? So my mother is like very dramatic. And she was like, oh, this wounded soldier. She wore a sari and she took flowers and she went to the hospital to tend to this wounded soldier. But my dad was from Delhi, so his family was there. But my mother was very unfazed. And as my aunts told me later, we were like, ye kaun ladki itni baatein kiye ja rahi hai? We don't even know her. But she was quite okay. So whatever it is, my parents became friends and then they got married. But they were really very, very different people. And I think that has its own complexities as time goes by, and it's not always easy. But I mean, we came to Bombay for holidays every year because my mom missed that life. My father was a more disciplined person. And I think, while my father's family was definitely what you would call modern, like they were conventional in the sense that everybody, was doing engineering, CA, medicine, essay, but they were not old fashioned. There was some amount of intermarrying, and like it was, I don't remember growing up with a lot of feeling of conservatism around me. But conventionality was obviously there. And my mom's family, in contrast, like a filmy family, but also like people were very like wild and crazy, There was like a lot of love affairs and alcohol and intemperate conversations. It was very bohemian in that sense. I remember when I was a kid, my uncles bought a second-hand Mercedes.
Wow.
Okay, like now that second hand might have been fifth hand also, we don't know, because Mercedes was like always in the garage. But they think that we are such cool dudes and we have this Merc. So they had that. And in the back of my grandmom's building in Union Park, she had two old cars that didn't work. One was a Cadillac convertible and one was, I think, it was an ice blue color. I don't know. I think it was a Chevrolet. It was some like foreign car. So my grandmother had her good times when she would buy these fancy cars and all. And now she was not in good times. So those cars were just sitting and then we used to play in them every day. Okay. But the thing is, so I liked going to my grandmom's house and with my mom for holidays because there was no discipline. and you could borrow as many comics as you wanted. I used to steal money from my grandmother's cupboard. She had a big tray full of change, and she said, "हाँ लगता है घर में कोई चवन्नी चोर है," because I used to steal the 4 annas and go and get comics from Bharat Lending Library and later Sarvodaya Lending Library. So वो सब था, nobody's telling you when to sleep and what to eat, and there's this kind of unmoderated existence. My dad was much more like structured. I mean, when he died and I opened his cupboard, all his shirts were neatly stacked. Like, he was a very neat person, very methodical, very, there was a kind of meticulousness about him, which was also a kind of caring. It was not that it was a fussiness, but it showed in everything he did, right? He was a very, very caring person. I would say, in contrast, at my mom's house, there was a lot of like fun, but there could also be a lot of carelessness, as happens in such spaces. I guess I'm telling you all of this to say that in a way I grew up like not very deeply connected to my parents, but deeply affected by them. So it's not, my parents didn't, I don't think I've ever gone to a movie with both my parents. Like, we didn't do family type things. That was not my parents' scene. They would go out with their friends. So we kind of grew up on our own in whatever random way. But I think, obviously we tell these stories about our lives to also contextualize a sense of pain and trauma and feeling not taken care of as much as might have been nice. But what I think is, like, the other day, my mom shared a video. So my mom does these like shows with old Hindi film songs, and she compares them. She's very expressive and very vivacious person. So she shared a video clip where she was comparing this show on Geeta Dutt, and then she burst into song in the middle of it. My mom is 76, right? So, and my mom has just recently moved to Bombay. So I've also watched, since my dad died, the things that, like, she and I always had a very conflicted relationship, and we've disagreed and fought, and it's never been very simple between us. And I mean, I would say there has been a lot of anger also. But at the same time, I understand that my mom's freeness, her sense of fun, and my dad's sense of fun both, these are things that stood me in very good stead in life, right? So when I saw the video clip, I think it was one of my first times where I said, "Mom, it's really great." Like, because otherwise I'm little kharoos with my mother and little kanjoos also with praise, So, and then I actually, for the first time in my life, sent the video to my friends. And I said, my mom being cool. And they were like, "Oh my God, it's too much. It's like zabardast and all that." So I said, yeah, it's really, she is so zinda dil. It's really quite amazing. And so, on balance, I say, trauma ek taraf, zinda dili ek taraf. तुम्ही ने दर्द दिया, तुम्ही ने दवा दी है. So it's nice. Like, actually, the things that your parents trying to be the individuals they want to be, that their time or their context didn't allow them to be, does have some influence on your life and what your emotional makeup becomes and how you feel that you didn't have the easy childhood that apparently people are having somewhere, right? But I also think that your parents being the people they are freely and fully, which my parents were, that actually gave me the means to understand them as people. It took time, but it helped me to understand them as people, which means it helped me to get over my own shit and say that, okay, yeah, some things were tough, but so many things that are not easy for others were easy for you because this is the parents you had. So to give an example, I was recently part of a group of people working on essays about Pathan. And for me, it was very difficult to understand that, like, one of my colleagues said that, I had to come out as a fan. And I was like, whatever does that mean? Like, I can't imagine not saying the things that I love, right? Like, I do it very easily. But I have understood so much later in life that most people are not able to do it. And I'm very grateful to my parents for actually being the people who enjoyed things, who liked exchanging poems, who had friends, who played cards, who left us alone and didn't take us to movies but went out with their friends. So, I mean, I once said to my mom as a kid that, other people's parents are home in the evening and they, I don't know, like something. But y'all are never at home. You go out every day. And my mom said, yeah, right now we are young. So we like to go out. And later we'll be old and you'll be young and you'll go out and we'll be at home. And I was like, okay. That has not exactly happened because when my mom used to come and stay with me before she moved to Bombay, my friends used to laugh because I'd be like, it's 2 o'clock and my mother has not come home. I don't know what is going on and when is she going to come home? So I think things didn't change drastically. But I'm just saying that, yeah, there is a way in which if your parents are trying very hard to be the people they are, they may or may not be the parents you wish you could have. But it's kind of cool in its own way. It helps you to become a grown up.
It's very cool. And I think many people are hobbled, some permanently, by the notion of parents, which is in a sense ossified when they were kids. Like you see your mother in a particular way, your father in a particular way, and they're always in that role. And one of my favorite anecdotes from this show is when I recorded with Natasha Badwar, and she told me about how she and her then boyfriend, now husband, introduced each other's parents to each other for the first time, and she found his parents were completely different from what he described, and her parents were completely different from what she described. And obviously, the reason for that is that in our mental frame, your mother is your mother. She's a particular thing which has to do with how you relate to her. And most people stick in that frame. Some people come out of it perhaps when their parents grow old and frail and the relationships are reversed. But I think there is that moment where you begin to see them as real people. These are flesh and blood people. All human beings are fucked up human beings. We all go through shit. They have their own traumas, their own pains, their own insecurities, their own anxieties. And to see them as human beings is almost, in a sense, a startling shift, and to be able to relate to them like that. And what was that process for you? Like, is there a point in time where your mother is no longer your mother, but she is a person? You can suddenly see all of this, and does it help you then deal with whatever?
I mean, I would say I got an early start because I think I think that because I didn't really grow up with those sense of a conventional parent from either of my parents. My father was more disciplining and more, I was a bit scared of him when I was young. So it was only much later that we developed a relationship of deep love and affection. But my mom, used to be a lot of fun, but not a reliable person for me in my mind. Like, I don't know if she'll be there. I don't know if she'll lose her temper. She was mercurial. So I think I got an early start on that. And actually, I think the process of having to cope with my own emotions vis-a-vis that instability are the things that helped me to also contextualize her as a person. Like, for me, and I'm not saying that it happens automatically. I think it takes a very, very long time for you to. I think it's very important to learn how to heal your own wounds and not wait for others to heal them for you. And it's almost impossible to feel that way. You always want that somebody else will come and salve the wound, right? And I think it is important. I think when people do acknowledge that they have hurt you, when they acknowledge your hurt, and when they give you love, that's very, very healing thing. And I believe in it deeply. I'm not always able to do it. And I think when I do it also, I feel more human. And when it happens to me also, I feel more human. But I think the process of individuating from your parents is quite important for you. Because that means you individuate from the need to see them in a certain way, right? Like the expectation of a parent is a kind of conditioning. If we didn't grow up with that conditioning, we may not experience our lives necessarily as tough as we do. I think it's great for those people who had parents who praised everything they did, who went with them to every sports day and parents' day and whatever. And if my parents didn't exactly do that, I did feel it. But I also didn't feel it as much as I thought I ought to feel it, is sometimes what I think. It taught me to be very self-reliant. It taught me to make sense of my feelings on my own early. Like, if I think that, well, when I was in my mid-20s, I went to a therapist. And I went because I didn't want to be unhappy. Like, I didn't know what a therapist was. I heard about it. It was a very rare thing to go to a therapist.
Back
like
in the
back
day,
there.
it was, yeah.
One of my friends was going and she had told me about it, but she had like some real tough stuff happen to her. But I just think like, wow, I give myself a lot of brownie points for thinking at 26 that I don't really want to suffer as much as I'm suffering. I want to feel better. So maybe this thing will help me, And it did. Like, I wanted to help myself to be happy. And I think I did learn that skill early on because I wasn't relying on somebody else to make me happy. Of course, there's a flip side to it, that you don't always know how to rely on others for things. You don't know how to ask for help. And, you have all those learnings to happen over time. I think I began to understand that my mom, if she had been born a different time or in a different context, My mom signed a few movies to act in and then ended up not doing it. Like whether she got cold feet. She said I think people in the movies didn't really respect women. And she felt a number of different things about it, but she didn't do it. And they were like big movies like Padosan and Kashmir Ki Kali. So like life could have been completely different for her.
She was going to star in Kashmir Ki Kali.
Yes.
Oh my God.
So imagine that, there's also a sense of I could have done those things and they're not doing those things. So I think it was complicated for her, definitely. She would have been a good performer. She's a very intelligent person. She's a good writer. But I think that it was not in her time a thing that people were so driven and did, and from a regular middle class family. Then also coming from a film family means it did mean something very different back then, where you always feel like you're not part of, like, your parents are separated, you're from a film family, and you so there's a kind of idea of middle class respectability that is not there, and it keeps you feeling a little precarious. So I mean, those are the journeys that in a way she had as a young person. I think, like, I'm sure, I mean, my dad was a lovely person, very loving, but he was conventional. And I think he did expect my mom not to work because there were kids and all of that. So maybe that also didn't happen for her, that she took up a career and she followed that path, but she wanted a public life and she had it in other ways, therefore, right? That she liked to perform and there would be these little entertainment things you do in the Air Force, and she always wanted to do that, and she is doing that now. So I think you recognize the desire of the person. And, later on when I was older, I would argue with my dad about it, that, I mean, you have to confront that you also, the things that you're letting us do, you didn't actually let your partner do. And of course, he didn't used to like to talk about it. So I think you become empathetic to both your parents. Being empathetic to both your parents is quite tough because sometimes they're in conflict with each other and you feel divided about all that. So I think, maybe if you had to put a time to it, I would say it was in my early 20s actually that I began to look at this, recognize it. And I think it helped me work through a lot of things vis-a-vis my parents, and also helped me to this life that I have chosen of being on my own. I think you need a lot of emotional resources to, be single and to live on your own and do things on your own. So I think it really, being able to understand my parents in that way sort of gave me some of those resources. So I'm not really answering your questions, I think, but
no, that's a beautiful answer, actually. Yeah. It's the conversation is so beautiful so far, but now I've jinxed it and it's all going to go to hell. In my episode with Shanta Gokhale, which is this 8.5-hour oral history where she was so generous, and just a beautiful episode.
She's amazing.
She's amazing. And she she revealed something, actually. I mean, it wasn't an autobiography, but it blew my mind when I read it, which was that when she went to college in England, which her dad insisted she do, her dad told her, I think either after she came back or before she went, that you must never get married, right? And that seems to me to be such a remarkably progressive thing for a man to say at that time. And in our last episode today, you spoke about being in a taxi with your father, when he tells you something similar, that when you grow up, you should not do all these usual things.
You don't want to be like your cousins just getting married.
Yeah. And I am struck by this overt feminism, and also the same question that you articulated, which I think I've discussed with someone, I don't know, on the show or off the show, I can't remember, apologies, whoever it is, about how a lot of men can appear to be feminists with their daughters, but not with their wives, right? And my sort of thinking about this was that inertia takes them to wherever they are, including up to the point that they get married and they are playing a role and the wife is playing a role, and it goes on like that, and why break out of it? But then along come these little things, the kids of their own whom they love so dearly, and then they actually start consciously thinking about them and their lives. So in that context, they can then think differently, which may not reflect in their own actions. And I think that is also resonant with me because of, that old saying about how paradigms change one funeral at a time, where I don't think that you can actually change the minds of people. You are a product of your times and how you've grown up and all that, and deep change is really not possible. But with generational change can happen. And, so perhaps a son of that man is not going to be like that with his wife. His daughters will certainly take no shit from any men that they are with. So it's slow and it's painful, but it also feels poignant to me, because then it means that such a man, whether it is Shantaji's dad or your dad or any man in that generation, is essentially stuck in a role that isn't really who they are. They could be something else, born in a different time. They could think differently about women, about marriage, about relationships, and not about folding shirts, because that is, of course, intrinsic to one's nature. But uh, but about everything else. But you're forced to play that role where you are provider, you are macho, you are this, you are that. The other person, your mom perhaps, is also forced to play that role. Maybe she didn't play the lead role in Kashmir Ki Kali, but she's playing a lifelong role at the same time, the best that she can, and rebelling in different ways within his parameters perhaps. And they're both prisoners. So, and I think for a lot of men and women of that generation, and a lot of men and women today, that is the case, that you are prisoners and you often don't even realize it. Like when you said that you went to therapy because you wanted to be happy, there are so many people who do not know that they are not happy, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I think what you're saying is very true. At the same time, I think it's not a full truth. I think that marriages and heterosexual romantic relationships somehow willy nilly seem to fall into a certain gendered equation. And even those of us who aren't as conditioned to think of ourselves in those gendered ways may sometimes find ourselves playing those roles out. And I would say it takes us back to the earlier thing we discussed of what is a relationship really. So it's very rare that you define a relationship on its own terms. We all come with a certain baggage of what a relationship ought to be like. And the test of a relationship is when it doesn't fit that idealization, what do we do? Right? Like, yeah, we have some idealizations of friendship also. And then when we confront that friendship is actually not so simple, are we going to abandon it? Are we going to become fixed in our desire for it to be a certain way? Are we going to be able to confront it and then explore a new interaction with each other? That's really the test of the friendship and of all of us as people. So I would say that, you know, my dad was 31 or 32 when he got married, which was not young for that time. He had resolutely not married anybody before. I mean, everybody else in his family was married. But I also remember that I had one aunt who famously met some 51 men and had problem with all of them and all of that. So obviously it was a family that didn't impose marriage on their children. But my mom came from not at all the kind of background that would have normally been, something that would have been chosen. Obviously, he was drawn to my mom's vivaciousness and the sense of effervescence. Obviously, they shared many commonalities in terms of having fun together. But I think that there's also an imagination we all have of what life is going to be like when you get married or when you have a family. And yes, some of it is gendered and conditioned. So I think all those complexities existed, in their relationship as well. There are also difficulties people have in abandoning, like women and men, in abandoning their notion of who they can be. Their gender plays some role in them imagining themselves to be different. I agree. I think that in my dad's case, so we had this discussion just yesterday, two friends of mine and I, where one of them was very upset because somebody she knew was facing this horrible domestic abuse, and she described what the man had done. And I was like, oh, why would somebody be so mean and so bitter? And why is it that our dads, for all their conventionalities, were not this thing? And somebody said that, well, because this man had beaten up his son and then beaten up his wife. So my other friend said, well, maybe they had somebody in their life, like this boy's mother, the wife of the abusive person, who was, that boy will not grow up to be like his dad because he had his mother in his life and he knows that there is a different way that he can be. And I thought, yes, maybe our fathers had that. Like all three of us have this in common, that our fathers are not that very macho and very controlling kind of parent or like man. So I think like one of the things, one day I remember my dad saying this to me about my mom when she was getting ready to go out. Your mom looks very nice in brown. I don't know why she doesn't wear those colors more. And I remember, I was quite young. I must have been 11 or something. And I thought, like that appreciation that he had for her just as a person, I thought was a beautiful thing. And then once, much, much later in life, and this was at a time when they were quite conflicted about wanting very different social lives and all of that, he said to me one day that your mother is very good at making friends. Even at a late age, she is able to make new friends. It's a really admirable quality in her. So I think like this is something I found very remarkable about my dad, that somehow he could appreciate a quality in somebody. And to get to hear your parents talk about each other that way is quite important, because it helps you balance out something in your relationality with your parents and your family, I guess. So all of it is to say that, yes, maybe having daughters who were not being conventional. Our dad was also trying to make us conventional. We were just not listening. He was not a man who imposed discipline in a day-to-day way. Like, for example, if my mother had thrown a very big fit and said, I'm going to work no matter what, I don't think my dad would have said, you cannot. Like, he wasn't that person. There are many things he told me that you cannot do this. And I was like, well, I'm doing it. And then you would be like, okay. So he wasn't a very forceful man that way, right? So I guess that's what I'm saying. Like, between them in their relationship, both the genders are also enacting a certain role, and that's creating a certain dynamic. And they are not always able to get out of the dynamic individually and collectively. And yes, maybe with the parent-child relationship, it's not the same. I mean, there is something different about romantic and intimate relationships, some extra layers that make us stuck as much as they help us to move forward. And somehow other relationships allow, I think, a moving forward. So, what is that thing is a great mystery.
Yeah, I mean, the expectations that arise in romantic relationships are a different level of complexity, which is not really there in friendships. Like, sure, you might have expectations, but a friendship can be more free flowing and whatever. There isn't this much depth and intensity in all of those. They can kind of find their own spaces. And there is, I think, a fundamental problem then and a fundamental problem perhaps now and perhaps even worse now in that I feel more and more that what men want and what women want are fundamentally different, and there is almost a sort of talking past each other or not understanding each other that is kind of always the case, or often the case rather, obviously not always. And therefore you find people getting into these repeated games where both people really want different things and they're just trying to make it fit. And in an earlier age where you're having arranged marriages, and my parents also had a love marriage, but even for love marriages, once you're into it, you make it work somehow. And today it's a different kind of time where you don't have to get into it, and of course you shouldn't have to get into it, but how they relate to each other is it would be tragic if it wasn't so comic. So so what are your thoughts about that? And these differences almost seem irreconcilable. Like, there used to be a book which came out when both of us were young, and it's a cliched title, and of course it's almost sort of cringeworthy. Men are from Mars, women are from Venus. And the fact is, whether it is for social conditioning reasons, the roles that society expects you to play, or even from genetic ones, I'm just reading this great book by Faye Weldon called What Makes Women Happy, where she speaks about the intrinsic caveness that dominates what men do, because we've all evolved in caves and the rules are so different. What do you sort of feel about this, especially as as all human beings are, we're all participants in this process of just trying to figure out what the hell is going on?
I mean, I'm not sure exactly what your question is, but I think that, yeah, like, there is something perplexing about men that, I mean, women also feel. But if I go by conversations with friends that we have about these things, I think that men don't really they are not very explicit people. Like, there is something that they are very rarely saying what they actually think is what I feel about men.
My God, Mike, the complaint I hear is that from other men is that we are so straightforward, we say what we are feeling, but women, you have to guess how they are thinking and all of that.
I mean, I don't think that's true. I think women express what they feel quite directly. So I'll give you an abstract example, but not abstract, but completely in a different context. On Agents of Ishq, when we first started, our following was very strongly women and queer people. And now the audience has grown bigger and there are a lot more men in the comments. But I feel very bad for men because I feel, yeah, why are you saying such stupid things, right? And that inability to enter into a conversation openly is so strong. I mean, you really notice it. Like, when we started, I already noticed that we were getting so many personal narratives from women and queer people, but we were not getting any from straight men. And that has not dramatically changed in these 8 years, And there have been some men who've written saying that, oh, I want to write a personal essay for Agents of Ishq on such and such experience. And then after 2 months said, no, I'm not able to make myself do it. And even in the comments, the kind of things they say are always in that very hectoring way, and always making a joke about something. And it's all very kind of like a tinny kind of conversation, right? So I feel like this is a thing that makes it difficult to actually find a meeting point. I really wonder whether it was always so. Like, I'm trying to think about how many men I've had interactions with in the course of my life, which I felt was just a regular interaction where we are speaking to each other about something. And I think they have become fewer now than they used to be before. So, which is to say that maybe there was a very small number of men you encountered who were able to talk to all kinds of people as people and not through an entire performative set of behaviors, right? But now somehow that has taken hold more, the performative set of behaviors. Or perhaps women have become more aware of it and impatient with it. That's also possible. Maybe when we were younger, we were not able to pinpoint what used to, like, I was always looking for other ways to explain what's irritating me, right? Like, so at one point I used to say, like, if that boy likes Pink Floyd, then I don't want to go out with him. And I understand now that it was a kind of a significant of an entire mindset, which is very that IIT and very fixed, and it's a very templated way of doing things. But I'm not able to talk to people who are so templated, right? So I think that there are different ways in which we might have identified for ourselves over the years this kind of paralysis that seems to have overtaken men. I think it's okay if men want very different things and women want very different things. It's again a question of how you arrive at a relationality which allows enough space for you to be separate and together, right? Which I think that sometimes when people who had arranged marriages, they were not expecting intense togetherness. So maybe they arrived at the equation with fewer romantic expectations. I think like a lot of what we call romance is really in the service of coupledom, right? And coupledom it's such a constricting concept that you have to be everything to each other, and there has to be a kind of ideal relationship. But I think that like any other relationship, obviously it needs to be worked out on an individual basis. I think I never got married, so I'm not an expert on this kind of a long engagement with men. But I do see that many of my friends of my age, who I think very few have remained peacefully in their marriages or coupled up situations, long-term ones. I think that what I find common between the women who are not in those situations is those women are very deeply committed to being themselves. And this is very, very difficult somehow for Indian men, at least. Maybe, I don't know, men in other parts of the world, to somehow go with that. It's a mystery why they're, I mean, again, it's of course hashtag not all men, but I'm just saying that this is something you notice, that in talking to women in the midpoint of their lives, it's very interesting. It's very interesting to see them grapple with their questions. It's interesting to see them confront their limitations and transcend those limitations. All of these people, I mean, they are also very caring, very committed, they have run houses, they have had children, they have done a lot of things. And yet their relationship with their friends is very important. Their relationship with their work is very important to them. Their desire to be themselves is very intense. And I think this is somehow very difficult for Indian men to know how to cope with. I know it's unfashionable to say this, but I think it is the case.
No, you're 100% right. And I think to sort of add to that, I think before you can build a successful relationship with anyone else, you first have to have a healthy relationship with yourself. And I think this is incredibly difficult for Indian men. Like I did an episode with Nikhil Taneja called The Loneliness of the Indian Man. This, of course, followed an episode called The Loneliness of the Indian Woman with Shrayana Bhattacharya, who regrettably shares your fandom of Shah Rukh Khan. What is wrong with these incredible women? Just one flaw they have. But leaving that aside. And Nikhil told me a lot of really moving stories in this, including about how, he used to teach a class, and there he at one point started this practice where everyone had to tell their story, not their story in terms of chronologically this happened, that happened, but generally. And the first one was banal, but the second one was vulnerable and got everyone to open up, including the boys. And I think that a fundamental sort of problem with India is that women at least have, like, first of all, women always see more because they have to have this extra layer of sight where they have to account for how the men in their lives will behave and how the world will treat them, and that automatically means they're seeing more and perhaps seeing themselves better. But today women have the frames to put everything into context. Women can go online and read Paromita Vohra or Shayana Bhattacharya, or read everything about feminism and completely grok what's going on. The world has changed, women are asserting themselves, all of that. Men don't even know how badly they are trapped in these, again, notions, again, victims of patriarchy, these notions that come down that the providers are macho, they can't show feelings, they can't cry, they can't, let the woman get away with too much shit or whatever it is, right? And so there is a lack of self-examination to begin with. And when there is that lack of self-examination where you cannot even see yourself clearly, how do you then even only after that can you begin to relate with other people and have healthy conversations and all of that? If you're performative to yourself, you will be performative for the world as well.
I know. I think these things have been discussed a lot on the subject of masculinities, and at the same time, I really want to ask that it's very rare to hear a conversation with a man that is about himself and his life that is deeply interesting. Okay, because I feel like, yes, there are many ways in which men think about their lives in terms of a lot of externalities, right? So you're not getting that. What When we say vulnerability, what do we mean, right? I don't think it means that talking about your emotions. Do I want to make myself vulnerable at all times? But I think vulnerability is simply a place of uncertainty. I don't really know the answer to that, or what does that mean? Or so one of the things that I am saying, that if you are a man from a context which is quite traditional, in which it's really very constricting, very difficult for you to abandon these roles, there's a lot of social cost to abandoning those roles, then maybe I will say, all right, yes, that was the conditioning, and what can you do? But really, I want to ask, what is the excuse for people who are roughly of our socio-cultural background, which is you're working in the city, you're meeting a number of different types of people, you are reading about caste, you are reading about gender, but you are not able to make a shift. I don't know, like, I am supposed to have a lot of empathy for the difficulties of masculinity. I have empathy for individual people, but I feel like, the unwillingness to abandon privilege, the unwillingness to be fun. Actually, that is the other thing. Like, the whole Bormat Karyar thing for me really emerges from the idea that, like, why is it so difficult to have fun with somebody? Because then you'll have to be equal to that other person, right? In fun and pleasure and masti, we are equal to each other. And you're somehow always wanting to pontificate, because then you don't have to be equal. So I just want to ask, like, what can anybody else do? Only you can do it for yourself, no? I mean, there is that song, na, sisters are doing it for themselves. And actually, women have done that. They have remade their lives. We have all grown up conditioned by patriarchy. I'm 54. I've spent the majority of my life feeling, oh, I'm not attractive. Oh, nobody can like me. Oh, I'm this. Oh, I'm that. And now and then that voice in my head comes back and scolds me. And then I have to separate it from, say, like, okay, stop being so hard on yourself, etc., etc. But I'm saying that there are so many opportunities that have come my way for me to think differently. I have been open to those things. It's been scary at times. It's very difficult to be hopeful. It is very difficult to think. It's much easier to think that nothing you do is going to work out. Being dystopic is so easy. I mean, I'm a nihilist and nothing's going to be good, so let me not ever try. ये जो position बहुत आसान होता है. To say कि no, maybe life can be better. Maybe I can take a chance and something wonderful will happen. I think we are doing that. So many women I know are doing that. So I think the question to men is, what is stopping you? And you really can't keep saying it's my conditioning. We're all conditioned.
I wasn't making an excuse for men, by the way. I agree with you 100%. I don't know why you kept saying but. And this leads me to sort of an added question. I wonder if you know, because it kind of befuddles me, which is, male friends, when they get together, they'll be bloody fucking boring. right?
Then why do you
It's
want to be friends with them?
yeah, no, that's true. So therefore, I'm not saying I am. I'm just generally saying, that you'll have the same kind of topics. You'll like one of my friends bemoans. He's a very senior person in a big company, and he bemoans that when I get together with my fellow CXO level people, everybody's just talking Bollywood cricket. Nobody has read a book in their lives. Nobody can talk cinema. Nobody can talk culture. It is so bloody boring, and that perhaps is a problem that afflicts us all, not just the men. But what I do tend to find is that female friendships just seem to be so much richer and open and deeper and much more vulnerable. Like in this book I'm reading by Faye Weldon, she speaks about how even in a progressive place like Stockholm, I think she mentioned, she'll go to restaurants and all the, there'll hardly be any women. All the tables will be groups of men sitting together and just not saying anything, very stern, very boring. And I think part of that also could come from that mindset, which is again, you see much more with men than with women, that everything is about figuring something out, problem solving. If somebody is confessing a problem they have, the male instinct is, how can I solve it? Let's make a decision tree. Let's, think of that's just a male instinct. I have to stop myself from expressing it when I start thinking like that. And with women, it is first empathetic, and then you start, then later you can get into that. Why do you think that is? Is this something intrinsic or what?
I mean, one doesn't know now whether it's intrinsic or not. But I'll say one thing that, I mean, the reason I'm saying but is because I feel that one is frequently confronted with this conversation about masculinity, right? Like, and yes, masculinity is a conditioning. Yes, men are emotionally locked. But हो जाओ ना अनलॉक, थोड़ा तो करके देख लो, because मुझे वही लगता है कि ठीक है, हाँ, yes, it is so. It is so. Like, women are also used to thinking that I'm not going to be amazing. Like, I have this thing that I scold a lot of people. Like, I'm a big dart master, right? So the other day, I had to go to a talk at this college, and at 5 minutes to 10, when I was supposed to reach there, I got a call from the person who had been put in charge of, you meet this lady over there, not saying, hello, ma'am, this is so and so. So I said, yes, I'm just reaching in 1 minute. She said, no, this is just a general call. So I was like, general call 5 minutes before it's time for me to reach? What does that even mean? Then, of course, it turned out that I was supposed to go to some other gate and not this gate, or फिर बारिश हो रही थी, so I was in a very irritated mood when I reached the gate. And I said to her that, don't you think you should have called me up yesterday and told me where I'm supposed to come instead of telling me now? So she looked shocked. Anyway, then I proceeded to scold her about it. And then I said to her, the reason I'm telling you all this is because nobody expects women to excel. You have to expect yourself to excel. So you should do things properly. But I think that's true. Nobody asks women to excel.
If I was a guy, you wouldn't have scolded him because guys are not...
I would have scolded him probably worse. But I mean, I think, like, I feel that way, that women do not get asked to excel. Well, agar unko Angrezi aati hai and they look kind of good, people tell them that you're awesome. So holding yourself up to a certain standard is something you very often have to do for yourself, or you have to do for each other, right? So I think, like, I think that, yes, women have also been conditioned to think, ki men, I can't speak up. I'm not sure that I matter. We are all conditioned. We are all fighting with that conditioning.
Imposter syndrome.
Yeah. So we are fighting with it, right? We're not winning every day, but we are fighting it every day. So actually, that's my question to men. Are you fighting that feeling every day? But I don't think I see too much of it. I have had men friends. I do have men friends whom I love to talk to. Like, I have one friend, like, I have some friends who I feel that when I talk to them, my whole brain alters. Like, they'll say one thing and everything will be like, tuck, 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 like one of those special effects in a movie, that suddenly I see something else. It helps me to think my thoughts better, right? And these are definitely people who have a lot of latitude in the way that they think about life. They're able to join the emotional, the intellectual, the visceral all in one place. And so actually, when they show you your own thoughts back, they do that in a much more beautiful way, and that allows you to develop what you're thinking. So obviously, I have men friends like that. I have met some men who I think are awesome, and maybe it helps that they think I'm awesome, so I feel like, हाँ, ये लड़का ठीक है. But I'm just saying that what I want to say is that I have encountered men who are perfectly okay admiring a woman and enjoying, not only admiring, but to enjoy the company of another, and to show that you're enjoying the company of another, which I think is the biggest openness you can show anyone, right? Like, we talk about how as children we want to be told that what you're doing is special. You are wonderful. You are lovable, right? We want to hear that when we are kids, and many of us don't hear it as much as we would have wanted to. But I'm saying, when you have a friend, that is the best thing about a friend, that when they laugh because you say something, or they like, I love to have birthday parties. So There are friends like the year that I don't have a birthday party, they'll be like, "Arey, but I was looking forward to meeting so and so at your birthday party." So I have like all these different friends, and they're like, "We only meet at Paro's birthday party, right?" So I'm saying that the idea that we look forward and we dress up for Paromita's party because she'll open and say, "Oh, you're looking so good," and I'll be excited to see their clothes, or they'll be excited to eat my cooking. This is just the most magical thing about life, and men are very conducive with this. There are some men who are not. Like, there are some men who are really delightful in their ability to take pleasure in others and to show that others can give them something. It is not they alone who are the locus of everything. But they're too few, you know. Mazedar men बहुत ही kam hai. That's why we love Shah Rukh, because he's so much fun and he takes delight in others.
Acha, so he is not performative. The rest of us are performative.
It's his job to be performative.
No, that's a good
Segue number one.
segue number one. Good message for all the men listening to this. Kindly stop whining, start living, and let's go back to your childhood and let's
Which, you know,
get-
not
get-
much to say about it, as you can
No,
see.
but I'm curious to know about the kind of stuff that you were reading and your self-image was forming during this time. In the last episode, you mentioned how your dream job was to be a librarian, obviously, because you're surrounded by what you love.
Yeah.
So tell me a bit about the books you read and sort of the pleasures they gave you, and how also about what were you like at that time, because your parents seem to be pretty sort of I don't know if progressive is a word, but
Freewheeling.
freewheeling. Yeah, your parents. It's a great word. Your parents seem to be pretty freewheeling.
Freestyling at parenthood.
But by now we are both old enough to know that everyone who pretends to be an adult is winging it. So,
Yes.
ठीक है ना, अभी करो.
Totally.
So tell me about the child. What were you reading? What did you want to be? How did you look at yourself?
I mean, I was a child so long ago that I almost don't rely on my own memories of it. But I'll say that I read a lot of comics. I mean, I feel so embarrassed when people ask me about my reading life because it's so lofty. And now I hardly read at all, I'm ashamed to say. But I think, like, in the beginning, I read a lot of books which were for grown-ups because they were just in the house. So I think I remember reading Of Mice and Men when I was 7 or 8, but I don't remember the book at all. But it was there, right? So I read a lot of things that I didn't exactly understand because I was just desperate to read. And it was not very easy to buy books when we were kids. They were expensive. And I used to read very fast. So, जो खत्म हो जाती थी किताब तो फिर यहाँ वहाँ ढूंढते I would read whatever was in the house. But I think I remember, of course, reading all the usual things that kids read, the Nancy Drew and Asterix comics. I loved Asterix comics. And I think my parents, I thank them because they also loved the fun of Asterix, the wordplay. So my father had pet names for us, which were like Asterix type names, right? Like my sister, she was very thin and she was also very like all the time doing these convolutions. So he used to call her Nicholas Skinnerless Acrobatics. So, that kind of musty. Actually, my parents were very much into wordplay. So we also liked those things.
What was your nickname?
I'm not going to tell you. But I mean, it had Fatafalus in it. And then there was of course, because we read Tintins and 10,000 Thundering Typhoons. And so I really liked everything that had that kind of maja and masti in it. I'm like any other kid of my generation. I read all the Phantom comics, all the Mandrake comics. That is why one of my favorite phrases when somebody's just marrowing dhaps is to say, "Oh, Mandrake gestures hypnotically. Like she's just trying to get away with this, So this, and I read all the Chanda Mamas. I read all the Amar Chitra Katha. So that stuff, along with, like I said, there was a library in Secunderabad that I went to where I read some very obscure books by some strange Europeans. One book whose name I remember is the 37th of May. I have never found that book. I've looked online for it many times, but I strongly remember. It was some very arcane book, actually. So I read a bit of this random stuff. I think later on, I had a phase where I became obsessed with reading about ancient Egypt. I have no explanation for why, but we were posted in Iraq. There were no books. There were no bookshops in Iraq, in Baghdad, where we lived. We could take a few with us. And so there was this one shop where sometimes you'd get books and many things was crossed out, blacked out in them because we're not allowed, like anything Zionist should not be read. If there was a star which looked like the Star of Zion, then it would be blacked out in the book, right? So it was like very slim pickings. And there was a British Council library which had a lot of books about ancient Egypt. So, I memorized all the names of the pharaohs, matlab kis order mein the. Now I don't remember all that. So I definitely had a little bit of that fantasy way of reading as a kid. And I was never very completist. Like whatever I got obsessed with, I would read it for a long time and then I would leave it. And फिर मुझे बाद में याद भी नहीं रहता. So that I had that Agatha Christie phase and I only read Agatha Christie's for a long time. Subsequently, I read a lot of Mills and Boons. So as you can see, my reading career is very unimpressive, basically. I read a lot of Mills and Boons. I remembered all their stories. I became famous in hostel. Everyone wanted to sit at my table because I would tell them the Mills and Boons ki kahani. And of course, when you tell the kahani, it sounds like a movie story. It's just a romance, so it's pretty nice. I think I was also obviously reading other things, none of which I can remember now. I mean, I had my full phase of, I read Midnight's Children the year it came out. So I must have been 13 or 14 when it came out. Wow. Yeah, but I remember reading it and loving it and then finding shame somehow and reading it. So I read all the early Rushdies. I kind of petered off around The Ground Beneath Her Feet time. I think I stopped reading the others that much. So I read a lot of all that contemporary fiction when it came out. I read all of Amitav Ghosh when it came out. The Indian writers in English happened when I was young and I really clung to that. I read a lot of American fiction later on. Many of the writers whom I can't remember anymore, but I used to work in New York, so I used to buy books on the street. I would just buy anything and read it, right? So I think that I can't even name all the writers that I've read, but I read a lot of things in my 20s. I was very excited by the world of books at that time. I used to read whatever was famous or many obscure things also at the same time. So I think, that's really it. Later on, I think I began to read a lot more. I have begun to read a lot more academic books now. I enjoy it. I love reading about the history of law. I love reading about, especially history of marriage law. I've been very interested. So I have a friend, Anjali Arondekar. I love her work. And Ishita Pandey's book. And there's a great book called Indian Sex Life by Durba Mitra. So I have been reading a lot of these kind of South Asian academic writings. I think that they tell us fascinating stories about our history. And they recontextualize actually our recent past and therefore our present for us. So I'm reading a lot of that kind of stuff. I love poetry. I read a lot of poetry. So yeah.
Did you daydream when you were a kid?
Non-stop. I mean, I used to spend all my time daydreaming. It was my primary activity was to, I would settle into daydreaming. It's not that I drifted into a daydream, but there would be a quite designated, now I will daydream. And it was I had a lot of, some of my daydreams were about romance and all the romantic things that would happen to me. Some of my daydreams were about, especially had a lot of daydreams about going to mysterious places, which today you can say the Andaman forest or, but I had this thing that I would go to these beautiful, mysterious places. Even sometime back when I did hypnotherapy for my back pain, and in that they ask you not to go into a beautiful place in your mind and whatever. So then also my imagination would be to be underwater and then go into this kind of, I like the idea of being in an deserted, intensely forested island a lot. So I had a lot of this kind of wandering type of a daydream. Then I'll meet people in that dream or I'll see amazing things. So there was a lot of that. There were a lot of daydreams about, of course, magical artistic success. Once I had an actual dream that I was in a cafeteria and a man came and sat down next to me with his tray. And when I looked, it was Robert Redford. And he said, "Oh, are you Paromita Vohra, the filmmaker? I've been looking for you everywhere. I want to give you money to make a film." So I periodically have these kind of actual dreams. So I think, all of this, or even sometimes I would dream that I have gone to a place, made a new life over there, made new friends. This is how my house is. So there was a lot of this kind of active imaginary life that I had definitely into my 20s. Now, not as much, alas.
But not completely gone, right? Since you say not as much.
I mean, I think I have a very vivid dream life. Actually, when I dream, I think my daydreaming has become very little. I hardly have any time to do it.
That's such
it's a loss.
Yeah, it's a pity. And what was hypnotherapy like? Like, were you properly hypnotized the way it used to be back in the Agatha Christie books?
Well, I think that's not how hypnotherapy works, right?
Okay.
It's like, when you go for therapy, the first time you think you're going to lie down on a couch and the therapist will sit behind, but that's not how it works. You just sit on a chair in front of somebody and talk. So, similarly, like the first time that hypnotherapy, so I had an interesting experience with hypnotherapy that when my therapist had first suggested it to me, I couldn't do it. I wasn't able to like go into trance, as they call it. But I did it during the pandemic on Zoom. And I think it was because I was in my own house. I felt more able to let go or something. I think like one of the things that the hypnotherapy helped my back pain a lot. That tells you about the relationship between your mind and your body. But it's like really like a deep meditation. That's what it feels like. That you kind of are aware of everything around you, but you're so deeply inside yourself. And when you come out of it, you feel deeply rested.
Sounds incredible. When I think of myself in being a teenager or when I was in college, I realized that there was practically no intellect. Any talent that there was haphazard and not directed in any particular direction. The best way to think of myself is as a basket of anxieties, right? So I want to ask you about, I think, the ubiquitous anxiety, first of all, that we have to grapple with as young people of what are other people thinking of me. That wherever you are, you go to college somewhere, you go to school somewhere, you want to fit in, you want to be the cool one. Or at least, even if you can't be one of the cool ones, you want to be respected for something or whatever you are. So, so I want to ask you about two processes of discovery. And one is that process of dealing with that particular anxiety of what other people think of you, which some people carry all their lives, which many of us carry all our lives. And I think it's only on reaching middle age that I managed to actually confront it and say, hey, no one gives a shit about anything. What difference does it make? People aren't thinking of me all the time. And and that's one process of discovery where you begin to kind of get comfortable in your own skin. And the other process would be just that of defining yourself. One phrase that I learned recently that I find resonant is a looking glass self, where who you are is really dependent on the reflection of yourself that you see in the eyes of others. So if your parents and everyone around you expect you, you're a girl, you got to be docile, you got to learn to cook, you got to take the tea out for the guest, you shape yourself into that because that's getting you approval. If your peers want you to be a particular way, you shape yourself into that because you want approval, which is why your earlier point about the sort of friends you have and the friendships that you have is resonant, because really so much of what we are depends on who we hang out with or who we choose to spend time with. And I don't think that's really properly understood. So tell me a little bit about these two processes, one of becoming comfortable in your own skin and not really caring that much about what others think, and the other of just being able to define yourself to yourself, that I am this and I am going to be this, I am owning it, and obviously these anxieties are at their most intense, I'm guessing, in teenagers and college and all of that, but for many people it can last all their lives.
I mean, I think I was definitely a very anxious kid. As I said, I didn't have too many friends, and I didn't have too much reassurance in my life. Like, there was nobody saying to me. I mean, in my family, it was like, okay, now go and pay your school. Here's the money, go and pay your school fees. And I had to be very scared to do everything. But nobody was really like saying, okay, I'll come with you and all of that. So you had to just kind of do it. And I also felt, I'm sure that some people made fun of me in school, and abhi mujhe itna yaad nahi hai, but definitely I feel that people found me strange. I mean, I was not like a regular kid. And being fat has its own meaning also, where you do feel that people mock you. People do mock you, of course, if you're fat, if you're not good looking in a conventional sense and all of that. And they do it till you're dead. So, wo to hai hi. But I think that this question of I'm owning who I am and this is who I am, I'm not sure that it happens in such a lucid fashion. I think that for when people play back to me how they saw me when I was young, I don't recognize that person. So as I experienced myself, don't know how to fit in, not really anybody's choice to hang out with. Didn't go to too many parties, didn't get invited to too many parties, didn't have that normal life of young people at all. Not until I was in college, and then also just a little bit. Very bookish, all the time reading. I mean, it's very sad that I can't remember all the important books I read. Like when I was improving my brain, I read a lot of books, which now I really feel like if I don't remember them, what does it say about me? But but I think that I met a friend from school some time ago, like we reconnected. She used to sit behind me and she used to bring bread poha for lunch. And I had never bread upma. I had never known this item. Like, what is this bread upma thing? So I used to always eat up her tiffin. And if I was in hostel, I used to get horrible tiffin. So that thing of eating up her tiffin, and I just liked her because she was a very sweet and smiling person. And I didn't feel scared of her. I felt scared of all the other girls in my class. It was when we were 13. And then over the years, yes, we lost touch. And suddenly she reconnected with me like 5, 6 years ago. And we met. And she said to me that, you really helped me a lot in my later life. You taught me a very important lesson. So I simply cannot imagine anybody learning any lessons from me. She said, no, you were sitting by yourself one day in the, like we used to have like a basketball court and all beach in the school, and there were these stadium steps. So I was sitting there in the break, and I came and sat next to you and said, like, isn't it strange to sit on your own? I just wanted to come and sit with you. And you said, no, I don't mind being on my own. Like, I think it's pretty okay to enjoy your own company. You can. No, first of all, I don't remember saying anything halfway so intelligent in my life, but clearly I said it then. And she said it was like it changed the lens for me, and I thought like, oh, you can do things on your own, and it's okay. You don't always have to be with other people. So this had a profound impact on me, and it shaped how I did certain things later in life. And I thought, wow, I didn't know that she saw me that way because that is not how I saw myself. Or when I meet people who said, we always knew you would do something different. That is not how I saw myself. I saw myself as totally lost, confused, not like other people, not able to cope. Just I was tortured. I just never wanted to be around other people because I just felt, when can I get out of people's line of sight and not be seen as weird and strange and not know what to say and just be by myself and read a book and daydream. I don't want to be around others. And then people tell you this thing about them, which tells you that everybody was experiencing some similar anxieties, essentially. But I did have an extreme thing. Like, I remember in my 13th year feeling acutely self-conscious while even crossing the quad outside our house to go to the bus stop, feeling that everybody's looking at me and laughing at me. So I had some little exacerbated feelings like that. I think about this is who I am and owning it, it actually, you realize you have been doing it without really knowing it, which is to say that somehow or the other, I still was doing things which I liked, right? Even though I found life so tough. But because I was never trying to fit in a sense, I felt I can't fit in. मेरा तो कोई chance नहीं है normal life में. So I just didn't submit myself to the normal world, which meant that I was essentially always trying to be who I am, find who I am. So that I did get an early start on that. But that's something you understand retrospectively. Oh, actually, the fact that I just read the books. Okay, I was this smart girl. Everybody knew I'm a smart girl. There's a clear division. There are pretty girls and there are smart girls. I'm definitely a smart girl and not a pretty girl, which means I read books. I know big words. I'm clever. I'm sarcastic. This is who I'm supposed to be. And I'm inhabiting that self. But still, I was reading Mills and Boone. Still, I was reading Asterix comics. I was reading the things that I enjoyed. And I didn't have a problem saying that, actually. I never hid. Like, I never hid that I loved Hindi film songs. So, in some strange way, I was still being myself. It's only later that I understood that's what it is. I only understood that actually by other people telling me. Like, I didn't know that other people didn't do this. It's only when people started saying that, I don't know how you do this. I find it very, like, how openly you say you. When I used to say I like Shah Rukh Khan like 20 years ago, people would like roll their eyes. You're still in that place, Amit, but you'll come. You'll find the light. You'll see the light. But that thing, that how are you admitting to this thing? I could never do it. Or, oh, you just wear whatever you want. I could never do it. And then you realize that, oh, people are holding themselves back a lot. The people that I think I should be like are actually not being like themselves. Actually, I am being like myself. So I don't think you have an epiphany is what I'm trying to say. This is who I am. And I'm only going to be this way. But I do remember that once a friend of mine said to me that every story you tell about a breakdown in a work situation or a relationship or a friendship is always a story about you not wanting your essence to be corrupted. It's like there's one thing which comes and you say, no, this, I won't. This is a non-negotiable for me. And I guess that's true. I had a very strong idea of that, obviously, but I didn't experience it that way. I think now I do a lot more.
I'm fascinated that maybe being so much of a misfit that you gave up on the hope of fitting in actually helped you find yourself sooner. Because otherwise, if you're in a halfway place where you are kind of accepted if you behave in a particular way, you can go a little bit in that direction. But feeling like you were so much of a misfit, ki nahi, I'm just giving up, I'm just going to be myself, is in a sense, it kind of
It's
sort of
liberty.
worked as a blessing. And I'm also wondering, and I'm thinking aloud here, that when you say that, your friends remember you for certain things and you don't remember them at all, you see yourself differently. And I'm just wondering if that is because when I look back at my younger self, I'm painting really broad strokes, that this is who I was insufferable, I was an asshole, huge ego, arrogance, all of those things. And those are the broad strokes I remember now, and perhaps I remember because they hurt me now. I don't like to see myself like that. But others will remember little different things. And I think the broad strokes may describe an overall macro way of feeling about a particular situation. But maybe in macro, you could be, in the micro sense, in your everyday behavior and the things you are doing, you could be perfectly charming and vivacious and kind and helpful and all of those other things. Whereas you now feel that, something completely different. I mean, I'm just thinking aloud.
I mean, I think that one thing is that, I would say that when you don't fit in very well and you just do whatever you want to do, one of the things that we could say is that it leads to a kind of liberation of self. The process of liberation of self starts happening a little earlier. But the other thing that it does, which does make it difficult to see yourself in that way, is that you become uncategorizable, right? When you say, I'm not in any category, so then who are you? What are you? You don't have a means to actually gauge yourself, therefore. So that's what I mean when I say that there isn't a lucid moment where you say, like, yeah, this is who I am and this is what I'm going to do, right? That's something, it's cumulative, and even then it may not happen. And there are many, many times when you disconnect from that self, which I'll explain in a minute. But I think that even the world does not know how to categorize you, and that can be very difficult. These stories where your friends are reading back to you how they experienced you are also things that they are looking at in retrospect and were not experiencing at that moment. I think when somebody is uncategorizable, people who are fitting themselves into categories don't want to be around that person too much. You want a little bit of it. There's a glamour to being uncategorizable, right? As somebody who was always the new girl, there's a glamour. Like, who is this person? You come, you are a matter of interest for people, and then you're gone. So there is glamour in that, actually, when you look back on it. But the fact that you are able to say certain things, be certain ways, all that is glamorous. But there is also, people are not going to choose you. People are not going to throw in their lot with you. They are not easily going to openly admit to being your best friend. Or that's why those who became my best friends or good friends or my companions in different ways, work or otherwise, are very special to me, because they are people who had the confidence in themselves to say, hey, I like this girl, it's fun to hang out with her, I trust my own sense of fun. Those are the people people who trusted themselves and did not have so many masks from their own selves, were the ones, I think, who, in a sense, validated me. But I don't think that the world validates you when you don't fit in. And that is why it's very difficult to see yourself in that way. People tell you that we always knew you would do something cool after you have done the thing that is cool. They don't tell you before. Paromita, don't feel like shit because you are going to do something cool later. I know it.
No one told
Nobody
you
tells
that.
you that. Nobody tells you that. I mean, I had one or two teachers who were like, why are you becoming frivolous? Like, you're a girl who, it's nice to be friends and have friends and be popular, but you shouldn't forget what it is that you really want to do with your life. So they are actually saying to you, I have this very, I don't know, I'm sure I spoke about it the last time, but Zakia Pathak, who was my teacher in my first year of college, whom I had a terrible crush on. Like, she was so amazing because she used to wear like bad nylon saris and fantastic earrings. So this combination of Zakia Pathak was very stunning. And she has short grey hair and she used to teach us Greek classics. And she was wonderful. I mean, she was really a very strong person and something very compelling about her. So I loved her. She loved me because actually the classics paper was that highly intellectual type of paper, which I totally took to. All those myths and metaphors, no, I was into it, pura ka pura. And I think, like, generally Miranda House had not had too many, like, it had a bit of a long fallow period where people were not coming. It was not one of the best colleges and all of that. So suddenly to have a student like me who was so invested was nice for the teachers also, right? So anyways, Agya Pathak, after a couple of years, and then I came first in the university and all that, and then I became a little bit like confident and started making friends and going here and there. And by the time I reached my third year, I started doing not so well and we had very boring papers also, tried and shied, and I didn't like it. So one day I got caught by Mrs. Pathak in the corridor saying, Paromita, I'm very concerned about you. That, your grades have been dropping, and it's nice to be popular, but you also have to be serious about your career. What are you planning to do after college? So I looked totally like bewildered at the thought because I had no idea. So I don't know, ma'am. I guess I'll do my MA or something. Yeah. And she said, I don't think you should do that. It's a very big world. You should go out there and see what's in the world for you. You should try out things. And if you don't like anything else, you can always come back and do your MA. But you must go out into the world. Now, why did she say that to me? It's because she was invested in me and she felt I can do more than just coast through life doing what is easy, which is what I was basically saying. So I think once in a while somebody, but वो भी डांट के बोला ना, तो ऐसा नहीं था कि you are going to, in the movies somebody always tells you that you are going to do great things. Nobody was telling me any such thing. And it's just that once in a while you encounter, it was only in my 20s that I made a few friends that who told me that no, you may think that you're not smart because the people around, like I would have people saying things to me like this, and people still say horrible things to me. Like I would say, so we are talking like 92 or 93. This globalization has just happened, and there are all these things that are changing around us. I remember saying to this one guy that, something is going on, and this like television is changing, and I think I want to make a movie about how we don't talk about the concept of poverty anymore. Like, we don't really talk about poor people anymore, right? Actually, now when I think back at it, 23, this was extremely perceptive of me to say during globalization's start. And he said, nothing very original in that thought. Like some boy who's 24 years old, who of course is trained to as a boy, talk to me that way, right? So I was always encountering people telling me that kuch khas nahi hai tum jo bol rahe ho, because it didn't fit into what you're supposed to say. And I remember meeting this one friend who was a filmmaker who'd come from abroad, and we used to chat a lot and have a lot of fun together. And I said something about, I don't know, I don't know what I'm going to do next. And he said, Paromita, you are extraordinary. You have an extraordinary mind, and whatever you do is going to be very interesting. I can't wait to see it. So, sometimes somebody says that to you and you get a little like bubble of joy inside, and it means a lot. It really, that bubble helps you float to the next place and fantasize for a little bit, and your fantasy takes you someplace. All the people who are reading back this reality which they themselves are oppressed by, where you don't fit, and therefore you are told कि तुम तो कुछ भी नहीं हो, that is too common. And I had it for most of my life. I still have it, actually. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're just surrounded by this reflexive negativity, or what Paul Graham calls the aggressively conventional minded, who are always sort of clamping down on you. And again, I forget which of my friends it is, but someone once mentioned that whenever they think of something good to say about someone, they tell that person immediately. And it actually does mean a lot. The fact that you can remember this one thing that was said.
Yeah, I think we all don't do that enough. Like, I feel I have phases when I do it more and phases when I do it less. And actually, it's so cliched. But the moment that you do it for somebody else, you feel awesome. You feel something fall away from you in terms of your own pettiness and self-doubt when you're able to just tell somebody like, wow, I loved what you wrote, or I really enjoyed your column this week. Or, when you say that, you also reconnect to the best in you and to the things that give you pleasure. But I don't think we do it enough for each other. But I'm also saying that to be an uncategorizable person can become a bad habit. If you think that I'm not going to fit in anywhere, so you can continuously be doing things like me, ke I keep moving from one obscure activity to the next obscure activity, and I sort of resolutely don't exist in the mainstream. And I have my own reasons for that, I suppose, but I truly feel that I'm fully able to be myself only when I'm in a space that is outside of normalcy. So I guess it's a continuation of my life in that sense. I choose spaces where I feel I can articulate myself best because there isn't a lot of noise. And too many other people are not doing that thing. And the moment more people begin doing that thing, I start to feel disenchanted and I want to shift to a new space. So there's that. But it also means that people continuously feel that feeling that people felt with me in school. नहीं है तो स्मार्ट है तो मतलब है तो स्मार्ट ये लड़की बट एग्जैक्टली व्हाट this is going to amount to, we can't say, and we don't want to put our lot in. Like, we don't want to validate this in any strong way because we are not able to predict what it's going to be. So I think how it translates in the contemporary moment for some character like me is that there'll be a lot of people who will think you're cool and what you do is remarkable, maybe, but they'll not really endorse it in certain ways. Like, it will always feel like they don't know what list to put you on. And so you will never be on any list. It's like that.
I'm just thinking that you might have been born 30 years too early, or maybe, I mean, you could still have decades of productive work ahead of you. I hope you do. But I no
You're
no I'm
sounding so hopeless about it.
no, because we are practically the same age. I'm just about to hit 50. But in the sense that what you're saying ties in with, I think, what was the huge fault of mainstream media, mainstream entertainment, everything mainstream. You have yourself spoken about how you have worked with organizations which seemed set up in such a way that they're only going to promote mediocrity. There's a certain kind of thinking. You have to think along certain rails. There are always gatekeepers, and you can't think in different ways. And if you are someone who thinks different, you are condemned to losing, basically, because it's mediocrity and it's thinking along those expected guardrails that is promoted. Now, some different thinkers make it, but that's, survivorship bias. Otherwise, it's really difficult to not conform and still make it. And I think in modern times, that is finally changing, where the mainstream is crumbling, gatekeepers are becoming, redundant. You can, at the very least, get your work out there without having to go through a gatekeeper. My biggest my favorite example of this is Miss Excel. Have you heard of Miss Excel?
No.
So Miss Excel is this woman who was extremely good at Microsoft Excel, used to teach classes, and she had two passions, which were electronic dance music and dancing. So she decided that these are the three things I love, I will combine them. So she started an Instagram channel where she would dance to EDM, while above that there would be captions which would give you Excel shortcuts. Right? No fucking gatekeeper would allow this to pass.
Yeah.
But she was just being herself. Massive hit to the extent, and she would sell courses. That's how she would make money. Sell courses in Excel. And I think there was a month, I'll link the article from the show notes, where she made like $100,000 a day. Right, a
I
day.
want to be Miss Excel.
I want to be Miss Excel. Join the Miss Excel fan club. And I just think that a story like this is absolutely impossible in any time in human history except now. This woman therefore doesn't fit into anything. And she loves all three of these, and she's bloody good at all three of these. And they don't make sense together, but she makes it work.
No, I agree that, definitely, I think that you can do more things on your own. And certainly, though I'm telling you all these things, my own life is testimony to the fact that even before internet anyway, I did lots of odd things and I'm here and I could do them. So it's not that it didn't happen for me. I think what I'm saying is that, when it's not very discernible to you, what is it that this person does? Like, if you tell somebody, do you know Paromita? And they say, no, what does she do? How will you describe it?
If I am asked this, she's a filmmaker, she's a feminist. In fact, the title of my last episode with you was Films, Feminism, Paromita. So I'm sorry if I'm if I'm typecasting you. But I think of you as a filmmaker, as a feminist, but also as someone with a quirky sense of fun who's engaging with popular entertainment in interesting ways, like all the videos you do for Agent of Ishq, which will have, your lavnis and your traditional dances and all, but you're saying really funky things. And also as someone who is happy to talk about things like sex and lust and all of that really openly. So this is a short potted elevator description I would give. I hope I haven't.
But it's not. But it's not. Like, as soon as you've said it, the other person like, okay, I get it. But exactly what does she do, right? And you're saying she does this, but actually it's not what she does, but it's something else. But that is how you're describing me, right? And therefore it's very difficult to categorize.
How would you categorize yourself?
I would categorize myself as a person who loves to think.
How, but that is so general. That is so. Every man thinks of himself like that, though it is not true for 99%.
I love to. I think thinking is my main skill, and that I use lot of different forms to think with. Right. So if you really ask me, like, I do film, I do writing, I'll do internet forms, I'll do any form. Actually, I don't mind doing any form. So I'm very promiscuous with form. And I really enjoy form. So for me, it's like every form becomes an opportunity to think with. So that's really what I do. But that is a hopeless description of yourself also. So what I'm really trying to say is that when you don't categorize and it's not very specific, it's very difficult. Like, people recognize that it matters in some way, but they can't pinpoint it. And in order to say that this matters, you have to just love it. So I have an audience that really loves me. I know that. But they just like there's a total love and acceptance from that audience. Whereas from a lot of other people, there is a sense of confusion. And the sense of confusion has been great and not been great, if you know what I mean, right? Yeah.
One of the things I've realized is how depth of engagement can be such a hugely important metric. Like, I often say I'd rather have, say, 100,000 people listen to an episode than 10 million people watch a YouTube video, because there on YouTube, the engagement tends to be very shallow. It might be average view time of 15 seconds. Here, the engagement is way, way deeper. The kind of love that I get from whatever relatively small group of people there is, it's still, beyond moving, because it is so deep. And similarly, I'm guessing for you, the absolute numbers may not be such that Shah Rukh Khan would view you as competition, but
Really don't understand why, Shahrukh, but
really don't
okay.
understand why Shah Rukh, yeah. Yeah. SRK, of course, would not view you as competition, but I would imagine that what is priceless about your following is that the engagement is way greater, the sense of intimacy and belonging to the content. So tell me a little bit about that. And again, that is not something you could have done, I think, 20 years ago. It is.
No, I mean, I think that's true. But I think one of the great learnings for me from my own career has been that, see, there is, there's that Hindi film song, Agar Saas Chheda Tarane Banenge. So you need that वो सास छेड़ने वाला कोई होना चाहिए who recognizes कि नहीं, मुझे ये चीज़ अच्छी लगती है. Like when Tinaz asked me to write column in Midday, I was like, well, I don't think I can write a column. And I don't have the time. Like, I can't do it. And I've never done it. And she said, okay, just do it for 3 months and then we'll see. Well, I mean, 13 and a half years have passed and I'm still doing it, right? Now, the thing is, I had no brief on that column. It was just write a column. And I thought, like, what should it be about? And I didn't know. So actually, I just wrote about anything and everything that. And over time, I got into stride. And now, I know what kind of things I want to write about and don't. So for me, the biggest surprise was that the number of people who responded to the column. I didn't think that would happen. And it shows you that basically somebody has to say, nahi, nahi, mujhe lagta hai ki you can do it. They have seen something that you have not yet started to see in yourself. Then you do it. And then it shows you that there are many other people who think like that. You just need that focal point, right? And so that audience grows. And yes, I think I'm continuously astonished by the kind. I feel I grow a lot from the responses of people who follow my work and like it, their engagement with it. So there is definitely a deep engagement that people have. A very strange thing that happens to me with people who follow my work is many of them have dreams about me,
Oh,
which
wow.
I find really intriguing. Like, I very often get a message from someone, sometimes an unknown person, or sometimes a person I might have met once or something, that I had a dream about you, and then they'll describe the dream. And of course, every dream is a dream about the dreamer. So that's always interesting for me to listen to. But I think it's interesting that they are engaging with me at a very core imaginative level, because imagination is the primary location of my work, and the desire to free the imagination is what I want to do. Like, if you ask me, what is my political purpose? It is to free people's imaginations to imagine many new things and many new ways of being. I don't want to tell people to be like me. I want them to tell me something else I could be. Like, I want their imagination to liberate me as much as the other way around, right? So I think that I definitely get from many of the people who follow me. When they write to me, I feel like, like, even in my own work, I understand something new. So there is a lot of that beautiful warmth in the engagement that I feel very, very lucky to have. There are some people, I think, who like my work because I wrote a column about love for some time. So that has people love to read about it and they feel very happy, maybe even a little flattered because they feel their emotions are being written. Sometimes somebody will write something really sweet. Like a few weeks ago, someone wrote, "Only I know how much you have written this column for me." So I love it when that happens, because I feel that the capacity for intimacy that those readers are showing or those viewers are showing is very special. And I want there to be a lot more of that in the world. So I think definitely I see that in the people who are following my work, and I value it. It means that the thing that I care about and want to communicate through my work is communicable. And there are people who understand that. And they're not such a small number that it doesn't matter. Yeah.
You mentioned earlier that the friend from your youth whose tiffin you used to eat up met you, and she said, you had this impact on me. You said this, that being alone can be good, and that meant so much to me. And then you realized that something that would have seemed so normal to me to say can be a TIL for someone. And what I found as a columnist is often I don't write columns anymore because I decided not to write for any other platform, just to do my own thing. But, in between, I became really jaded about writing anything because I was like, what's the point? One, nothing is going to change. And two, I've written everything I had to write. So what, everything felt like stating the obvious. And then sometimes I'll realize that, whether it's in my episodes or whatever, that I'll say something which to me sounds completely unremarkable, but somebody will say, fuck, man, that really changed me, or somebody sent me a column I wrote 12 years back and they said that, man, this changed my life. It stayed with me for a long time. And I was like, that was a throwaway column, I've written like hundreds of columns and that was a throwaway thing. And it stays with you. And that then reminds me that at some level, it also becomes a responsibility of writers and creators that don't take what you do for granted. It can make a difference, even if you've normalized everything so everything seems obvious to you. But you still want to put it out there because it can make a difference. Have you been through?
I mean, certainly that does happen, that, people feel deeply impacted by something you have said or done which you didn't pay that much attention to. Or at other times, for example, when I was writing my column on love, I once got an email from a young man about a terrible, like, he's like, it's a strange email to write to you, but I don't know who else to write to. And basically, it was not an uncommon story about falling in love with a young woman. They were from different communities. Her family found out. And so now there's no way, and you're not like, they had to break up. And he's like, I'm not even very sure what I'm writing to you for, but what can I do? How can I deal with this? And I didn't have a solution to offer to this person, right? So then I simply just wrote back saying that, I mean, you can't do anything. Actually, that's the honest fact, that unless your girlfriend herself makes some effort, there's nothing you can do. You can just let her know that you'll be there to help her if she wants to do something. But otherwise, I'm sorry, and I hope that you feel better, and I'm sure that you'll meet somebody else. But about a year later, he wrote to me saying that actually his girlfriend did get back in touch with him, and that they're now together, and they explained it to her parents. And it's like, I can't explain to you, but reading your column gave me a lot of solace and courage. Like, I felt I had somebody with me when I was feeling completely alone. And I thought, like, wow, that is actually a very profound thing to have happened. That, of course, the person wrote to you because they could, but in essence, the fact that they would read and feel this other voice as a companion to them, and a sense of empathy for their situation, not like move on, like it's going to be tough, but well, one day you will get over it, and one day you'll fall in love again. That is seems to make a huge impact on this person. It may not make any impact on another. I mean, it's also so random, right? So I think one has to trust in those moments. Of course, I believe in those moments very deeply, and if when those moments happen, it makes me feel like myself very deeply. I don't know how else to put it. But the other night, while on a panel discussion about fandom, and somebody who's younger said that, that when I would start to say that I really love this actor or whatever, it was for me like in your film. I became fearless, and fearless is the name of the character in Unlimited Girls. And when she said it, I felt such a deep, like, I felt like all of my fragmented parts reconnected, right? Like, I felt as if that is exactly what I wanted to say. I didn't want to say it. So to the person who said, only I know how much you have written this for me, I felt like saying, only I know how much I have written it for me. Like, most of my writing is also to give solace to myself. And in a way, that is also why it gives solace to someone else if it does, right? So when I made Unlimited Girls, it was to think about what it meant to be a fearless person, not in a traditional sense, but in wanting to become yourself, to want to arrive at a destination of who you are. And to have another person read that back to you as something that had been a journey for them, it is profound. And I think, yes, it's incomparable.
So, final question before the break, not the final question. On my way here, while I was in the cab, I was reading Noah Smith's newsletter where his latest newsletter is about how Tokyo is the best city in the world.
Is it?
And he has, that was everybody has a different view on this. On some days I feel Bombay is the best city in the world, and he had this great sentence where he says, many great cities become museums of themselves their lack of new development and homage to their glory days. And his contention is Tokyo refuses to do this. But
Hmm.
I'm struck by how much this phrase can also apply to individuals,
Hmm.
that we can become museums of ourselves, and we can become ossified in a particular way. And, like people often complain that, oh, old people repeat the same stories all the time. And they say that it's like you become autocomplete of your earlier self, as it were.
Hmm.
And it
That's a nice
seems
way to put it.
and it strikes me that one way to get out of this, that artists or creators are in less of a danger of this, because every time you write something or every time you create something, if you're not just on autopilot, as it were, you are in a sense expanding yourself and expanding your sense of self. You're changing all the time and so on and so forth. Do you feel that's the case with you? Because at one level, once you have the kind of career you've had where you've created all the things you have, it is true that while you cannot be categorized in a particular way, you can be seen in a particular kind of way. And it is dangerous for you also to see yourself in a particular way and conform to that and just become that person and become ossified. Would you ever feel, looking back in hindsight, that, oh, I could have been a museum of myself? Or like, I look at myself maybe 5 or 6 years ago, and I think there was that danger, and I think I'm broken out of it because I'm doing enough work that helps me stay fresh. But in your case, what was that journey like? And as a creative person, I mean, is this something you've thought about?
I mean, I think I do think about it either consciously or not so consciously sometimes, because I have a deep fear of becoming ossified, of becoming unaware of what I am, right? Like, I have a great fear of it. And, and I also have that accompanying thing that, I don't like to stay in a space that I think is becoming an industry. So, for example, when I started working on Bombay as a theme, I didn't do it like I am going to work on Bombay as a theme. It sort of happened that the things I was interested in were about the life around me and the life I was making for myself. So I had a good, like, 8 or 9 years of working on those themes. I made several films: Q2P, Cosmopolis, West Sandra. I wrote a lot about Bombay, and then it was like this whole thing called the urban turn was happening in academia, and writing about Bombay and talking about Bombay became a thing, and Maximum City came out, and it all started to get a kind of, the template starts to emerge. And I always become very uncomfortable when that happens. Now, you can read that as being, a little moralistic or judgmental. Like, you can say that, well, just because something is settling into an institutionalized format and there are rewards for doing that, now you want to like go off and do something else. But I think, so part of my feeling that, yes, there is a great danger of automatedness in what one does now. There will be opportunities, you will take them just because they are coming, and what will you then be? This is a very big fear. So I kind of started to ease away from that space. And I'm not really praising myself for this, because I say it, two things happen. That one is that maybe you're just making things very hard for yourself. Maybe you have more work to do in that field, which you could do with less hardship than before. But now you have decided कि नहीं नहीं मुझे ये नहीं करना है. But on the other hand, it is also that it's a survival need for me, because since I'm not used to belonging, that when there's a space where you might get very belonged, I start to feel like I'm losing myself, because I'm only used to being outside the category. I only experience myself when I'm outside the category. Sometimes inside the category, I start feeling drowned and not able to speak. So also it's a survival need for me to do something else. So I think that also happened when I made Unlimited Girls, and it was a certain kind of a film. And I made a few films, which were inventive and mixed and all of that. But after some time, it's not that that work became meaningless for me, because I think I grew. I think from Unlimited Girls to Partners in Crime, there was a growth in the way that I was looking at the medium. But documentary itself began to become that space where European funding is coming in. There is a push to make a certain kind of film. And that is professionalizing the space in a way that I felt that my work doesn't get enough. Like when it was an unmoderated space, and I would make films and audiences would come and they would love it. And they would love many other people's films. So it was a kind of a space of love, and the stakes were not so industrialized, let me put it that way. So I feel like maybe I also recognize that when the space is going to become industrialized, a person like me cannot easily exist in that space, because I will be judged by a yardstick that doesn't apply to me. And I don't want to be judged by that yardstick. So I would often then move away from that. But I also think that it comes from a desire to be actually communicating, right? To actually be responding to the world around me. And that I think you can't do that if you keep sticking with, like, sometimes to say new things, you need new forms. So even making an Agents of Ish kind of a space, it came from the desire to say certain things which I don't think could be said in documentary. I mean, Agents of Ish, 8 years, people's narratives, the variety of themes which emerge in relationship to the audience cannot be done in a film. There are many things I learned in filmmaking that I'm applying to what work I do right now, but they generate a new thing. So I think certainly it's very important for artists to be open to the idea that they could be anywhere doing anything. But I think it's about recognizing what kind of an artist you are. There are some artists who are great exponents of one thing, and they can use that one form to do myriad things. So as long as you are being very truthful to the things you want to say via your form, I think it's fine. It's absolutely okay. For me, I'm not able to be fully truthful without always finding that new form to speak in. Uh, why that is, like I said, it's biographical. Some of it is because I want to speak about the now. I'm very interested in speaking about what is happening right now, but not speaking about it in a trends kind of way. I want to understand the meaning of what is happening around me right away. So for that, sometimes you need a new form, and that is why I go towards it. But yeah, I think whatever it's good for artists get to know themselves as they work. You can't know yourself beforehand. The more you work, the more you know yourself. And I think that you should try to be true to yourself and not think that you already know everything about yourself. You will always find something new in yourself as an artist. I would say at this point in my life, I'm very curious about myself in terms of what I'll do next. I think I want to do something that may be even a little bit more classical in nature, because that's not my way. And I'm curious that how will I do it? And I think one should feel curious कि अगर मैंने ये किया तो फिर उसमें से क्या निकल के आएगा? Then I think it's fun and it's alive, your work,
I was very struck by something you said in this superb interview of yours, which came out a couple of days before we are recording this, where you spoke about how Agents of Ishq is actually like a film only, except it's running for many years. And, when you think of it with that lens, suddenly you just see it differently. And obviously, it's so true that as an artist, you have to the only way to keep growing is to try new things and all of that. And at the same time, as an artist, there is also that temptation, which you're saying you reflexively fought, to allow yourself to get ossified. That if an industry opens up, fine, you get the foreign funding for the cliched documentary made in a cliched way, or you kind of allow that to happen, and you won't even know it. It's very easy to then rationalize all of that and say, oh, I've done so much work on Bombay, and yeah, now I'm finally getting rewarded, and I've got now a fancy apartment and a good life, and I travel all the time.
It's a nice daydream.
Yeah, so you should start daydreaming again. But and yeah, so that resistance to being ossified is so important. But at the same time, how do you fight those temptations and even those resentments? Like you mentioned Maximum City, and I'm guessing when Maximum City came out, like if I was in your place, there's a small petty part of me which would have said कि I have been working on Bombay for 10 years, I've done such great work, इसको इतना acclaim क्यों मिल रहा है? How does one fight that? Because you find that people with one doesn't want to do comparative scales, but men do this kind of thing. Somebody with 1/5 of your talent would suddenly be very successful and, getting opportunities that perhaps could have been yours had you gone for them, but you've chosen to kind of stick out and not get into that groove. So have you had these kind of self-doubts? How do you deal with it?
Yeah, I mean, all the time. I'm a very complaining kind of a character. So, you feel it. Of course, you feel like if you've done something for a long time, and the fact that you are working in what are relatively more ephemeral forms, that you are not going to write a book or you're not going to make that one particular type of a film, that is a point of desire also, that I don't like that self-seriousness in a lot of things. But at the same time, you feel that. I think the resentment that you feel is fair. Because in an ideal world, there should be space for that thing and you. And the fact that the world is binary and says, oh, that's the real thing, and now you are no longer the real thing, maybe that pisses me off. Like somewhere that my abandoning of those spaces is also like, fuck you. Like now, are you telling me that after I made this space happen, because I do feel I have done that with a lot of spaces. Like I've made those spaces happen, not alone, along with others. Like a cohort always happens, right? Who is doing something first without too much pomposity, seriousness, and underlining of it, but doing it playfully. And then it opens up a field, right? And then somebody comes and does some, I don't want to call it seminal, but like they'll do some kind of more conventional piece of work. But one also has to accept. I think whenever I feel that feeling now, I just say to myself that, but that person has done an act of translation, which you did not do. And that is why that person's work is reaching yes, in an ideal world, you should be understandable, or what people have understood of you, they should stay with that love and not just go chasing after the Rani Mukherjee, like you are Kajol and they are Rani Mukherjee in Kuch Kuch Hota Hai.
I have completely missed this. My listeners will get it, but I have completely missed it. And you're happy.
On purpose, you have missed it, I know. But I'm just saying that feeling that you get, right? So I think you have to contextualize for yourself. This is how the world is structured. It's okay to feel pissed off, resentful and bitchy for a little while, but you really can't stay in that place because some people are very good at acts of translation like that. They really know how to take what is going on and convert it into a blockbuster item. Some people know it and you cannot begrudge them that. It's not their fault.
Can you give other examples of such translation as you put it? I love the way you're using this term here.
I mean, let's say, I'm trying to think. Well, I mean, even if you think about, actually, I would say like Superman of Malegaon as a film, I feel it's an act of translation where it takes a kind of impulse of documentary that is happening independently at that moment, where documentary is slightly transitioning from its very activist kind of mode into there's variety of films that, whether it's Amar Kanwar making these, like very Drupad type documentaries, or me making this popular kind of culture mixed film. There are a number of different impulses that are occurring. And I think Superman of Malegaon very excellently takes all those energies and converts it into a very translatable, coherent piece of work, which a large number of people can enter, right? And I think that such moments when such a work comes do end up like making that the way that people want everything to be. That is not the fault of that person. That's just the way the world works. So you have to understand that. And I think that once when I was complaining about something else, which I can't name, even though it would be a very good example. So my friend said to me, I said, like, I'm such a bad person. Like, why am I saying these things about that work? Because I actually think that thing is good, but I just feel mad that like I have been doing it for so long and I'm not getting the same amount of, and that person is not attributing what they have done to the work that I did. And she said, actually, it's not that you're a bad person. And actually, you do want everybody to do the things that you want the world to be more like the way your work is. You're just feeling upset because you're not getting credited for what you've done. And it's as if what you have done has been cancelled by this thing. I think that's a real issue for independent artists. I think those of us who have done things in ways that were not conventional, I think the world needs to learn to acknowledge that much better. I think that if you look at, let me say, for instance, that I have found it extremely, what is the word for it? Found it like kind of so low grade that suddenly people are writing about documentaries because All That Breathes got nominated for an Oscar, or Riding with Fire got nominated for an Oscar. आपके वेबसाइट पे कभी डॉक्यूमेंट्री के बारे में कुछ भी नहीं होता है, right? There are so many documentary filmmakers. There is so much work that has happened in documentary that is so outstanding. But you will never write about it until a film gets nominated. And then you will use that to define what a documentary should be. So I'm saying, like, this is the internet, no? There are platforms upon platforms and Instagram accounts upon Instagram accounts about cinema. But see how narrow is the breadth of what they are talking about. Instead of there being more space for more types of things to be accommodated at an equal level, I'm not sure that is happening. I think there is a certain homogeneity of what matters and doesn't matter that is happening now, which I don't feel used to be there before. And it's paradoxical because what you also said earlier, that more types of things can exist. But the way in which we are able to value and celebrate them is, I don't think, really expanding. I think it is contracting, actually. And I think maybe it's something we can talk about after the break, but I think there is something about how we listen, how we listen to the world that is really altering, and that is creating this feeling, that many people feel unheard.
We'll get to that after the break, as you said. But before the break, just like a couple of observations. And one observation is that what it seems to me, independent artists like you and the others you mentioned are doing, is you're expanding the boundaries of the possible, and then somebody else happens to come into that space and do something that is closer to the mainstream, and they become successful. But they managed to do it in the first place because you had already expanded the boundaries of the possible and expanded the imagination. Something like the Overton window in politics, where some people may be extreme only so that others less extreme can sound more reasonable than they otherwise would, right? And that's thought number one. And thought number two is about homogenization, in the sense that my understanding of the way the world worked, and it was a bit of a lament, is that everything is becoming a Cavendish banana. Now, this is something I learned about the Cavendish banana from my episode with Vikram Doctor. And for those of my listeners who haven't heard that, basically the Cavendish banana was a particular kind of banana. It was taken from India to the West. There, somehow, because it is suitable for many things like economies of scale and it lasts long and all of that, it became the dominant banana. And then it was exported from there back to India, where it is now destroying all indigenous kinds of bananas. So your banana diversity has gone down, and the Cavendish banana is not so tasty. And it's a great metaphor for a homogenization that happens across fields. And I would have thought that, for example, it happens in languages also. That you have languages in the cities and dialects outside cities, as it were. So when you have people who speak in Bhojpuri, Maithili, and so on, when they come to a big city, the incentive is to conform and to be able to communicate with as many people as possible. So you embrace Hindi and you leave your dialect behind, and dialects die, and that's how they've been dying. Now, I did a recent episode with, not recent, I mean almost a year back, with Vinay Singhal of Stage.in, which turned this around on its head for me. Because what he's done with Stage.in is, a central premise was Netflix for India, but not in languages like Hindi, Punjabi, Bengali, but in dialects like Bhojpuri, Haryanvi, and so on. And conventional wisdom would tell you, no, we are in the age of the Cavendish banana. But he said, no, I will charge Netflix prices and I will build audiences. And he's managed to do exactly that. Phenomenal amounts. It's a hugely successful company now. And there's been what he calls a reverse migration, where kids from Haryana went to Bombay to join the film industry. And now they've gone back and they're making Haryanvi content and Bhojpuri content and all of that. And that, I've seen some of it, and it's mainstreamish kind of content, obviously. But the fact is that it's an anti-homogenization thing. And even in the creator economy, even what I see with a Miss Excel, or even what I've done with long form podcasting, where nobody would know that there were listeners for this kind of thing. The fact that there is a niche, no one would even call it a niche or use that term, because you would not know it exists. The default assumption would be कि 5 घंटे की podcast कोई नहीं सुनेगा. But abroad, Lex Friedman and the likes have shown, and over here what I see every day with my own, is that it is there. And so there are these spaces. Now I agree with you that doesn't mean that every independent filmmaker is immediately going to be able to put food on the table. It is still a struggle. It is still a labor of love for most of us. My new YouTube show, me and my co-host Ajay, we've decided we're not going to make money for 2 years. We are not even going to think about it. It's okay. We're just going to do it because we want to do it. And we are privileged enough to be able to do a labor of love. Most artists, frankly, aren't. But having said that, it is still a step in a direction where audiences are, one, they are fragmenting. So the long tails are, you can cater to them. And two, there is a means to find this audience. If I was to do a long form interview every week in a physical location, there wouldn't be 10 people who would show up. But when I do it through the internet, I find these dispersed audiences. And all of this really makes me hopeful about the future of the group.
No, I absolutely agree with that. I think that, I mean, I'm reiterating that, like, I don't consider my life not to be a successful life, because look at the kind of things I'm doing. Like, you cannot, like, when we started Agents of Wish, people were like, nahi ho sakta hai, nahi karoge, koi nahi aayega. But that is not how it is. And, we have gotten to be even more like, now we do something called Turkey Tuesday, in which we are actually talking about language of dharak, not lust, but actually all the things that have been called vulgar, which is like a deep colonial amount of baggage, which it's very difficult to make people shift that mindset because we have all internalized it. So I think and that we are able to do it, and that there's an audience that gets it and connects with it. Like you can, if you tell somebody this, they'll say no. It can't be. So you can only demonstrate it. You have to do it. You have to demonstrate. You have to make it possible. And I think that there are some people who are always vanguardist in that way. They want to do the thing that nobody has done, not because of anything else, but I feel like in myself, it's a deep love of solving a puzzle. It's a creative puzzle. कि ये चीज़ कैसे कर सकते हैं? अगर ये करेंगे तो क्या होगा? हो सकता है कि नहीं हो सकता है? So actually the person who does our website, he is frustrated with us because we do play with so many forms. And he told me if you can reduce it, your reach will really grow. And the problem is ना कि आपको ना form बहुत आसान लगता है. You can play with any form, and once you've solved it, then you get bored, then you want to do another form. And he is right about that. If you stay with the same thing for a long time, doing Agents of Ish for 8 years is the longest I've ever done anything in my life. And I see that if you keep doing something for a long time, the audience keeps growing and you can have a kind of definition of success which otherwise evades you. But, what about the puzzle? What about the new puzzle is always a question that is in your mind. So you have to, cannot gauge your success in the conventional way. You'll have to say, oh, how many new things was I able to do? In my life, how many new creative puzzles did I get the chance to solve and have some other people participating in that? Will have to be your gauge for your success. So it's not about your self-image of successful or not. I think it is about sometimes we feel that feeling because we feel the world does not equally value. That doesn't mean that the Shah Rukh Khan, but I don't think that I'm less important than Shah Rukh Khan. Let me just say I don't identify with so much of the conversation about fans of Shah Rukh Khan, and people don't understand why I've never met Shah Rukh Khan and why I don't try to meet Shah
I
Rukh
think you're
Khan.
more important, and I'll tell you why, but please finish.
I have no objection to your thinking that, of course. But I'm saying, when people ask me, why don't you want to meet Shah Rukh Khan? And sometimes I joke and I say, because I want Shah Rukh Khan to meet me, which is the truth. What's the fun in me wanting to meet Shah Rukh Khan? Only if Shah Rukh Khan wants to meet me will the daydream become real, right? But the other thing is also that as a fan, what I really feel is I am Shah Rukh Khan. Na? It's the Shah Rukh Khan-ness in me that I am interested in exploring. That I loved Shah Rukh Khan because I saw a bit of myself in that figure. So actually, it's really about that. That person can be very valuable to the culture, and I can also be very valuable, and the culture has to see us both as valuable. The culture doesn't always see both of us as valuable in our different ways. They will only see this person valuable when they are like Shah Rukh Khan. And I think that is what we all feel a little frustrated about. If you are a writer of poetry, you should be as beloved as the writer of pulp fiction. And I'm saying the writer of pulp fiction should also be as beloved as the writer of poetry. They have their own meaning in a culture. That's the dream. But, it's a daydream and a night dream both.
This conversation was going really well till you used the phrase the Shah Rukh Khan-ness in me. Anyway, you're triggering me with that. But
all on purpose.
But I do want to. I meant it very seriously when I spoke about you being bigger than SRK or any other comparative star in a particular way. That most people's engagement with SRK would be at a very shallow level and would be with a fictional version of himself that they've built in their heads. Whereas people's engagement with you would be way deeper and would be with the real you and would be because you connect with them in a particular way. I don't think Shah Rukh would have brought couples together like you did in that particular case.
What do you mean? Shah Rukh has brought so many couples together.
Actually, yeah. I said the wrong thing there, but you get what I'm saying. Yeah.
I am just saying that, I think different figures in the world have different meanings.
Yeah.
And if one thinks in terms of a biodiverse existence for the culture, then everything has its own beauty and meaning, right? And the fact that when I say homogenization, that's what I mean. That rather like nature, which we want to synthesize and homogenize in a certain way, rather than accept its slightly untamable diversity, I think that is what you long for in a culture. You long to love many things and have each love recognized as meaningful.
On that note, let's take a quick commercial break. Though I don't have any commercials, but break le lete hain. Have you always wanted to be a writer but never quite gotten down to it? Well, I'd love to help you. Since April 2020, I've enjoyed teaching 27 cohorts of my online course, The Art of Clear Writing, and an online community has now sprung up of all my past students. We have workshops, a newsletter to showcase the work of students, and vibrant community interaction. In the course itself, through 4 webinars spread over 4 weekends, I share all I know about the craft and practice of clear writing. There are many exercises, much interaction, and a lovely and lively community at the end of it. The course costs rupees 10,000 plus GST, or about $150. If you're interested, head on over to register at indiauncut.com/clearwriting. That's indiauncut.com/clearwriting. Being a good writer doesn't require God-given talent, just a willingness to work hard and a clear idea of what you need to do to refine your skills. I can help you. Welcome back to The Seen and the Unseen. I'm chatting with Paromita Vohra about her fascinating life. And as we went into the break, you said, okay, after the break, we are going to talk about, how we listen. So let's talk about how we listen, by which I presume you mean how people take in mainstream, how people take in entertainment and so on and so forth.
Well, everything. Actually, if I think about what does it mean to make art, it means to listen deeply to the world, right? To listen and see what is underneath the thing that is being said in the world right now. Or if I think about how we make work on Agents of Ishq, we don't work by a curriculum. We allow it to emerge from what the audience is saying, but it's not as facile as, hey guys, what would you like us to talk about? And then 6 topics. Yeah, once in a while that too, but mostly it's like a deep listening to the comments. And to give an example, one year, when we started Agents of Ishq, it's like sex education, sexuality, sexual culture. But I think we started talking about mental health within a year and a half or so. So we were we're very early in that whole discussion on mental health because we sensed that there is this underneath what people ask us and say. There is this question of mental health. And then there was, I think some conversation on dating that emerged. And Instagram has this cool feature where you can ask a question and like a sticky question. And then when people respond to it, you know who they are, but you can repost it anonymously. It's a really great feature, actually. So a lot of people seem to feel very relaxed to use it. If they trust the handle, they are very honest. And I think because of the questions about dating, I think it was something very ordinary, like what do you love about dating nowadays and what do you hate about dating nowadays? And when seeing the answers, we thought, it's as if to say people are almost too scared to say they want to be loved or to love. So we asked the question, what prevents you from asking for love? And the answers were really very astonishing, very raw. And you sensed that people have loneliness, they have fear, they have anxiety about hurt. Nobody wants to make themselves known. And as a result, we ended up doing 2 months of 2 themes in the following months. One of them was the theme of vulnerability, which we didn't understand simply as emotional vulnerability, but rather as political, social, relational vulnerabilities, and how vulnerability is a phase we have to go through in order to reach a place of resilience, not simply permanently stuck in that same place, right? That almost vulnerability is needed to transition to another place. And another month that we did on, which was called I Want to Hold Your Hand, which was about the idea of touch and how deeply people want affectionate touch, because touch is so hypersexualized and it has become very contentious, like good touch, bad touch type of a conversation. But actually the simple thing of being hugged or holding hands with a friend, or even in romantic and sexual relationships, the simplicity of touch, not always being a hypersexual meaning, but even that intimacy of holding hands and the warmth of touch, I think like we sensed that people have these needs. So, and I think when we did that work, people responded to it deeply, right? And I think that deep listening allows you to do a deep relationship with your audience. That is why, like, sometimes I attended a talk which was themed inflection. And a data scientist talked about how, you need gigantic amounts of data to say, okay, this is an inflection point. But when you think about a small piece of data like a poem, it can have a massive effect on you. It can change your life. but it's a very small piece of data. So actually, what is it that it does to you, and how does one really, like, size is not everything, which speaks to your earlier conversation about depth of engagement, right? So I think that deep listening forms are needed, but they're not very easy to obtain nowadays. So again, I feel that social media is a place where everybody wants to speak, but very few want to listen, or very few feel really heard sometimes. And our ability to listen to others is decreasing, and that also creates a feeling of loneliness. Because loneliness is not only about having friends or not having friends, but it is about feeling like you live in a community and the world is your home. To be at home in the world, you have to be able to feel that you are listened to and you can listen without threat. I think that a lot of people do feel that if they listen, then that will drown them out. So they must say what they think. And I think that is resulting in us continuously having forms that are not committed to that deep listening. Like when you do a lengthy podcast of this kind, and even my anxiety in the break that, oh my God, am I boring people? Am I boring people? It's come from this thinking that really nobody has, if you can't tell me right away what you mean, I really don't have the time to sit and figure you out, right? And that if I do give you that much time, well, what's my ROI? And therefore, what's your worth? Your worth should be known to me before. So I think this is what I really mean about listening, understanding, contextualizing, giving meaning, giving value to things simply by paying attention. I think there is a difficulty with that.
So we just, me and a friend of mine, we just launched a YouTube show, and which gives you great metrics. Now, our sort of way of thinking about this is that philosophically, we decided we are not going to look at metrics for the first couple of years. I don't give a damn about analytics and what it tells me. But Ajay looked at the metrics and he said, do you know what? Within the first 30 seconds, we are losing almost half the people, right? And I'm like, theek hai, I don't mind that, because these are the people who don't know us, who haven't clicked on a link and come here. They've just seen us pop up in the YouTube thing. They listen to it. I can't give immediate gratification in 30 minutes, so they're out, they're gone. And that's okay. But there's, 15 to 20% of the people who are watching all the way through the full hour, and they're engaged, and I value that. And I value that so much that I don't really care about what the absolute numbers might be. But leaving that aside, I have two or three questions arising out of what you just said. And for the first of them, I am going to sort of quote you, and in one case disagree with you. So I'm going to quote you twice. I'm going to disagree with the first quote. And your first quote, which is quite pithy, is language, which is like the data of experience, is as amazing as stories and as potent. Stop quote. And you said this in the context of gaslighting, and you're right in that context. But I feel that language is incredibly inadequate. And I'm going to, you've got a beautiful quote about how love comes in many forms, and I want to quote that as well, where you say, in truth, attached or detached, we find love many times in our lives. Just that often it appears in unconventional places and shapes, in erotic intimacies experienced within friendship, in relationships that are entirely virtual, in the inexplicable attachment to someone we've just met once or twice, the commitment we feel to someone we have long parted from but remember with an abiding flame, the almost painful empathy for a colleague, a romantic love across orientation, the yearning and joy of someone else's social media presence, the simultaneous love for two or three people, that person we barely know but inexplicably keep seeing in our dreams. All kinds of love we rarely recognize as such. Even when we give in to these loves, most of them remain in a shadowy, half-acknowledged place, creating the grounds for much hurt and violence. So our emotional lives are constantly undercut and soured by judgment of ourselves and others. Stop quote. And what beautiful passage. And this, I think, to me also underscores the complete inadequacy of language itself to describe the world and to describe ourselves. It's like that Wittgensteinian sort of skepticism about what language can do. And I'm reminded of what, Borges once wrote a short story about how a map of the world has to be as big as the world itself to be accurate, and it's immediately out of date because the world is changing. And similarly with language, I find that there is so much we can't express, like in the word love, like you've said, that there are so many shades to it. And I feel that when you speak about the importance of listening, along with listening, one has to wonder about language. that, how do you articulate so many of these things? We perhaps don't have the language for it. And to me, one way of getting past the problem of language is a problem that is a solution that artists know, which is show don't tell. If you're not telling, you don't need language. You can show, you show a love story, certain things happen, it resonates with you. I think poets mainly show don't tell. Stuff resonates with you, and then you don't need language anymore. You're listening in a different way. And yet most people don't engage with art deeply. Most people don't have the patience or the time or the privilege to be able to listen to a long form podcast or listen to conversations or whatever. And so I'm not really coming at a question, but it's just an observation that in many ways what you have done in tackling the very difficult subject of sexuality with Agents of Ishq is through all these lovely songs and through using tropes of popular entertainment and all of that, you've managed to find a way to say something which I think previously was unsaid and even perhaps unsayable. So take me a little bit through your thinking of all of this.
I mean, I agree with you that if we think about language as words, then it will never be sufficient, because I don't think words are the only language we use, right? And what the arts do is that they bring many languages together. So the fact that music is a kind of language, and relating to what we said earlier, acts of translation. So sometimes somebody, through a book or through a film, gathers many different energies, makes them into a very simple, by that I don't mean simplistic, but a simply understandable idea. When it comes to food, I think pizza is such an idea, right? Like pizza takes something that is actually quite myriad when you eat it in its own place. I mean, the other day I made a potato pizza, a white pizza, which had like mascarpone and potatoes, and is nothing like the pizza we know and love.
Except it's all carbs.
Well, delicious.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know you were feeling horrified when I was describing it. I could sense. But the thing is that actually pizza is that kind of simple translation of an idea of food, and everybody understands that particular thing, right? So I feel like with the arts, we are able to take as many unsaid or unsayable things, or things for which there is no verbal language, or where the verbal language has been outcasted or outlawed. And we are able to recuperate its meanings and put them into a form that people can intuit. I think what is very valuable about the arts is that they create an inclusive frame. They allow, because they are not fixing a meaning the way that words can fix meaning. And art comes alive through the connection between words, right? When you write a poem and what the words mean when connected. So that place of connection and relationality between the said and the unsaid, between the felt and the apprehended, is actually what art brings together for us. And it allows us a privacy to just feel that feeling. We can enter into a film or a poem or a song with whoever we are and leave a bit changed, but we don't all have to be the same. Even while we are watching that one thing. That is what makes it such an inclusive and beautiful frame. So it liberates our spirit. I mean, one of my favorite lines from any of my films is from this folklorist who said that when we talk about copyright, ki kala to aisi cheez hai which has been created to liberate the spirit. So how can you lock up art with copyright, right? And I find that beautiful, that art exists to liberate our spirit. So I think that words are inadequate, but words are also beautiful. I think that my question about different relationships, or say Agents of Ishq, where we are saying that there is no one sexual liberation. The path to liberation is understanding who you are as a sexual person and being able to actualize it to some extent, combined with the idea that, in fact, we're starting a new project within, not within, but like as a kind of next path from Agents of Ishq about the idea of safe spaces and this excessive anxiety about the safe space, without always being safe from something rather than safe for something, right? So actually, what does art do? I think it creates a safety to be adventurous, to go into an imaginary place, right? If you ask that, well, there are songs that I grew up hearing which filled me with ideas about what I can do, and somehow that's keeping me company on an unknown journey. What is the thing that is keeping you company? It's a certain feeling you had when you heard that song, which tells you that maybe I can go in that direction. So I think, like with Agents of Ishq too, that journey of finding multiple languages has been multiple verbal languages. Actually, it's not only about other languages that we looked for. We recognize that people express themselves in a variety of ways, And the conversation about normalcy and normalization often means homogenization. That means it's always going to exclude somebody. What are the frames we can find that are as inclusive as possible, which can infinitely grow and infinitely generate more and more understandings of sexuality? I think that by using popular culture as a language, so I would like to think about, the term vernacular, especially in Bombay, to because verni verni bol ke logon ne uska ek hierarchy of English versus other languages kar diya. But actually the term vernacular really is that the language that people speak, that's something that gets created by people. So slang is a vernacular and popular culture is a vernacular. So we wanted to create a vernacular of sexuality, which is Indian and which is multiple. I think that has been the journey for Agents of Ishq. The learnings along the way is that you have to co-create language. Sometimes there isn't words for certain things, and very often there are words that are not used in the way, like an English word becomes the norm for talking about sexuality, like say LGBTQ. So lesbian will be the word that we will use, even though lesbian is not a word that everybody wants to use for themselves, right? So sometimes we do that. We ask people, what do you like to call yourself? And somebody will say, well, dyke has got a negative connotation, but it's the term I want to use for myself. So people's own reclamations, everything becomes encapsulated side by side. Nothing is prescriptive in that language. I think by having songs, you definitely create a space where you don't prescribe a meaning. You allow meanings to be made by people on their own. So yes, I think that certainly the arts allow this inclusion. They allow a co-creation with people, allowing people to join their meanings to your meanings and create third and fourth meanings. That is what makes Agents of Ishq a project about sexuality, which is really a project about being Indian and about life itself, right? And I think because so many people started sending in their stories to Agents of Ishq, one is that we ourselves learned a lot. Sometimes we coined terms because we felt like there's no word for it, or we would make up words. Like the other day, we were making a post about talking to your partner about trying out kink. And we wrote, wanna get kinky but feeling kind of thinky. And thinky felt like the right word, like karu ki nahi karu, right? So actually the joyfulness of play, which allows you to make up words, so not being extractive even of slang is important. I feel what happens, with the arts, you can be inventive. Your inventiveness is your vulnerability, that people might say, what the hell is this? Or say like, wow, that was cool. Like either of these things can happen. So when you're using the arts to express ideas, you're making yourself vulnerable. You're saying, maybe you'll enjoy, maybe you won't enjoy. And let's take that risk together. So when we all enjoy, then something new comes about. Similarly, like we didn't know what to say for queer in Hindi for a long time. So we began to use the term atranga, because we just felt like that's as close as we are getting to queer. Now a lot of people say queer in Hindi, in Hindustani also. But I think what started to happen is that like people's own stories about their lives actually generate a new language, which is neither verbal nor musical nor anything, but it's a language of life, right? Like with the stories of their sexual or intimate experiences, they are actually inscribing a vernacular experience. People in India have these extremely diverse, intimate lives. No sociologist or anthropologist is telling you that. The people are telling you that themselves. And there's a reason why they're telling you that. It's because we are taking their stories and using the arts to dignify that human experience. We are editing the stories alongside with them. We are illustrating them beautifully. We are translating them beautifully. We are presenting them as works of art. So your life itself being a work of art in a sense, I think that is also kind of language that people are able to become very open. Like they're so open. And that I think is the best of what art can do as a language itself.
Yeah, and a great example of these unusual intimacies which create a language of their own is, in one of your columns, you told the story of Rinky, Pinky and Atul. And, the two sisters who married the same guy. Yeah. And that is, again, a lovely example because, now that people are arguing about the Uniform Civil Code and all of that, and I say that, listen, in an ideal utopian world, and we are nowhere close to that, but in an ideal utopian world, there would be no civil code at all, which the state would, enforce upon you. Everybody would come to their own contractual agreements, and whether it is 2 people or 3 people or 4 people or whatever should not make a difference. Of course, I mean, that's a utopian construction, never going to be the case, but sort of leaving that aside, I was intrigued by the distinction you mentioned between safe from and safe for. And even in our last episode, you spoke about looking at feminism not in opposition to something, but in favor of something. So can you elaborate on
So, I mean, I think it's interesting that you brought up the idea of the Uniform Civil Code because, this morning I read the op ed in the Times of India about how polygamy needs to be banned in order for the uniform. First, if you do that, then only Uniform Civil Code makes. And I don't know that I am really on board with such linear causal kind of ideas of anything. A few days ago, I read a piece, I think by Ganesh Devi, where he talked about what do we really mean by civility. When we say Uniform Civil Code, whose civility do we mean? Which I loved. And there, I think language is powerful because it reminds you of the origins of the word civil code, right?
and Mr. Devi is a master at the
Yes,
language.
yes, of course, like wonderful. And so the way that language, when used poetically as opposed to used prosaically, suddenly opens up something in your mind about ideas. But actually, I was also thinking as you spoke, I was when I saw the word polygamy, I was like, all these people who are talking so much about polyamory all the time, like this is now kind of au courant thing that people want to talk about kink and they want to talk about polyamory, and it's become almost a new kind of template. But okay, people want to explore things, so one goes with it. But I do have that question about whether it's becoming an automated form of progressive intimacy or what. So I just thought, like, so what happens then, like, to the polyamory thing when you say there should not be any polygamy? Is one thing being used to complicate the other or not? So it was vaguely in my mind. And so you brought this up now. And I was thinking that law is also kind of a language. And the language of law, which is always about the of mitigating risk, right? Like when you sign contracts and they're always so like the act of signing a contract is always traumatic because it always makes you feel horrible and aggressed. But everybody will always say to you, ma'am, आप इतना seriously क्यों ले रहे हो उसको? This is only if something bad happens. And I'm like, how many bad things are you imagining as we are writing this contract, right? And it's my experience that the more legalistic the contract, the more bad things actually happen in those relationships. So I have signed very simple contracts with people. And those projects have mostly gone pretty okay. The more time the contract takes, you already know कि इस दाल में आपको कुछ और ही बनना पड़ेगा to be pakod, like it's not about kala safed anymore. So anyhow, I think that people use too much the language of law to make sense of life currently. So consent is an example of that. Like yes means yes, no means no. People can get viciously angry with you if you say consent is a spectrum. Like they are not informing themselves of the complexities of relationality. They're taking this legalistic example and then making it fit into over life, right? So that is why it's also causing so much anguish and difficulty. And similarly, when we are obsessive about terminology, it's a very legalistic approach to things. And this is the term you must use, then only you are politically appropriate. And I'm saying that obviously terms are very important. I mean, I'm not going to stop calling myself a feminist because somebody thinks it means X or Y. And I use it to make myself understood to the world. It's also a language for me. But the two then impose that word in a way as an example of whether you're a fine, upstanding political citizen or not. I think it's like law. And law is very much engaged with punishment, with control, with categorization. And of course, yes, the law also is a beautiful story at times and can understand life in complex ways. But taking that language and imposing on life, I think, does life a disservice. So it is resulting in conversations about this is a safe space. Now, what is a safe space? Right. So the other day I met somebody for a coffee and I said, like, can I please just say that I think Past Lives was like really a dull and bad movie and I'm not able to understand why people are praising it so much. Right. And I must have written and not posted a million social media updates on this film because I felt like if I say it, I don't think I'll get attacked. But people who have praised it will feel attacked. And then people will think I'm churlish. So actually, I didn't find social media a so-called safe space to say what I thought, right? And then this person I met said at least 3 times in the conversation, well, since this is a safe space, I'll say this is this thing. And I thought, like, what does it mean that we are so hesitant to say what we think for fear of being misunderstood? Because to be misunderstood is to be punished currently. So what is that space between us about, actually, is my question. And I've even lost track of your question in this whole elaborate thing.
No, you've actually come to it directly because it was about safe from
Safe
versus
space.
safe
So I
for.
think safe. Okay, so safe for, I think, is a question of, I did a talk for a feminist group in Kerala, and it was about what do women do in gardens, because there's this whole idea of the garden as the place where you go and you make out with lovers. And then I had made a film about it, Morality TV or Loving Jihad, in which somebody said ki, the police is like unnecessarily persecuting the students. यहाँ जो छात्र आते हैं अपने homework की समस्याएं clear करने, and I'm like, I don't know what homework they're clearing up. So the idea that you have to say no, nobody was making out. But if they were making out, they still should have that right, is the thing that you are arguing for, right? So then it was about all these kind of images of women in gardens, in miniature painting, where women are, of course, being very amorous, all these movie songs in gardens, which are full of clutching embraces and same-sex desire and all kinds of things. So actually, at the end of that conversation, I remember Jay Devika, a feminist whom I deeply, deeply admire, she said that actually, if we thought about life as something that is about adventure, and when there's an adventure, there are some risks, there are some missteps, there are some dangers. Are we going to make ourselves safe from everything and then only enter the space? Then what is really the possibility of moving forward? So I think that's why I felt like, well, it would be great for us to start a conversation, because it's too easy to say, to criticize people for imposing terminology and say it doesn't go anywhere. Actually, what's the new conversation we can open out? So if it's so simple as saying, what do you want the space to be safe for? What is it you want in that safe space? What should you be able to do? And I say you should be able to make a mistake. You should be able to make a mistake and not feel that is terrible. And actually, even when we started Agents of Ishq, there was one thing I wanted to do, which we have still not done, which is I wanted to interview people about the one sex mistake I don't regret. Because you make a mistake. You make so many mistakes. You have so many misgivings. But really, that's life. Without that, you wouldn't be who you are today, right? So I think that's really what the exploration, I think for Agents of Ishq, our next exploration is to be at the deeper level of this. That yes, we want rights, but rights does not sufficiently cover everything that intimacy is. How are we going to create an ethical space to be together as people? And how are all these different relationships in that quote that you spoke about, how are we going to honor each one of them in their own way without making a hierarchy of what matters and doesn't matter? Without making a false equality also. Nobody is saying that everything is the same. But that doesn't mean everything is not deserving of regard, And so I think a life of adventure would be a life in which we feel we are not always safe. And what does that really mean? Are we willing, what are the safeties and non-safeties we are willing to negotiate with? What are the safeties we want for all people, not just for some kinds of people? I think that larger question of citizenry, that what should the citizenry be safe to say and do? If we talk about freedom of expression, actually we're saying what am I allowed to say and not allowed to say in public? That actually applies across the board. Now, if you're going to do it partially, then life will never be safe for anybody, or expression won't be safe for anybody. So I think, these are some of the questions, and they are questions of language, but they're also questions of meaning, obviously.
In our last episode, we spoke about the Garden of Consent. Just in the morning saw a great video about the Valley of Consent. And these are such beautiful phrases. Now I want to ask you about sort of something that you've touched upon in both what you just said now and earlier, which is about the sort of the incentives and the imperatives of being on social media. Like typically what happens is you go on social media, you're a young person, you want to belong, you want to feel like you have a tribe, you join in, one of the ideological tribes that is available to you on the far left or the far right mostly. And then you want validation within the tribe, and the easiest way to get validation is attack people and not arguments with people on the other side, or attack people on your own side for not being pure enough and get 1,000 retweets. And this then has a chilling effect on everybody, because now everything is open to being misunderstood, because people are looking to be outraged so they can show their own virtue and their own knowledge by outraging. And that is one kind of incentive which removes the nuances from many discussion. And you might want to engage with complexity, but the discourse is incredibly simplistic on every side, and that becomes dangerous. And that is sort of one kind of incentive out there. And the other kind of incentive out there is something that in fact leads to mental health issues. Jonathan Haidt has spoken about the mental health epidemic among young teenage girls, especially in America, where 15 years ago the danger was that people used to say, hey, boys will become violent, they'll play all these video games and all that. But actually nothing happened to the boys. They played video games showed them problem solving. That is anyway what boys are like. It was fine, they're taking out their violent impulses there. And it's but the issue with the girls was, you go online and earlier you are in what I would say are genuine safe spaces. You're hanging around with your girlfriends, you are all messy imperfect beings talking to each other. But when you're online, you go to Instagram, everybody else has an Instagram account, you are comparing your real messy life with their projected ideal lives, and you cannot keep up. And and this leads to a race to the bottom. This leads to anxieties and mental health issues, and according to many, rates of depression and suicide among teenage girls in America have gone up in the last few years. I think Facebook suppressed an internal report they themselves had done which validated this, if I remember correctly. And so what is your feeling about all of this? Because on the one hand, social media is great because now everybody has a voice. I don't need a gatekeeper. I can go online, I can say what I want, I can make myself heard. But on the other hand, there are these sort of toxic impulses which affect all the good causes, because I might believe in a particular good cause, but everybody who claims to speak for it online, for them projecting virtue and, pretending to be an activist is now really easy. You don't need to do anything in the real world. You just have to go and rant on Twitter and cancel people. And that becomes a big problem. And again, this is a problem both on the far left and the far right. And I've been mobbed by people on both sides. And it just gets incredibly unpleasant. And it has a chilling effect on everybody else. You have a silent majority which need not be in step with them, which recognizes that the world is complicated and there is nuance and it isn't all black and white. But it affects a discourse in a particular way. And I would say in a distorting way. It makes it seem as if in the discourse everybody is shrill. Whereas actually a minority of people are shrill, but they are the only ones speaking.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the really important thing about social media is that it's essentially capitalist owned space that exists in order to deliver scale, right? And the great promise of social media is that it will get you scale. And that's why I would go back to my biodiversity argument. That is very, very difficult to accept small scaleness on social media. People feel it very acutely that, oh, I don't have that many likes. This is the simplest rendition of that feeling. But yes, we judge the value of things by the scale. And that is, I think, very dangerous because we obliterate the meaning of something that does not have scale. And I have seen people who started out being quite reflective and nuanced became popular, becoming shriller because they feel like it's plateauing. So I wanted to, because it's addictive. Once something starts to work, you want it to work some more. So now the latest thing is that people will post a selfie and say posting a selfie to jog the algorithm, right? Like, because you get rewarded. Like, because if you post a picture of yourself, you're more likely to get, like, somehow people respond to that more. So it jogs the algorithm in a way that maybe it brings more traction to your account. I don't know. I mean, that's what they say. So sometimes people will do that. Like, you will see influencers doing that. And then you just think, like, how is all of this meaningful? I don't anymore know. At the same time, it's also true that there's a huge amount of traffic, there's a huge amount of content, and not that many users to serve that content. So also there's a terrific, it's like being in a mall on a holiday, right? Like there's a lot of crowding. Actually, that is the thing about social media. So I think, for those of us who are observing it, I think it's too easy to be catastrophic and say social media in this abstract way is causing these things. I think capitalism is causing it. And to quote somebody I heard speaking at a conference, we can imagine the end of the world, but we can't imagine the end of capitalism. And so much of climate change dystopia is about, oh my God, the world is going to end. But we are not going to change the way that we think about what matters, doesn't matter, and how we do our work, how we build our markets, none of that. So I feel the same way about social media. I do think it has Some really, like, I personally really enjoy social media. I have no feeling like, oh, I'm very curious about those people who leave social media. कि actually उनको क्या feel हो रहा है? And I want to understand. But I'm never clearly understanding it. And I guess that means people are all very different. That's all it tells you. But like some people, I have not left any social media which I have joined. So if I'm on Facebook, I'm still on Facebook, and I love Instagram, and I'm on Twitter in that minimal way that I'm on Twitter, but I have not joined Threads because I feel like a fatigue has set in. Like all of this is more bottles, and there's not even any wine left to put in them. So I don't know. I think like people are also tiring of that automatedness of the outrage thing, right? Like I don't feel it's there as much as it used to be.
Yeah, I think it probably peaked at one point, and I use social media. Like, I think it's a huge net positive, obviously, and I use it to curate my feed. And you get every morning you get to listen to the best minds in the world thinking aloud for your benefit.
Yeah.
Who would have thunk this in the 80s or 90s, right? This is absolutely magical. As far as what is causing all this, I'd go one step further upstream and say not capitalism but human nature. What is really, like, for me, the way I think of for me, capitalism is equal to consent. It's the voluntary actions of people who are serving each other's need, whether you do it on scale or not. And what is simply having is that we now have a machine which is better at giving us what we want. And because it so happens that some of the things we want, like validation and the feeling of tribal belonging and all of those, are also being amplified. And that leads to these consequences. And the point is, we have these dangerous instincts, and we also have better instincts which compete with those instincts. So I think the key part of the puzzle is how to unleash the better angels of our nature as well. But I would say that markets are a mechanism to give people what they want.
No, but heterogeneous markets are. See, the thing about when I say capitalism, I'm using the term definitely to describe the current version of capitalism we live in. So as you already know, I'm not an anti-markets person. Like, I love the market. I think the market is a beautiful thing because it is about desire and it is about a meeting point. But the market, which is like the bazaar, where I bring different goods to please you and we bargain and we arrive at things, not the kind of global capitalism that we currently live with, which is homogenous, which is monopolistic, which pushes for only one definition of value, that is scale. And that is showing up like when you look at mainstream content. Why shouldn't we have a number of awesome pieces of content out in the world, but why do we have fewer of those? I recently ended up watching a bunch of films. I mean, one of the things that I became involved with during the pandemic was Korean drama, and I could speak about it forever. But in between, I thought, okay, I'm watching a lot of K-drama, and now I really want to watch some films. So I, went and watched everything people were talking about. I watched Drive My Car and A Decision to Leave and a bunch of good films. And then I went and rewatched Last Caution, Ang Lee's film. And it's based on a piece of like a novella by a writer I love, Eileen Chang. And the film is really, I think quite a great film. And one can have some critiques of it. But I just thought like today we cannot have a film like this, not even in the art circuit. And it's not because because there'll be a political challenge to it, which there might be, because it depicts a lot of very violent sex or difficult sex, right? But it's because that going into that difficult place is no longer something people are being asked to do, even in the most arty kind of spaces. Like everything has the reason that people can say a film like Past Lives, which is really so pica, is a great film, which it is not, which is by no definition of cinema is it a great film. Okay, sorry to everybody who's listening and thinks I'm being whatever I am being all those things you think I am. But I just think that like we can only think that if we have totally lost the habit of entering a zone of the unknown, of the difficult, of the unpredictable. And I think that if we're always in the zone of the predictable, then we are merely robotic, right? And I think that is very difficult for human beings to be. But there's not really a place to be another person. So I'm going to use a totally different analogy. And I'm going to talk about the Bharat Jodo Yatra and how interesting a thing it is. Because the Bharat Jodo Yatra just stepped out of a binary. It's the binary that the current moment is imposing on us, which makes us violent. You're either for something or against something. You're either online or you're offline. Like everything is so that in between place is very hard to find, right? And I think like for the longest time, you have this binary conversation in politics. And the right wing is always setting that term, and then you're reacting to it. Then suddenly you say, okay, fine, I'm a loser. I'm not in this game anymore. Now I'm going to go off and do one Bharat Jodo Yatra. It's a totally unfashionable idea. And it may or may not have any outcome, and it may or may not gather any political meaning, but I'm going off to do that thing. And there, whether you like the Bharat Jodo Yatra, whether you like Rahul Gandhi criticizing it, really, that's not the point. The point is that somebody just said, okay, I'm out of the binary and I'm going elsewhere. This is a very powerful thing. And that is why it creates a certain feeling of relief. I don't know if it necessarily gives you a feeling of hope or possibility or not. I really can't say right now, politically looking at it. But you just feel kind of relieved to be out of that bind of the binary, right? And I think social media is imposing that bind a lot, and that makes it very suffocating for us. Because if I'm not for or not against, then who am I? And how do I define myself? And where is the place I will go to manifest that self? I think that is the real thing. And that is why, whether it's this podcast, whether it's the other arts, whether it's people who run poetry accounts on Instagram, which I just love those people so much, whether it's people who do things because it's beautiful, because it's joyful, because it's pleasurable, because it's funny, continuously provide us that space to be ourselves, which currently social media allows but doesn't promote. But it's there. So it requires a huge act of choice on your part. You'll have to consciously go on your own self Jodo Yatra towards those things, right?
So, friends whose judgment is both like mine and whom I trust implicitly have been raving about past lives. So now I have to watch it and figure out...
Get new friends.
Get new friends. No, not at all, because I admire you and trust you a lot, but you do like SRK, so who knows?
What to do?
Yeah, you've also written wonderful columns about some of the things you briefly mentioned, like bazaars versus malls. And of course, you, like me, prefer bazaars. You've written a recent column about K-dramas as well. So I'll link all of those from the show notes. What I would say is that the reason you and I are sitting here together is also capitalism. It enables somebody like me to do what I do. I am hugely into poetry Twitter, the amazing work that's happening. People like Joseph Fasano really popularizing poetry to a new level. That's capitalism also. It's enabling all of that. Someone like me 30 years ago would not have had a voice, Paromita. I would have not had friends. I would not have had a voice. I would have lived a life of quiet desperation, as Thoreau would put it. And it is capitalism which is equal to consent and voluntary actions of people, which to me is beautiful, and long may it remain and never go away, which enables this. I understand the corporatized kind of structures that you are speaking of, and those structures exist, but the truth is we have alternatives. And analogues of the Bharat Jodo Yatra are actually ubiquitous in the creative world, in the creator economy. I mean, what you are doing with Agents of Ishq and what I am doing is also enabled by this, and I think it's beautiful that we can exist.
No, so that's why I'm saying that I don't have that for and against feeling about anything, right?
Yeah.
But I do feel like, yes, the kind of global capitalist control of social media really does generate this crisis, and it aids the political crisis that we find ourselves in. Because eventually, if you can't exist simultaneously in a number of ways, if you can't as a person be many things at the same time, then I think you don't feel like you're surviving, because we are not one thing. I mean, now the argument is there is no such thing as the self. So if we say that there is no such thing as the self, then our self is being made daily through relationality. I become something because I feel understood by you. I feel like nothing because I'm not feeling understood by the world. Or I feel myself because I sang perfectly to a tree. Whatever it is, whatever rendition I use to make myself apprehended by myself. The possibility to do that in a number of ways and to be a number of people is really what helps us to be less alone, right? Actually, we become less alone when we are many selves. If our self becomes really very flattened, that is when we start to feel alone. Like all the things that you said, like say about men, feeling stuck in a very flattened idea of what it is to be a person, flattened down only to your gender. That is what renders them alone. When you're saying that women are not the same way, what they are really saying is that they unlocked themselves from only being defined by gender to being defined by personhood. And that is what renders you not so alone and able to find the resources to connect with others and make yourself continuously move forward in the world, right?
You've reminded me of this wonderful poem by Vijay Seshadri, where he muses about the mountain at the end of the universe. So there's nothing else, it's just a mountain. Now, is it a big mountain? Is it a small mountain? Is it a mountain at all? There's nothing to relate to. There's no relationality, I think is the term you used. So what are you? So, do you have a sense that you exist outside of relationality? Is there an essential Paromita which is what it is, which would exist regardless of everything else?
I mean, I think about that also sometimes because, I feel like what I said earlier, that sometimes there's a moment when I feel so reconnected to myself, or I feel like what we had in the old computers, like that defragging.
Nostalgia aa gaya.
That used to be so nice to watch those little things getting like, you remember how the little boxes used to
It was
come in?
torture. It took
I
so
loved,
long.
but I still love watching it. So that sense of like things come together. So I do think that there's something to be like, whether there is an essential self or not is really hard to answer, but we do try to ask ourselves that question often, right? And I think perhaps there is a way that our biographies and our social context both come together, the self inside and the self outside, in a way. Some moments they come together in a way that is liberating, and some moments they come in together in a way that feels confined. So I think that really it's easier to think about the self in terms of confinement or liberation. And if liberation is the way that feels like I feel like myself, then really what does that mean? It means that I don't know. It means that, like, in a moment of lightness where you didn't feel tethered at all, is actually when you felt like yourself. So then, is there a self that is tethered to the ground or not? This becomes a kind of question. So I feel like there's actually there's no real need to know the answer to this question for me. But I can definitely confirm for myself that I think to be like one does come into form through other people's gaze, right? I mean, like the way that if people look at you in a certain way, you manifest. I think there is some truth to that. That's why we search all the time for the gaze that will tell us we are here, that will witness us, that will confirm that, like the idea of darshan, that I have seen you, that I see you. This is something that is very important to us. I'm trying to think about myself in the pandemic completely on my own in that house, and how I reached back to the past, and that there was somebody who did an Instagram live right in the beginning. I was so intrigued by how people wanted to make meaning of the pandemic right away. Like within 2 or 3 weeks, I got asked to write an essay about it, and all of that. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to try. But we also were full of thoughts at that time. Like now, I won't be so quick to think those thoughts. But I remember that she said, now we're so worried. Like, do we have a future? And I also thought about it, and I was like, I really don't know what the future is, but I know we have a past, right? So that is something we can go back to and think about right now. So I feel like there's something to be said about the fact that I kept looking to the past to understand who I am, right? My need to understand who I am manifested in so many ways. Like when I started cleaning out my CD collection, nostalgia alert. And then I had all these CDs, and then I made all these photo collages with my CDs of the CDs that, at one particular moment I was listening to these 5 CDs very often. So it was like a portrait of my time. So actually, look at the way in which I am trying to visualize myself through all of these things, and how elusive the self seems to me. And I always need a translation for it through something else. So I don't think this answers your question precisely, but maybe makes it an unanswerable question to which there are endless renditions as a response, right? And yeah, so, and which also makes me think that actually, what do we long for in order to be seen? We long to be asked the right question. Isn't it somebody to ask us a question that unlocks the answer that we are?
Such as from your life?
I mean, I think like it's that when I would say it's not so much that a particular question, but it's the way that somebody asks questions, right? So if I think about, and this takes us back to my thought about listening, how irritated I am with every journalistic interview in the last couple of years. And I know that it's not right for me to feel so irritated, because I should be able to, when somebody calls me up and asks a very kind of flat question, give a packaged bite, or just refuse to speak. So I also ask myself, why do you agree to these conversations if they irritate you so much? But I think like what I find very remarkable about the majority of journalistic interviews that happen is how much people don't bother to think about the subject that they are writing an article about, so that you can either end up speaking to somebody for 45 minutes to explain to them the whole paradigm before you answer, which then you start feeling annoyed about that you have to do it, to have them say at the end, like, oh, I never thought about it like that. And you're just like, why didn't you find out? Or or you'll have somebody asking you questions which clearly show that they don't know anything much about your work. And then you're just like, why have you rung me up to talk to me if you don't know exactly what I do? And you understand that at that time they have seen you generically as feminist, or like there are some keywords, now feminist, sex, something. So, in essence, the question that they have asked denotes a very hazy idea of you. So, the precise question, like when somebody asks you a deep question about a subject, and you feel immediately able to answer, and you feel that the thing you said took you to a new place, that curiosity, in a sense, is kind of missing. And that's also what I mean by people are not listening to the world. They're like just, what are they listening to actually? I want to know. I'm curious.
So a few years ago, a journalist called me from this magazine, which is well known for doing profiles, and they said, we're doing a profile of someone you know who was on your show once. I had done a 2-hour episode with this person, and they said that, can you tell us about him? So I said, listen, the episode is his full life story per se, and it goes quite deep into that, so why don't you listen to that first? And the guy said, no, that's 2 hours, that's too long, why don't you tell me? I mean, he wanted a couple of potted sentences. Hopefully from there is some kind of code there. And these guys were trying to do a hit job basically, and the piece never came out. But this has been sort of the approach of that particular magazine, highly respected by progressives in India. But I was struck by what you said about your CD collection, because for a moment I thought it is not C and D the letters, but CD, SEEDY, your CD collection.
There's lots of that also.
Lots of that also. In the last episode you mentioned about pornography, and I actually want to talk about that a little bit, because I find that in India especially, we do a great disservice to erotica and a great disservice to the notion of lust. Like, we'll put love on some kind of higher plane, but lust is down there. It is, you warn people against it. It is something that we look askance at. And a lot of this is actually alien to us if you go back to our actual sanskar, because we have poetry from thousands of years ago, like those Buddhist women, Buddhist nuns, I think, who'd there's a great collection, I'll link it from the show notes, incredible erotic poetry. And like you mentioned a while back, a lot of the strictures against erotica and the way we look at the erotic and physicality and all of that are relatively recent. Like, number one, it is of course Victorian morality, which came with colonization and actually wasn't inherent to us. And secondly, one of the great TILs I had while recording all the episodes I've done is with Tony Joseph, where I realized that genetic evidence now shows that 2000 years ago something strange happened. Before that, for 1000 years or so, all the different peoples who migrated into the Indian subcontinent were partying, they were mingling with each other. It was a wild time. But 2000 years ago, you have strict caste endogamy, which is why David Reich refers to India not as one large population like the Han Chinese, but a collection of many small populations. And obviously, caste endogamy only works when you control the sexuality of women, and therefore you have the drive towards women's seclusion and all of that. And so, these factors to me really play into the way we look at sex as something sinful, and lust as something that, it's not to be not spoken about, but love is something that is glorified. And I really think it should be the other way around, because a lot of what we call love is really a rationalization for something else, or is nebulous and we can't really define it, and so on and so forth. But lust is the most straightforward thing in the world. You want it and you express it, and you can express it through the erotic perhaps, and our culture has always embraced it until these recent developments. So I'm kind of just thinking, and you have of course like thought way more about this stuff than I have and written about it. So
first, I don't think that, I don't think that it's a lust versus love thing should be turned upside down, and that will be necessarily better. Because a lust versus love binary is itself a false binary in my eyes. Yeah. Like, I think there's a continuum. And so I think that the idea that lust is base and love is spiritual is a false idea, first of all. So by putting lust on the top and love below, I think also we would do a disservice to
I didn't imply
relationships.
that either.
Yeah,
but
yeah. So I feel like that reinstating lust into acceptance is very important thing to do, definitely, right? I mean, I remember having a conversation with Meena Seshu, who is a union organizer for sex workers, and she asked this question, right? Like, does every relationship have to be meaningful, or like sometimes it's just lust? I mean, people need to satisfy their lust, and I would fully agree with that, my contention is only that you can have a lustful relationship and not look at it as lesser than or not worthy of being treated with respect. Because when you do that, essentially you're disrespecting yourself, right? When you say lust is a bad thing, I felt lust, so I despise you and I despise myself as well. As opposed to, like, I felt lust, there was an encounter, a hookup or paid sex or whatever, and that's that. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done in order to reinstate it. I agree with you. It is intimately tied up to the idea of gender and caste, the idea of controlling caste purity, the idea of controlling women, all of that. And as you rightly said, colonial law, which finds like these tropical cultures too torrid to take and feels like, what the hell, and I want to control it all. So I think there's all of that. Yet I would make a distinction between the idea of eros and lust, because lust is a part of eros, but it's not all of eros. And I think the idea of eros is very difficult to, very necessary to recapture. Because in reinstating lust is to say that there's a part of ourselves that just has an urge. But when you think of people who say that they're asexual, they complicate that question. And I feel that's an interesting complication, because they're saying that I don't feel that urge, or I don't feel like I have to enact the urge with another person. So now what of that? So I think it poses a philosophical question to this idea of lust and love, which I enjoy thinking about. And that's why I think that eros is really the thing that is very much part of our culture. And that song and yearning and poetry and drawings and erotica, the whole world of erotica, is actually something that is very expressive of humanness, and it's very expressive of fun and pleasure and encounter, and it's a very non-hierarchical space actually. So that is why I think that if one can recover it, then one can recover a possibility of community of some kind. I think that older Hindi films, which are dismissed as being crude, vulgar, etc., I think that crudeness and vulgarity may not all be all bad things, right? Like even now when people recover some of those, what they call crude and vulgar, pelvic thrust of Mithun Da, for instance, like it will always be recovered with irony. But actually it should not be recovered with irony. It should be recovered with enjoyment. And I think that's the distinction. The people who are recovering those things are the people from middle class, upper caste backgrounds who have this kind of self-conscious acceptance of lust. So now, what happens when you recover lust without recovering eroticism is the big question. And I think that dating apps show you what goes on when you do that, which is there's a great ennui with dating apps. And actually, when I went on dating apps, I understood very quickly that a lot of people on dating apps are not having a lot of sex, and they're not having good sex for sure. And when I ask people now, like, "Oh, are you having good sex with all the people that you're meeting?" And they'll say, "No, not really." That's great to have confirmed, but not great to hear, right? And that is because people say that, oh, lust is okay, but they haven't actually engaged with eroticism. So then it becomes very mechanistic, the way that they're meeting other people. So I think it's not just about recovering lust, but recovering lust with a certain kind of buoyancy and exuberance that we need, that is yet to happen. And that is very tied up to hierarchies of taste. So it means that we have to dislodge good taste a little bit to do it.
And is it also because I'm just thinking aloud is that something like erotica is tied up with anticipation, with a build up, with a sense of, the rituals that go into the whole process. And if you just sort of try to boil everything down to a transactional thing, I'll hook up with someone, we'll have intercourse, then that is lust alone. There's no erotica in that.
No, I don't think that. I don't also think that it's about anticipation versus non-anticipation. Actually, I think that sometimes too much anticipation can kill the lust. That has happened to a lot of people because they're like talking to somebody online and it's all very hot and heavy and they're talking. वो इतनी बातचीत हो जाती है कि by the time they meet, reality is not able to live up to the anticipation. So it's very deflating for them. So I believe that that's also a hierarchy of taste where erotica and pornography are separated, which separation I don't agree with, because one person's pornography is another person's erotica. Like this dichotomy of porn and erotica is made on the basis of just hierarchy of tastefulness, So I think that for example, somebody will say I'll post I'll post a reel of some K drama star we love or whatever, and a friend will say, देख के immediately jing jing hua, right? What are they really saying? I saw that image and it went right to my groin. That's what is really being said. So that instantaneous lust that you felt for the idol, which you can also feel for somebody beautiful or attractive, or somebody that you meet and makes you feel like immediate sense of like a sexual frisson, and that in a world without any hang-ups you would act on. Right. And which in youth we often did, actually. We often acted on that frisson without thinking. And I wonder why we don't always as we grow older. So that's a whole question to explore. So I think it can be immediate. It can be built up. It's like anything else. There are many tastes in it. And for us to make that enjoyable part of life is really what we're saying. Like reclaiming pleasure is about saying pleasures are of many kinds. You don't have one fixed type of pleasure. You may actually enjoy sampling many different pleasures. Or you may be the kind of person who only likes one pleasure and then you'll only do that. So I think really like making pleasure into a very, to use a Hindi word, vistrit, like how do you say vistrit in English? Expansive part of life. So if it's expansive, it includes many things in it. What makes me feel good, what makes me feel naughty, what makes me feel transgressive, what makes me feel dirty, all of it to be allowed. As long as I'm not being unkind to somebody else or violent to somebody else, like all of it to be like, this is what we do. I think it's very difficult to do it in the current sex positive discourse. That is so hung up on normalization that it really becomes difficult because as soon as you start talking about something which doesn't neatly fit into a sexually progressive mode, people start getting a lot of moral panic. Progressive moral panic is a thing, right? And then they're like, oh, this is this thing and this is that thing. I need to categorize it right away, rather than wait to see what this thing might be, to see it on its own terms. So I think that work is very hard. It's become harder now than, say, 5 years ago.
Can you give concrete examples of what you mean by this thing, that thing, just to illustrate?
Like, for instance, there was a news item where the High Court said that POXO cases are really piling up. And it was in the case of a 25-year-old man and I think a woman of 17. Now, the thing is that now the judges have heard the case. They have decided on some merits that it's not a POXO case, right? But the only frame in which people are able to see it is as grooming. Now, of course, there's a very big power differential between 25 and 17, but it has to be seen on its own merits. But there is no possibility of that. There's so much anxiety. Now, this anxiety comes from a real place, right? Because the law has done so little and the system does so little to recognize power and to acknowledge. Like, imagine a woman who is being beaten up cannot go to the police station easily and make a domestic abuse complaint. So because the system doesn't address that, we become very anxious about any gray area. And so actually, even if you use, like when we do our Turkey Tuesday stuff, and if we are going to use like these, sometimes even I get a little anxious that, guys, should our drawings be so explicit? Because people will feel like, oh, you people are vulgar. Like it'll derail the discussion. So that the moment that you step outside the prescribed sex positive discourse to celebrate just lust. Milan Soman. There was a piece on Milan Soman that somebody did, just basically Nayan Sukh for Milan Soman, somebody wanted to do in the team. And I kept saying, like, how will we do it? How will we do it? And then finally, they came up with a kind of visual treatment that I wanted. And then they interviewed different people on how they feel about Milan Soman's beauty. Okay. And my favorite line in that article is that I understood, because the person who wrote it was a queer woman. I understood that Milan Soman was not only made for the female gaze, Gaze, but also the female gaze, Gays. And I started laughing when I read it, right? Because I just said, it's so funny and it's so good. And the idea that, my sexual orientation doesn't limit where I might find a kind of sizzle of feeling because of looking at somebody gorgeous and beautiful. So we put it out, and I remember that one or two people saying like, "AOI, you're being really creepy now," and "Oh my God, Milan is almost cancelled because he wrote something in his memoir about being in a shakha or something." And yeah, he is good. There are some problematic things about Milan Soman, so now you're not supposed to praise his beauty so much. So I am quite impressed by my young colleagues who insist, nevertheless, that we can critique all those things about him and still say that he's sexy, and we can be queer and find him hot. I feel this is actually the space in which desire exists. It should not be made too much of. It should not be given too much meaning and not too little meaning either. Like, it's just that thing, right?
It is what it is. And yeah, lovely story about your young colleagues, and more power to them. And before I go to my next question, again, a beautiful couple of sentences you've written about lust, which I'll read out. Lust is a mirror to our undomesticated inner being. Carnal intimacy throbs with risk and the breathtaking tension of exposing our naked selves with or without clothes. Lust becomes an equalizer of sorts, even as class dynamics ebb and flow, mirroring the intimacies of domestic work itself. Stop quote. And next question, since you mentioned POXO in another eloquent column, you write about that, the campaigns against child marriage and people getting imprisoned for 20 years and so on and so forth. And at one point you write, quote, "What is a social evil? Is rendering poor families helpless, pushing them into greater poverty and misery a social evil? No one will ask this. Elite stigmatize the poor for certain practices with great alacrity. How often have you heard someone say, these uneducated people are a disgrace to society, as if it is the fault of the poor that they are not educated, rather than of a disgraceful system." Stop quote. And you were, of course, referring to how people would retrospectively put these men away, and then the families who depended on them would kind of go
It
poor.
was in Assam, especially, that was happening.
It was in Assam that you kind of mentioned this. And I remember I once wrote in circa 2007 or 2008 a column about child labor. Everybody was talking against child labor and look at these sweatshops and all of that. And the studies actually show a really complicated real world situation. Oxfam spoke about a situation in Bangladesh where, because of international outrage, factories had to lay off 30,000 child workers. Now, what happened? Many of them starved to death. Many of them became prostitutes. In 1995, UNICEF did a study where an international boycott of carpets made in Nepal, which was because it was using child labor, led to between 5,000 and 7,000 Nepali girls turning to prostitution. Because the fact is, the children were laboring because the families were desperately poor and that was the only option open to them. You actually force them into a worse life. And we often see progressive elites look at the world in this very shallow way. Again, seen in the unseen. What is unseen is what happens after the fact. Like you pointed out in the POSCO cases, that you're putting if you imprison a 25-year-old man for marrying someone who's 17 years old, and perhaps they fell in love or whatever, but you pass judgment on it from your elite gaze, and suddenly a breadwinner is gone, and etc., etc. And this sort of posturing, virtue signaling, I think really poisons the discourse. I think I've had at least a couple of people on my show, maybe Manjima, maybe Urvashi as well, talk about how, a lot of the feminist movements that they were part of were people actually going out in the ground and engaging with complexity and trying to solve real world problems. And simplistic social media posturing just muddies the discourse and kind of is a,
Yeah, I think this is a very important thing, because I feel that, and it's not only a social media thing, though, I would say.
I agree.
That there have also been feminist movements which today those same people would say that, no, I won't do it today. Like, for example, around the question of obscenity. There were a lot of feminist initiatives that attacked obscenity, right? But today, feminists will say that obscenity is not a category that you can really use, because all it ends up doing is actually overriding consent. Like, one of the, Point of View has done this study. They went through a bunch of crime bureau data, and they found that the 66A, like the complaints under that of sexual violations, were always filed under obscenity and not under violation of consent. So if somebody's video has been circulated without their consent, it becomes about outraging modesty and about obscenity rather than the violation of consent. So actually it doesn't address the harm that was done. And so it continues to expand this idea of a moral universe on the basis of which justice should be handed out. So I think that similarly, there are too many times when action is done to serve our moral desires over the needs of people on the ground. Should children be laboring for too little wages in this world? They absolutely should not be. That cannot be addressed by rescuing the children. I mean, with sex work, the same thing has happened, right? That sex work is very bad, but there is such a thing as voluntary sex work, or sex work from which women do not wish to be rescued, to which many women are saying we want to have workers' rights. We want to be protected from the difficulties of our profession, which happen because you continuously keep it shadowy due to your moral universe, right? But instead, you will rescue into what? Into what will you rescue people? You never think. You like, it's the inside out of the safe space argument, right? That safe space for what? And it's always rescue from something, but rescue into what? You never ask those people, and then you leave it because it is only about you, the rescuer, and not about the so-called rescued. So I think, yes, that is very damaging kind of politics. I think the difference between being somebody on the ground is that even if you go in with that moral approach, the ground will push back. You will learn from what you did wrong. And if you are any kind of political being of commitment, you will alter the way that you think and you will become more complex. But if coming by all your politics online, this is the demerit of it. It's a gateway. It's the inauguration of your political journey, can be through things you saw online or even an initiative you did online. Why not? Maybe an Instagram account you made, like post the Delhi gang rape, you may have made an Instagram account about girls going out at night or slut walk or whatever. That is the inauguration of your political journey. Your political journey has to go much further than that. If your political journey remains in that space and you're just jogging on the spot, eventually you're going to force other people to conform to this reality rather than exist in the reality of other people, right? And I think that's the thing for people to watch out for. And of course, it's true that it's elites who do that more than other people, because elites want the world to serve their vision of the world in which they can imagine themselves to be good and pretend that they're not elite.
No, and I love that phrase, jogging on the spot. Like you're such a seriously good writer. And I have the perfect segue for my next question, because it both refers to what we just spoke about and goes on to what I was going to ask about next anyway, where in one of your columns you wrote, it was a matter of luck that I encountered all these amazing people who didn't have black and white politics, because they were also doing politics for their own lives, like their own jobs, their own living, their own spaces and their culture, not only performing a liberal self. Stop quote. I love the phrase performing a liberal self. And I also want to ask you to talk about the mentors you've had in your life or the people who've made an impression. Like in your columns, you mentioned people like Anand Patwardhan, Chandrita Mukherjee. You mentioned somewhere, you mentioned this teacher who told you this beautiful thing. So tell me about some of the mentors. Tell me a little bit about them, what you learned from them and what they meant to you at the time.
I mean, I think that I mean, people talk about having mentors who've guided their entire journeys, and I can't say I've had that, and I wonder what life would have been like with that. But I think I've had numerous kinds of mentorship from diverse people, and so certainly I had many teachers that I'm very grateful for in a different system of education. One thing is because I went to many different types of schools, I also went to different educational systems, right? Like, so I went to one Steiner school for 2 years in Bombay. But then I also went to Kendriya Vidyalaya, and then I also went to a convent school.
Kendriya Vidyalaya in Baghdad, for
In
all
Baghdad.
places.
Yeah, I know. But the thing is, because I went into all those different systems, I encountered numerous teachers. And in every school, I have to say, there was at least one teacher who somehow recognized something about me and gave me something that helped me. Maybe a book. Maybe they like their acknowledgement that. So I had a teacher called Shagufta Ahmad in Kendra, with like to that name. Shagufta was
Such a
so
lovely name,
beautiful
Shagufta.
name.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right.
And Shagufta Ahmad had a middle parting, and she used to wear full sleeved kurta with her churidars. So I was very admiring of her. But I mean, I also been thinking as we were speaking about how much the way we look up to teachers is also visual. It is so aesthetic that you remember the feeling that person gives you, which makes you feel like that's something I could be, right? Like that's something I want to be. So they're also your ideals in a way that you gestured that. And now when I look back, I think, what did they like Shagufta Ahmad symbolized a very thinking person, reads books. She seemed to be not very young but single. So all of those things call to you somewhere, right? They give you a feeling of possibility. They too recognize in you something that is like them, and they give you a little something. And that's a piece of mentorship. So I remember Shagufta Ahmed gave me a copy of Alex Haley's Roots. And I was also, again, still quite young. I was, I think, 12. But she said, yeah, you're a little young for this book, but I think you can read it. For me, that's an act of mentorship. That I think you need a little bit more challenge than class is giving you. I recognize that the system of education actually is hampering somebody like you who's not able to fit into this thing. But that doesn't mean that there won't be other spaces in which you learn, right? Which is beautiful. And conversely, there was Mrs. Jain in that same school. Like when I went to that school, I had been studying in Hyderabad before. So I had very bad Hindi. बट उसके ऊपर केंद्रीय विद्यालय में संस्कृत मेरे को लाइक सदमा हो गया लाइक आई कैन नॉट स्टडी संस्कृत लाइक हिंदी इज बैड इनफ बट नाउ संस्कृत एंड मिस जैन द संस्कृत टीचर वाज लाइक मैं तो इसको संस्कृत सिखा के रहूंगी and so she would give me extra classes of Sanskrit and everybody would be playing in the ground and I'd be like Ramam Ramam Ramaha. And I got very good marks in Sanskrit. So of course I resented Mrs. Jain for teaching me. But now I think back on it and I think like whatever it was actually, you can look at it as an act of control or as an act of love, but giving that attention to a child and saying, I will teach you and you will do it. I think teachers are pretty awesome in the things that they can do. They can be harmful to you, certainly, but there are many teachers who really are amazing people. I think even so, this teacher wasn't exactly a mentor for me, but Miss Kalia, she was my teacher in school. And when I went to hostel, she was our hostel assistant matron and my room was next to Miss Kalia's room. So that thing that, first we were very scared of Miss Kalia in school because she had a very glacial demeanor. She had like this lot of big hair, which would have very starched saris. And she was glacial when she would walk through. And she had a very soft voice. So she would also turn her cool gaze to you and say something to you in her soft voice. And we used to feel intimidated as can be. But then in the hostel, suddenly we saw her wearing jeans and also we got a very shockingly different aspect of this normalcy in her. And somehow she had all these books in her room, right? Like I remember she had all about H. Hatter. And then like her bookshelf, and I would keep peeking it in. One day she called me in and we talked a little bit and I became a bit, so even giving that friendliness to me, lending me those books, like that attentiveness. So she was also single and she was like staying in this hostel and had this life, which to me looked pretty good. Like I didn't feel ki, oh, the spinster teacher stereotype. I felt like, ye to badi achhi cheez hai. Like one can live like this.
Single matlab free bhi hai, books bhi
books bhi hai. Librarian na sahi, but kam se kam.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it was all of those things. I think they are kind of mentorship by existence. Like you see this person and it's a kind of mentoring existence, right? Okay, by example, they let you think you can be this thing. But of course, yes, subsequently, I feel my teachers in college, like Zakia Pathak, Manju Kapoor taught me as well. Yeah. But although that's her writing name, right? Her name was Mrs. Dalmia in college. So all of these teachers, I think they did. I would say college was a big mentoring time for me because I responded well to college education. I liked that like very ब्लू स्टॉकिंग की एग्जिस्टेंस की किताबें पढ़ रहे हैं और लाइब्रेरी जा रहे हैं और मतलब इंटेलेक्चुअलिज्म में लगे हुए हैं एंड वेरी unnecessarily bold behaviors like comparing two translations of Antigone without knowing a word of Greek. मगर फर्स्ट ईयर में कर रहे हैं ये and teachers are letting you do these like overreaching yourself in this fashion. And I feel like those things that I went to a girls' college was very important because there I got the habit of listening to other women, taking them seriously, being taken seriously by other women is a very important experience to have. And having these teachers who were amazing, they were political. There was a big Duta strike in the year that I was in college, and the way they explained to us why they're going on strike, all of these to me are acts of mentorship which involve you in that adult world and make you an equal in understanding what is happening. So they break the binary of the teacher-student relationship also. And I kept in touch with those teachers for years after. I still do with some of those teachers. And once one of them wrote to me saying, well, I don't know if you'll remember me, but, I was in the department. And I'm like, ma'am. I still call them ma'am. Like, I can't not call them ma'am. I was like, how can a teacher, even if she didn't teach me, but she was my department, how can she conceive of me not remembering her was a thought I had. And then I thought, I guess that does happen to many teachers. But for me, those teachers are not people I can forget because they took the time in a very, very inimical system, in the university system in India. Teachers, I see the way that teachers go above and beyond to give things to their students. Even when teachers ask me to come now and do a talk, I think, like, what are they doing for their students? How hard they try to bring more for their students. So there's all of that. But yes, once I began working, I worked with Anand for 3.5 years, and we've had our disagreements about political ideas and filmmaking. But it was incredible. What an incredible exposure and what an incredible learning for a young person, not only in filmmaking, which I really got because Anand does everything himself, right? He shoots, he edits. So in the first few months of work itself, I had like begun to sync up sound and use the Steenbeck and learn to record sound and go here, there, and everywhere. And even just transcribing interviews, the thing of listening to the interview for long, what a great education it was for me. Because there'll be some long speeches and I'm transcribing and translating them simultaneously. And I was really good at it. I should like it also. So then it's also giving me a place to show what I'm good at, right? So if I'm translating like some Urdu song into English as I'm going, I'm showing that I'm good at it. And I'm showing it to Anand. He's like, my God, it's damn good. So now you tell me what you're hearing in that. So actually taking you seriously, taking your opinion seriously about something, that's an act of mentorship by an employer, I feel. But the exposure to politics that I got because of Anand, I met so many people from unions. I met activists like Asghar Ali Engineer. I got exposed to a whole world of political activism. It really, I don't think it's necessary that your mentoring figures even are consciously mentoring you. It doesn't matter if you disagree with each other. It doesn't matter if later in life they didn't give you that kind of caring envelope that you might want, but it's very important that they were there at that moment. So I really value the time that I had working with Anand. I learned a lot. And as Jabin, who's my friend and editor in many films, said, even if your films are very different from Anand's, the methodology you use, like the way you transcribe everything, the way I prepare, that is something I learned over there. And it's an old-fashioned way of working that I still do, right? I think subsequently, my mentors have been really my friends. I think many of my friends have mentored me. I think my friend Hansa, who listens to me when I'm very stuck and who talks to me about my work and, responds poetically to what I'm thinking. I think of it as a kind of friend mentoring. My friend Rahul Srivastav is the same. My friend Ruchir Joshi, who takes so much pleasure in other people's work. Like when you have a friend who takes pleasure in your work, that is an incredible act of mentoring, actually. Like I remember waking up one morning to a very lengthy SMS from Ruchir after he had watched Partners in Crime. Sale! इतना अच्छा फिल्म बनाया है. Every single sequence is like a diamond. And, like you really try to do something with non-fiction and something. And it was so it's not just as joyful. It's like the person watching your work and telling you, this is what you're doing that works. This is what you could do more of. So I think like I've had an ongoing mentorship from friends and colleagues continuously, actually.
And you've mentioned earlier about how when you were working with Anand, you're dealing with diverse people. You're doing things you wouldn't. You've, I think, written elsewhere about how you explored so much of the city, going to places where an elite with your background wouldn't otherwise have gone. But you go in there and get different facets of the city through that organic experience. Tell me a little bit about that and how, did that change you at the time, or in retrospect, do you look back and feel that played a big part in your becoming who you are?
No, absolutely. I think that the capacity to let a reality teach you something without imposing a pre-existing knowledge on it is the most fantastic thing that can happen. I'm sure I say this many times, so maybe I'm becoming an ossified museum of myself, but I may have said in this last episode, I think the greatest thing about working in documentaries, it compels you to listen. It teaches you to listen because when you go to record an interview, you have to listen very carefully. And then you come back and you listen to it many, many, many times in order to edit it. You listen and re-listen and try to put together an essence of the interview, which is 2 hours long, into 10 minutes, So I feel like reality is like when it's an unknown reality, then it's very hard to make sense of it. But I think that when you go into it without wanting to make sense, which is that when I entered these realities, I was not trying to make a film about it. That is what was so valuable about it, right? Like today, people enter different realities sometimes in an instrumental way. I'm going to enter it in order to write a book, to write an essay. But I didn't enter it for those purposes. I simply entered it because that's where I was. And then it revealed itself to me bit by bit, and as it revealed itself to me, it also revealed me to myself that मुझे ये चीज़ अच्छी लगती है, मुझे ये चीज़ और करनी है. Nobody has told me about this. This is out of syllabus, but I want to go down this path. So I think, especially in the first few years, Bombay, like if we think about the first 5 years of the 90s, it's on the cusp of a very major shift from being this industrial city to being the city it has become now. Huge changes in land use. The 1991 DC rules are changing the terms of how the central Bombay land can be used where the mills stand. But in 1990, and actually I should go back and look for this footage because in 1995 I made this film Annapurna about Khanawalwalis.
Your first film.
Yeah. And actually that time all the mills were there. Na? So I remember shooting all these like in the monsoon, these long takes of the lanes behind the mills with their long walls. And I don't know if I have that footage now or not, but none of that is there right now. So actually what you're doing when you walk into that space is you're encountering a reality that's not quite there, but is not quite gone. So it's sort of reality you take for granted, therefore. So you have to learn it. You have to learn what it means. What is this thing a symbol of? This factory, these people, the way people are dressed. Or I would see these men with those in the white pajama and the white cap, and I would just think like they are another Marathi person who does some work here, because I was a Delhi person who didn't know anything. I learned later that they are those people in that outfit were contractors who got mill workers jobs, right? So actually learning the vernacular of that space in a way, and slowly then getting personalized relationship with it, that cafe has better gashi than the other cafe or whatever. I think making friendship with people who are so different from you is the most important thing that can ever happen to you. And it's a pity that people, I think even when we went to school, we would have very different types of people. Like in convent school, there would be many students who were on scholarship who were poorer. And it's so important that you studied in such a heterogeneous class, because you learned that everybody is not like you. And you became friends with people who were very different from you. And friendship is the thing which allows you to enter so many worlds. So I think, again, I don't know if I told this very funny story about Praveen Ghag. So Praveen Ghag was a mill worker and an activist in the Mill Workers Union. And he was a very fiery speaker, So it used to be always cool to shoot that speech and all of it. And one day there was some strike and the mill workers were called to Chief Minister's office for talks. So I said, "Main bhi chalu," and I also went along. And nobody would take me. Like, they didn't understand what is this character? Why is she coming? What is she doing? Like, some people understood, some people didn't understand, but they kind of knew you and acha, Paromita, chal. And also, I don't speak Marathi. Then also, I didn't speak it. And so, generally, I was a very weird character for them, but I was young. And that easy acceptance that all kinds of folks are there and you are also there was there. Anyway, I went and then I was sitting next to Praveen Ghag as we were waiting outside. And Praveen Ghag said to me, "Paromita, तुम मेरा बेटे का नामकरण है, तुम आके शूट करोगे क्या?" So I got very affronted कि what does he mean? Does he think I'm a शादी video camera person? So I said, "नहीं, Praveen, मैं वैसा टाइप का शूटिंग नहीं करती हूँ." So he tried to understand. And okay, he kept quiet. And he said, "Paromita, तुम्हारा दिल नहीं करता कि तुम भी कुछ बनो, तुम्हारी पे अच्छी नौकरी हो, तुम मतलब कुछ करके दिखाओ." And I thought, oh, Praveen Ghag feels that I am a bit of a wastrel. He feels that this person who has nothing, she has nothing better to do, so she's coming hanging around with us. And by asking me to shoot his son's namkaran, he's trying to give me some employment. And I found this to be a beautiful and marvelous encounter, because you're just not allowed to look at the mill worker as a person who doesn't have work and who's like, it's not that hierarchy. There's a sense of great personhood, a sense of great equality that Bombay definitely had. There's an egalitarianism about the city that is not easy to obtain in other places, where Praveen Ghag could think about, like, this girl seems to be purposeless. Let me give her some purpose by giving her some job. Not that, oh, this middle class person must always think of others as having lack and I will fulfill that lack, right? So I think these are some amazing encounters that help you to look at others as themselves. Of course, Datta Ishwalkar, who was the leader of that movement, he was a marvelous, most brilliant man. He really knew how to, as a political being, he knew how to bring people together. Like Datta would never let you go once you are in that community. So for years, even after I stopped going so regularly for the meetings and stopped shooting, he would say, he would call me up. हाँ पारोमिता, क्या कर रहे हैं कल? आते हैं क्या, एक बहुत अच्छा मराठी नाटक है. तब मेरे को मगर मराठी नहीं ना आता है, मुझे नहीं आना है. तो क्या हुआ, कैसे सीखोगे, आओगे नहीं तो. That thing that's like, then I would complain to my friend that now Datta is making me come for this Marathi play. She say yeah, because he always will keep you connected to him, because and even every time there would be any like celebration of the union anniversary, अभी क्या है पारोमिता, तुमको आना पड़ेगा क्योंकि तुम शुरू से जुड़े हो ना, तो तुमको आना पड़ेगा. Actually, what is he doing? He is making sure the community around it is barkarar, right? There's a lot to learn from somebody of this kind, and the trust with which he makes people. He asks people, "You have to be with me." It's beautiful. So I learned a lot from watching such people. Their affection. One time I got locked up in the mill. Right, I was shooting in the mill because where all the reconstruction started happening in the mill. I went to Phoenix. There was a protest inside. There should be one place called the Bowling Company, which opened in Phoenix Mills. And the workers went into protest. So मैं भी उनके साथ अंदर चली गई कि अरे वाह, मुझे मिल के अंदर शूटिंग करने का चांस मिल गया. Then I got so carried away. I kept on shooting. वो सारे चले गए मोर्चा वाले. And I was only whole and soul in the mill shooting alone. And there was this moment where I was taking a shot and there was a very tall, burly man walking towards me. And I thought, okay, once he exits frame, then I will cut the camera. I cut the camera and there he was standing right next to me saying, "Who are you? Why are you shooting?" So he took away my camera and they locked the mill gate, and then 20 people gathered around me and started heckling me. "Who are you? Why are you shooting?" So I got very terrorized and they took my tape. But somehow I had the most bizarre thought. How can I just give them my tape? How can I extract something in return? So I said, the tape is very expensive. You can't just take my tape away like that. And those were such innocent times that he said, "How much is it for?" And I said, 1,800 rupees. So he gave me 1,800 rupees cash and he took my tape.
Wow.
Okay. So then I was let out. And then I was like trembling. Suddenly then, like उस time में बहुत मैंने bravado दिखा दिया, पर निकल के मेरे को रोना आ गया. I got scared. And then I went looking for the morcha and had gone काफी आगे. And then when they saw me, they were like, "Where were you? We were searching for you." So then I said, "Oh, this man got me. This happened to me. That happened to me." So they all went back to the mill and there was a very big fight in the Ruya's office. And then they took the money from me and threw it and said, "Ye dekho, he gave her money for her tape," and all. Then he returned the tape to me. Then I was taken to the police station and I lodged on in Delisle Road police station. I lodged one complaint. And I've forgotten the inspector's name, but he was like, "Kya karte, madam? Why did you go in? And all, you should stay with the group, na," and all that. Okay. All this happened. That guy, the security person who caught me, I've forgotten his name, but it was the same as the name of some very famous gangster. Anyway, there must have been some journalist over there. So one news item came in the paper. Filmmaker Paromita was like locked inside the mill, thoda bada chadha ke. Not very much, but thoda sa bada chadha ke. And all this was done to her. And this man, the security head, was named. His Ashwini. Anyway, it was the name of a famous gangster. He had the exact same name. ठीक है, वो तो पेपर में आ गया, टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया में. वो किसी ने पढ़ के मेरी मम्मी को फोन किया कि आपकी बेटी के साथ तो ये हो गया, द गैंगस्टर. My mother called me up and said, "What are you doing and what is happening?" And I'm like, "Mummy, it's not the same person. It's not the gangster." Anyway, next thing I got a call from Datta Ishwalkar. हाँ, क्या कर रही है कल? मैं आता हूँ. हाँ. Then he came. मटन बनाना, मैं आता हूँ. He came. And then he's chatting with me for quite a long time. So I said, "Datta, why have you come so far to Andheri?" And he said, "नहीं, मुझे लगा बेटी को डर लग गया होगा." He just came to make me feel that I'm not alone in this. We are with you. It's beautiful, right?
It's amazing, and it's gone.
Yeah.
So much of this.
Yeah, it was beautiful. Then the court case. With all that we made police complaint, I forgot about it. Suddenly, after some 8 or 10 years, I got a phone call. I was not even in the country. Okay, I'm constable or whatever. Some person was sent to look for me. Basically, बुलावा, you have to come for the court hearing. ठीक है. फिर हम लोग court hearing गए. We had to go to the court which is in Parel. I'm forgetting the name of that area. Anyway, we went there. That courtroom is like a filmy courtroom. And then you go in there and you're waiting, then your turn doesn't come, all that drama happens, and I get fed up, and I don't have a lawyer. Then I'm calling up Datta, and Datta is getting me one lawyer who does stuff for the union. All that is happening. Finally, another day when they say, okay, the case is not going to be heard today. And then I get very angry and I said that, what is this? You're keeping on making me come here. And, every time your client is not coming, and that's why I have to go back to Andheri and all. So he said, what do you mean? The client is here. So then I saw the man who had apprehended me and locked me in the mill. And I said, oh, you look very different. Because obviously some 10 years had passed, he had become older and grey haired. And he said, हाँ मैडम आप भी थोड़ा मोटे हो गए हो तब से.
Oh, God.
Then finally when our case came for hearing, it was so filmy. I was coached that you have to say you don't remember anything. So I had to have full and it's that nice kacheri wala court. No, it wasn't like some of the courts and now you just stand in front. So I had to go into that stand like in a movie and then say, okay, is this the man who apprehended you? Pata nahi, bahut time ho gaya. I can't remember anything. Was it in this mill? I think so. Like, I had to do this full performance of not remembering. Judge also knows you are pretending. Everybody knows it's a theatre. Then the case was like, Kharij Karod. Do you want to pursue this case, madam? No, I don't want to pursue it. Okay. Then we came outside. Then that man and I shook hands and they took a photo of us, the people from there. And I'm just saying that I would not have had all these experiences if I had just stayed in my own, neighborhood, so to speak.
Cocoon.
Yeah. So there's all this like going here and there. Actually, these are not again categorizable experiences. They don't amount to a final outcome. But they make you pretty cheery about the world, right? Like, this man caught me, but later on I don't... Like, it's very funny. And it's also just very normal, ordinary. It makes the diversity of the world very appealing and ordinary. So yeah, I think that being able to go here and there and also be without an agenda is quite important to becoming yourself, so to speak.
And also, I think not tying yourself up to frames of looking at the world, like that beautiful story about Praveen Ghag and what he said to you. I can think of people today who would be offended if that was said to them, and yet you can understand where he is coming from, and you can have that.
Yeah, I wasn't offended. I was a bit outraged that he thinks I'm useless, but I understood where he's coming from, and I found it funny at the same time. So. Yeah, I think that today people don't encounter each other across difference in a... Like, how should we describe these encounters? I don't want to falsely say that our inequalities vanished, but we existed in some egalitarian space. That's all I will say. That where our differences remained, our differences were acknowledged, but they were not overemphasized. They were not overburdened. There was no disingenuousness in our interactions. But there was a way in which we were people to each other. And that was awesome. Another thing that happened while I used to go to those spaces was that my friends who were the union leaders, the women who were union leaders, Meena Menon, whom you might have seen in Unlimited Girls, so they were like, you should wear salwar kameez, like you should dress modestly. But at 21, 22, you're a little bit like also feel like, what, I don't want to wear salwar kameez and it's fake and all. But only once I got to know everybody, then I began to wear jeans and then slowly I began to wear shorts. But everybody accepted it because by then they knew me. They didn't, like it was different for the union leaders. They had to be in a certain, but it was not, they didn't expect me to be anybody but me. Like they didn't falsely imagine that I was someone else. They're not, so there's a sophistication, right? In every human being. You encounter people from very different backgrounds than you as their sophisticated selves. So it changes how you look at people.
So I want to ask now about Agents of Ishq. Though we did discuss it last time, but let's talk a bit again. And I'm struck by this paragraph that you wrote about it, where you said, importantly, Agents of Ishq is about experience. It is not in a problem-solution frame, but rather looks at journeys we are making as sexual people, what we need to make these journeys possible, safe, pleasurable, meaningful, autonomous, yet collective. Agents of Ishq pieces are also rooted in Indian context, and they should not use jargon or diagnostic language like problematic or a superior tone. The pieces should have a spirit and language of sharing. Stop quote. And yeah, problematic is a word that triggers me a little bit, much like neoliberal, but let's not go there. But tell me about Agents of Ishq, that it's almost like this venture It is not a project like you make a film, you made a film, it's over, it's done with, you move on. But it's a venture, it's like having a baby. So tell me about, what made you do this and what has that journey been like? What are your learnings?
I mean, I think this I might have said before that Agents of Ish started, of course, as a response to the Delhi gang rape, to the response to the Delhi gang. Like it was a response to the responses to the Delhi gang rape, where I felt like there was a lot of language about, oh, like young women saying that I'm not safe to go out, and this excessive like sense of the external world as dangerous, and that men would now protect women from this external danger. So I found that language obviously very casteist, very gendered, while seeming to be progressive and like I felt it was too much about women's safety, not enough about women's freedoms. So how can we actually talk about these things? And in parallel, there was a rise of this kind of YouTube creator thing like AIB and others. But I felt like a lot of the stuff is too broish, and it's all about mocking people who don't know and not about helping people. So some of my annoyance with all of that made me feel like, well, I'm going to make something that will like help people and tell them, and it can be fun and it can be Indian. And there was, of course, I remember there was like, was it Vagabomb? There was like, it was the women's thing of Scoop Whoop. So there were all these online platforms that have perhaps come and gone, but they're very Americanized, in the way that they're talking about life. So वो सब चीज़ से मुझे frustration थी. And I had wanted to try out something on the internet for long. Like I wanted to do an online project. Like what will it be like? So it just sort of came together. It happened. And initially, as you know, the project was very much about creating content that would be diverse and funny, but it would be content we would be creating. But because people started writing in saying that they wanted to share their own experiences, which I find is, again, like what I said about meeting Praveen Ghag and Datta Ishwarkar, encountering the incredible sophistication of human beings, that they looked at that aesthetic and they knew my story will belong here. We didn't say it, they decided it themselves. And when the stories started coming in, there were a few. We were not geared for it, but we managed, we edited, we illustrated. But it started growing in number, and now it is such a lot, right? So that we had to create a whole section of the team to just edit those narratives and create those pieces of work. Now, I think what is really important is that these stories allow you to see that there are many, many renditions of any position or any way of being. There's no one correct way of being sexually liberated. Second is that as people have experiences, they do make mistakes and they do come to a wisdom from their own living. So to be able to share that experience with a certain, not victim or blame or like the victim aggression mode or the continuous reiterations of trauma that you see, that was not the mode in which we wanted to receive stories, nor the mode in which we did receive the stories. I think like people would talk about their tough experiences, but also talk about how they worked through them and what they have learned from that experience. People also spoke about their joyful sexual experiences and what that has taught them about themselves. People wrote about discovering that they are kinky quite on their own without any external really example of that life, right? I think this started to teach us something. I mean, I never thought Agents of Ishq would go on and on for so many years. And I had always imagined it as a 2-year project. But now in year 8, it was really that I understood, oh, this is much bigger than what I think it is. Actually, I don't know everything about this. And there's a lot to discover and learn. So actually, for me, it has been a learning journey of trying to understand what it is people want, what it is people's lives are like, allowing myself to be vulnerable to that not knowing and to receive and make sense of and then put out what I think and work with colleagues and work with teams that also contribute to making sense of these things. So I think that finally Agents of Ishq resolved a discomfort I had with the documentary form of people just going in and doing something with others, and it became a co-creation space that has been beautiful, right? What I find remarkable is that, like I said before, people's capacity to read aesthetic and know what it means. They understand. This is a place where I can be complex, I can be nuanced, I can be pleasure positive, I can speak about my resilience and my trauma side by side. I don't have to be one or the other. So this is great that people know it. That means it is knowable for people. What the mainstream keeps telling you that no, you have to tell people everything is not true. So that's a learning for us. People have written in saying things like, there have been some remarkable pieces, like say even the piece that we ran today from a trans woman who was a sex worker for some time. And actually how she met this man who said, I want to be your savior, but she didn't like his saviorism. And this is such an incredible journey. It's not fitting in any box.
It's a great piece. I'll link it from the show notes. Just read it this morning.
So there's this. Then we had a piece where a woman wrote in saying that, during Me Too, I retrospectively understood that series of dates I went on with some man I met online had really been rape. But I don't feel like I want to respond to it I want to acknowledge that this happened to me, but I don't feel like a victim in the traditional sense who needs a certain kind of redress. So where is the space for my experience in the discourse? And I'm like, how do we put this out without it creating a reaction or saying that we don't want to invalidate the person who has gone through violent experience, but how do we give space to this person's experience? It took very long for us to edit that piece together. So our process is that we edit the piece on email, obviously, and we only publish a mutually agreed upon draft. So we should also feel what we want is when the piece comes out, it should not automatically polarize experience, but make people open to listening. So it takes quite some time with the more complex pieces. So I think then there was a great piece by a therapist about the relationships people celebrate in the therapy room, which they would never mention outside. Maybe a relationship with a married person, which traditionally you might say the person is suffering, but they may feel I don't. I mean, I'm happy with this thing that I have. We had a piece from a young woman saying, she wrote us actually just a fan letter. I want to say thank you to AOI because it allows me to be confused comfortably. And it tells me it's okay to be confused and figure it out, especially because there are so many conversations about red flags in relationships, which make me feel like a bad feminist. So, I'm, of course, the original dirty postcards person who was like, do you want to write a piece for Agents of Ishq about this? So as soon as I saw her email, I was like, thank you, we're so happy to get it, but would you like to write a piece for us about it? And she wrote this really good essay about how the nature of our relationship is different from what people say red flags and green flags should be. There's another piece. This is not a piece, but this is something somebody said to me after hearing a podcast about Agents of Ishq. And then they said that it was a trans man who said to me that, it's so confusing since I listened to your podcast. I have been remembering a man that I had a relationship with before I transitioned. And I have been longing for him. And this is very, very conflicting for me because I don't want to remember that self. But what do I do with what? And I just thought I want to thank you for even sharing this story with me because it is experiential and it accommodates all your realities, right? You're saying that I don't really want to think about that body. That body was not my home. This body is my home for me. But still that thing happened to me. But to remember that thing, I have to remember that body. So now how should I accommodate this experience, right? So I think really the latitude, it is not knowable to you what is going to come next. So hence, I think that like a child, as you correctly said, I sometimes feel like, oh, I'm tethered to this. I'm tied to this. I have to look after this baby. I would like to be off doing residencies and writing erotic fiction, but I have to be here and manage this thing. But I think it's because one of the reasons I have been doing it for so long is because it has taught me so much, and it has taught me all that I didn't know is there, right? And yeah, I think I do feel that it gives people a lot of solace. I think Agents of Ishq does give people solace. It makes them feel it's okay to be themselves. That's very important to me, right? It's a solace I wanted for myself, and I didn't really get a lot of it. I got it from my friends and others, but I don't think that the world easily gave that solace. I found that solace in poetry, in music, in daydreaming, in friendships. So I guess I'm just trying to put that back out. But people are making it even more than that, on their own. So I feel it's not such a simple relationship to just walk away from.
in one of your recent columns, you spoke about the difference between programming and curation. And I'm just thinking that what you're doing here is, in a sense, an act of curation, that you're bringing together people and pieces and creating the space where everything comes together. And I think curation is an incredibly culturally important task in these times, because earlier what would happen is when the mainstream dominated everything, your curation would really be a collection of the mediocre. I remember in India in the 1980s, I would discover music by seeing the annual Grammy Awards telecast at, oh, these are the songs that have won and all. And luckily, I had friends, so I could get my own mixtapes, and there were different kinds of curation happening. But in modern times, one, we are inundated by content. Two, there is a recency bias to the content, in the sense that, again, Jonathan Haidt once remarked that most of what we consume, despite all of human knowledge and creation being available to us, most of what we consume was produced in the last 3 days. It's just scroll and scroll, swipe. That's just how it's kind of working. And I think a curator's role is incredibly important in that regard. I mean, I remember 15 years back where I used to post 5 times a day on my blog, India Uncut. There were people who would write in and say that, hey, I've been living in New Zealand all this time, and I don't read any of the Indian newspapers. I just read what you are posting because that's all I need to stay in touch. And not trying a humble brag here, I of course stopped that, and there was a paucity of anyone doing any kind of curation.
No, I used to also
And
love going to your blog, of course. Yeah.
oh wow,
I
thank
used
you
to play
so
the
much.
crossword, I told you.
Oh, I didn't know that. Wow. Okay. So, oh, I feel seen. So, but, and in that sense, I think what you are doing in this particular space, there is absolutely nobody doing what you are doing. And I feel that this role of a curator per se is so much more bigger than the role of a creator. Not to, I mean,
Yeah. I mean, the role of creation is also curation, because you're curating experience, curating a sense impression. But the act of curation in this way, which is to say that I'll attribute value to something. It's the act of attributing value, right? Like my favorite, one of the many favorite things that I often use as a phrase to explain is "Badli teri nazar to nazare badal gaye." That thing that you say, hey, if you just look at it this way, you'll see something else.
which is from a song written by your grandfather, I
Well,
think.
composed by my grandfather.
Composed by your
Yeah,
grandfather.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
there you go.
I think Raja Mehdi Hassan is the lyricist. But I think also, the tagline on my email is "Hum hai deewane phir kaisa dar," which is from an R.D. Burman song. And I think, like, actually, if I think about it, for me, Hindi film songs are my full education. Actually, because the educational system didn't offer me what I needed, I got it from the Hindi film songs. It was around me all the time. So I see the Hindi film song very differently than other people see it, right? Because it gave me so much. So it created a relationship not only of love, but of value. That is why the way that you remember names of books, and I'm like, shit, yaar, mujhe kyun nahi koi bhi, I don't remember any book I've read. But I can quote lines from songs freely, because actually they didn't form my worldview. They give like tangibility to my worldview.
And
My
a language.
Language. Yeah, it gave me like an emotional language. And I thought, like, oh, it's so insightful. I find it so insightful, right? So I think in some ways, I simply wanted to make more things that would help people do that, right? Like, because you only do that which you know. Actually, you don't do unknown things in a certain way. You go into different forms, but you're always doing the thing which you have learned. So that's what I learned, and that's what I want to render in a way, right? That learning. So I think just the way that the Hindi film song archive is abundant, it's gigantic, it's uncategorizable, it is contradictory, everything is happening, right? So it is curating all of human experience into itself. And in a sense, Hindi films were often linear and curating this idea of the nation into a homogenous thing. And the song was coming and disrupting that completely. And that's why we remember the song and we don't remember the film mostly. So I feel also that when you curate, or when somebody takes that curation can be badly done also. People do very bad curation. But yes, and curation is actually like a love relationship. It is saying that, yes, hum hai deewane, to I don't care. Mujhe tum अच्छे लगते हो ना. I am going to put this in my thing here. So, yeah, I mean, once I was curated into a show, and there was a dinner afterwards, and one of the people from the organization that had supported the curation said to me, so how do you feel being in a show? You must be feeling good now to be in such a big show. And I became like, baraf barsana agar kuch hota hai to I did it. And I was just thinking, like, how can you talk to me like that? Like, I said to her that first, it was not the first time I've been in a big show. And I also don't understand how you can talk to me as if I'm nothing and your gaze has made me something. Actually, the curator and the curated give each other meaning, right? Because actually, when I see the thing that makes my worldview known, I'm like, "Arey, now I can explain to you what I'm trying to say. This person has made this piece of work or told this story or written this poem. And अगर ये देखोगे तो तुम समझ जाओगे कि मैं क्या कहना चाह रही हूँ." So I think that actually for me curation, and I like the idea that curation and cure are connected.
A very Ganesh Devi kind of thought, as it were. One of the I have a section in my notes here which is about memes, because you have originated so many memes like "Bor mat kar yaar," "Men with beards," and one of your
सब कुछ जला दूंगी is
"Sab kuch
another
jala
one.
dungi," and one of your memes, of course, is "Life is short," where you said that whenever you say no to things because you just remind yourself life is short.
Yeah.
And like I said, I was reading Faye Weldon's book today, and one of her mottos is an elaboration of that: "Life is short, the grave is long, just do it." and and I want to now push back against this cliche and say that and talk about how friends of mine have been trying to convince me that life is no longer so short, right? There is now a lot of literature about longevity. There are great books by David Sinclair and Peter Attia making the credible argument that not only can our lifespan now expand to perhaps 120. Like friends of mine argue that anyone who's 50 today will live till 120.
I don't think I will, but okay.
Yeah, but at first, my first thought is one of fear. Because I have seen people decline in their 70s. My dad, the way he declined and lost his memory and became a shadow of himself. And I'm like, I don't want to live 40 years like that. But what one is convinced is that no, you can have healthy, productive lives till well past 100. It might seem outrageous today, but advances in medical science and all of that are actually making it quite likely. And the more I read about it, the more I find that credible. And at one level, it then changes the way you look at life. Because if I think that I have 20 productive years to go, or if I think I have 50 productive years to go, it completely changes the way that I think about the world and think about the things I want to do now. And it might even, though in my case it doesn't, in most cases it wouldn't, but it might even change how you define success, how you define your goals, how you define happiness, all of that. So I sort of want to, use that as a spur to kind of ask you about how have you changed your notion of happiness, of success, and maybe looking ahead. Like if you did have 50 productive years in front of you, and I really hope you do, then how do you kind of think about that? I mean, it's almost a contradictory question, because I think one way of thinking about happiness is that you embrace the present moment and don't try to go too far ahead. So obviously, looking 50 years ahead or 20 years ahead doesn't make so much of a difference there. But I think what I'm broadly kind of getting at in my usual inarticulate way is how has your thinking about things like happiness, success, who you were, how has all of this changed as you've entered your 50s?
I think it's changed in many ways. It's changing, rather, I would say. It's in the process. And I'm also curious about observing myself to understand what is it that I really want right now. I think the life is short thing, it's like, why does life feel short? Because you're having fun. So no need to see something that will make life feel long. I would say let life actually be long,
You can
but
have a
not
short
feel that way.
You can have a short life for 50 more years.
Yes. So, I mean, even when we are working and editing and creating pieces, and people are always like, should it be 500 words? Should it be 300 words? And I'm always like, well, it's the internet. It can be as long as it needs to be, but not longer than it needs to be. That's the real thing, right? Like, as long as it's interesting, it's the length it needs to be. I think, like, in terms of when you're young, and you don't have that many ways to do the work that you want to do, you try to do as much as you can, and wherever you get a chance, you do it. But I think two things happen. One is, of course, you're expressing yourself, articulating yourself, but you are also doing whatever it is possible. At least I am that person, that जो हो सकता है मैं वो करती हूँ, and I don't like hanker कि I will only make that one great film. Like, I convert almost any opportunity into the thing that I want to do with it. So to that extent, there is a question in me about myself and how able I am to directly say, not indirectly, which is what I think I do, but directly say, this is what I want. I think like after a lifetime of feeling that I won't really be, I'm often not understood in the beginning. With every project, I have had that experience that people don't know what the hell I'm talking about because it's not quite been done. And sometimes I don't have the glibber way of explaining it, right? Like I'm like unnecessarily truthful and serious about it. So then I feel कि नहीं नहीं समझेंगे लोग, मैं ये करूँगी तो नहीं नहीं होगा. So then it becomes a habit कि जो आप चीज़ मांगोगे आपको नहीं मिलेगी. So does that mean that you stop saying out to yourself the thing you want? I feel that this time in my life is about saying to myself very clearly the thing I fear to say. I mean, and I can feel that I fear it because it's trembling somewhere here. Like when I sit with myself and I say, okay, if you could do one thing right now, what would that thing be? And the fact that I don't say anything tells me that there's something I deeply want, which I'm fearful to say to myself. So it's very important for me to find out that answer actually
Do you
right
know that
now.
answer?
I'm not sure. Like, see, the thing is, if I could say it to you, I could say it to me, right? So I think that it must be something that's very deep, deeply needed by me, that I feel I could be rejected for, or I won't get it, or it's calling up my biggest fears, my fear that I won't be able to do it, and my fear of failing, my fear of boring people, my fear of not really being good, all that is coming, like it's the thing that is stopping it from like coming out of me and saying it. But I want to find that thing. I feel like now is the time not to express it haste खेलते, but to express it seriously. Because I think I'm not thinking जो हंसते खेलते किया वो गलत था. I wanted to do those things. Like if I think about Unlimited Girls, I recently watched it at a screening and I was like, how, what was that? Like, how did I do this? Like, what possessed me to think that I could do this? But I just did it. Like, I wasn't really thinking about it and I did it. Even if I see Cosmopolis, which is a very tiny film, and getting dressed up like Annapurna and roaming around in fountain and cutting ribbons outside Mahesh lunch home and all, like, whatever was I thinking? But so I was doing the things I wanted to do. But I think now you have something to lose also, now after a certain point. And so I think, yes, in seriousness, in earnestness, I want to find out what it is I wish to do. And I know some things about it. Like I know that I want it to be very beautiful. I know I want it to be very emotional. I want it to be like everything I do is sincere, but I want it to be very, very truthful. Like just very truthful thing. I want to make some one thing which is very truthful. I don't know what that thing is going to be. So I think that certainly my idea of wanting has changed in that way to something else. My idea of happiness has not changed per se, but my relationship with happiness has become of something similar, of being able to do things quite intentionally that will make me feel happy, because I think that I have become disconnected from that. That earlier I used to be much more unthinkingly happy, and now there is some burdensomeness. And I feel that burdensomeness has got something to do with the outside world being too much in my head.
Maybe you're being too thinky.
Maybe I'm being too thinky or wrongly thinky. But yeah, I agree with you. I think that there's a lot of pause and a lot of you. I think that you can become very surrounded by, and with social media especially, what other people think of you. I think that it used to make me anxious in a different way before. And today it doesn't make me anxious, but it makes me feel a bit like there's not enough dark spots in which to go and just adventure away. Like there's not a safe space to be adventurous. It's that kind of a feeling, right? So actually it is partly that you feel you have something to lose, so that does stop you from just being like kuch bhi kar lenge. um Partly it is that there are so many responsibilities, so many things that happen as you grow older, that I don't have enough fallow time to let these things come to the surface. So I think my relationship with happiness would be to be able to have more fallow time to do like things with no purpose. वो नहीं होता है. So I think that my relationship with happiness has become that how to be in a place where you are not being purposeful. And I find that quite hard to find. I also think that I understand more than ever, but although I always felt that way, and I'm saying it's more like a coming back to something than a going to a new place. That relationships with people are very, very important. Building community is an important thing. I think most of us have kind of fallen off that wagon a little bit. In the last few years, I don't think that there's enough community spaces. So I think, like, for me, my idea of happiness, I agree. I accept and I understand that it's linked to that I want community and I feel I don't have it. And I'm trying very hard to think about what I need to do to have it. Because वो अपने आप तो ऐसे नहीं होगी ना. I'll also have to do something. I'll have to find it. So these are some of the things. Idea of success, I think my idea of success when we last spoke was so much more idealistic. Like and that idea holds. But I also do think that there is some meaning to being to having worldly success. I didn't used to find it so meaningful before, but I kind of find it a little meaningful now. And I'm quite curious to whether it is possible for me or not. It may not be, but I'm curious if it is.
I'm certain it can be, but it also depends on how one defines worldly success, I guess, and what that constitutes. But I'm sort of surprised that you should talk about the fear of what you have to lose, because I think what you have you cannot lose, and what you could lose is not worth having, in the sense that you cannot possibly lose your credibility, or the affection people have for your work, or no matter what risk you take. I mean, you will be appreciated for those risks. So I don't get that.
I think that, I guess I mean, I guess what I'm really saying is that, in some ways that I feel like what is missing in my life is this island of self relationship with self, which used to be there all the time. And then if you were in continuous communication with yourself. But I feel that I'm a little bit far away from me right now. So I'm searching for ways to find me again, which will help me to do something without that fear, right? Like I think you fear losing something when you feel you don't have something. And what I don't have right now is that me, which I always feel like will take me somewhere. And I think that, for instance, I was telling you earlier that before we recorded about how I finally wrote a long piece after a long time. And for me, that was tough because I never have had trouble writing. But the fact that my mind felt scattered, that I couldn't bring myself into a place where I could just write that long piece was very upsetting for me because I felt that maybe I can't. Maybe of course, I am very hard on myself. I hold myself to very high standards. So that makes it more and more difficult for me to do things as time goes by. But I think that, like, actually, I have to return to somebody who has nobody, which is my starting nature, right? Like, because I was so used to not being accepted or really thought about. I won't say it was unaccepted, but like I just didn't figure in people's calculations, right? So इसलिए मैं साइड से अपना अपना कुछ कर लेती थी. I think like वो चीज़ थोड़ी मुझे मुश्किल हो रही है to find that place again and to find that me again. So I'm not very sure how I can find that me again at this age, where now whatever you have been and you have pushed yourself into people's line of sight. So in a way you wanted them to see you, but now when they see you, you feel like, oh, I'm feeling a little trapped under that gaze and how should I go into a dark place again? I think these are some of the conflicts that people have when they're trying to create something. And I'm not very sure what that pathway is going to be for me. I'll find it. I always do. But yeah. I do a thing that has changed in me, which is not part of the questions, which I have noticed with I'm very surprised by it. And I don't know what it means, but I have made a lot of friends. I have lost a lot of friends in my life. And that's why my view of friendship is extremely serious and deep and committed, because I know it's a very serious relationship in which many awful things happen. And in the past, when I felt rejected by friends, it used to be I was devastated by it. And I used to feel cancelled. right? Because some friend has stopped being my friend. And even if some time would go by and I would contextualize it and say that, okay, it wasn't fair that my friend stopped being friends with me in this fashion, or they should have done this, that, or the other. Now I find that I am actually not that easily devastated by those things. And that recently I have had like a silent friendship breakup where, your friend breaks up with you without telling you that they're breaking up with you. And I think what I found most intriguing in myself was that instead of being devastated and crying and hurt and wounded, which is my normal way, I was just very coldly angry. Like, what the fuck is this way of behaving? Is all I thought, right? And I thought, like, fine. Like, I'm not okay with this. It's dishonorable. I remember thinking that word. It's dishonorable behavior. And so it's okay. And after some time, I felt a bit sad to not have that friend in my life. But I didn't feel devastated as I would have in the past. So I think it's interesting. It's like a kind of stronger sense of self. Um, and also more detached sense of self, but at the same time a far more, it's a more powerful sense of self, right? Like, it's a more powerful you that can accept rejection. Like, I'm not saying that I feel that my friend is bad. I even say that, okay, I quite get that they are rejecting me for something about me that they found unpalatable but didn't feel they can tell me. But it would have destabilized me a lot in the past. Now I find it quite okay to accept that somebody may not like me. Like, that I think is quite unexpected for me. Since I'm a person who has always felt so outside of everything, actually being liked by my friends and being loved by people has been very important for me because it's not something that I had. And that is why it used to also devastate me because I used to feel everything will be destroyed. Now I finally became a bit normal, and now I'm not going to be normal anymore, is how I felt, right? But now, oddly, I didn't feel it. So I found that very, like, I found it curious about myself. And I feel like I don't really know the new me properly. I have to get to know this person a bit.
Well, I mean, all fascinating. Thank you for sharing so much. And you have plenty of time to get the new you properly now that we have established that. So, my final question for the day, and what I end with for all my guests these days, though I didn't do it on the last time we recorded because that was long, long ago. For me and my listeners, I'd like you to recommend books, films, music which have meant a lot to you, and you just love them so much you want to share them with everyone.
This is a horrible thing to do to me because I just told you I never remember anything. But I'll tell you some films that I love that I remember, right? Like, so this is a very favorite film of mine. It's very hard to find, but I think it may be on YouTube. And it's called Chronicle of a Summer. And it's by a documentarian called Jean Rouch. And I really love this film. It is a film set in the summer of 1960 in Paris, and it's just uh, a few people that the filmmaker follows. And it's one of those early anthropological type of films. And so actually the filmmaker brings together all the people who are in the film to show them a cut and films that. And that's in the film. And then he and his co-director are actually discussing the making of the film at the end of the film. So it's a very fantastic movie. I saw it in my 20s. I was totally like mind blown by it. And I couldn't find a copy till I was like in my 40s. And then I told my friend to come watch it because I was like, what if it's not as good as I remember? But it was even better than I remember. So if you can see this film, I highly recommend it. I think I love a film I love is Chalbaz, a Hindi film. So it's my
Sridevi's
recommendation.
double role.
Yes.
See, I have also seen Bollywood.
Yeah. I love a movie called Topsy Turvy by Mike Nichols. And it's a film about Gilbert and Sullivan. I don't know if you've seen it, but oh my God, it's an incredible film. I would love to be able to make a film like that. A poet I have recently, I'm sorry I can't tell you these are books that I love so much because I really can't remember when I'm asked. Like, but a poet whom I recently discovered, whom I really like a lot, is someone called Chen Chen. And their latest book is called Your Emergency Contact is Having an Emergency.
Wow.
They're a queer poet. And the first poem I read by Chen Chen was called I Love You to the Moon and Back. And then I began following them on Instagram. And I simply love this poet and love their persona online and their poems. Yeah. So I would heartily recommend that people should read Chen Chen. I love the Hindi film lyricist Rajendra Krishan, because he's so good natured and modern and uses all these kind of technological metaphors. And there's a great song by him which goes, प्यार के जहाँ की निराली सरकार है, मोहब्बत के थाने में ये दिल थानेदार है. And every verse after that is some other such system, like प्यार के स्कूल में हर कोई फेल है, हर कोई पास है, type of thing. And then there's a beautiful line in the song which goes that, like, प्यार का post office, whatever. And then it's like, नजरों के something के तीर हैं, नजरों के तार हैं. So that idea that, telegraphing thing. So I think Rajendra Krishan is a very everybody loves Sahil Ludhianvi, right? Like, basically. But I think Rajendra Krishan is a very, like, cheerful lyricist that we should read.
And what you said just reminded me of Baba Sehgal's immortal line, Dil ki gaddi pyar da junction dabba khali rahe.
Well, it's a great line.
It's a great line. Yeah, I love that guy.
So, I mean, I think, so yeah, I would want people to go back and rediscover some of, like, Rajendra Krishan's songs. And you know what was so cool about Rajendra Krishan was that he won the jackpot at the races once. And he became hugely rich with the jackpot. So he was kind of famous. And apparently he was also a very cheerful man who always served good whiskey and didn't have the usual poetic angst. So I'm fascinated by this character.
The happy artist.
Yes,
Who would have thunk?
The happy artist, exactly. That to a guy. I want to recommend a Hindi film called Ek Thi Ladki, which is fine on YouTube. It took me many years to find it. It's one of the first comedies made, and it starred a woman called Meena Shori, and it has a song that goes Lara Lappa Laya Rakta, which is a kind of war of the sexes song. And again, I like one line in it which goes, आजकल के gentleman खाली जेब मटकते नैन. So, I mean, my list of things is not going to edify you, but it will give you lots of fun, I guess.
That's exactly what I want.
Yeah. So, I mean, I know that if I really think about it, I'll think of other things, but right now, that's what I got.
Paromita, thank you so much. This has been such a delightful conversation. Thank you.
Oof. It was very bad, na? I mean, I think one of the things that I feel is that, talking about feminism and the way that feminism has become such a kind of catchword now, and that I don't think that people really, when they're talking about feminism online, very often they have not engaged with its diversities. They are not reading a lot. Like, so Sonal Shukla, who's one of the feminists I interviewed in Unlimited Girls, she says this thing, right? That, any subject in the world, if you want to be speaking about it authoritatively, you would have to read, you have to learn about it. But with feminism, you feel that because you're a woman and you have some feelings about things, therefore you can make statements about stuff. So I do find it a little bit dispiriting that despite the internet, there will be the same 5 books in every feminist book list, and a very narrow gauge through which we are understanding feminism. So I think that more and more, the way that I think about the idea of feminism and would like to propagate the work around feminism is through the idea of a poetic feminism. Feminism is a deep journey with the self. Even the questions you're asking about how can men be different, what are we really saying? What is your relationship with yourself as a man? Like, who are you as a person when you are not a man? And what kind of person would you have been if you had not grown up with these ideas of gender? Where's the space of reflection for that? And I think feminism really gets to the heart of that to some extent. When it says that the personal is political, what it's really saying is the self and the world are in interplay all the time. And how can we reflect on this? And that is why I think, like, whether it's Agents of Ishq, whether it is even talking about the idea of love, whether it's poetry, Hindi film songs, all of these different things, I think what they combine to allow me to do is to think of feminism poetically, and therefore my own life poetically, right? Which allows its meanings to continuously change even for yourself.
This is fascinating, and it also reminds me of something I discussed with Mukulika Banerjee, in fact, in the episode with her where she was talking about her mom. And if you look at her mom through the lenses of today, she would seem like a fairly traditional woman. But within the bounds of the times that she was living in, she did some pretty radical things. I mean, throughout history, you find women who are finding ways to negotiate the spaces around them and live their lives and, grab whatever freedoms they can to the best that they can. And there is a feminism in that, even if they are still under the stultifying impact of patriarchy, as it were.
No, absolutely. I think, like, the thing about feminism is that it is made in the doing, right? And so like all of politics, there can't be a perfect feminism. Like politics is imperfect by definition because we're always trying to become something new. And if it's going to be perfect, that means it's often going to be static. So the idea that there are, like, if I think back to my grandmother and the fact that, yes, she was an actress that was already pretty out of the box. There may have been any number of reasons. Yes, she had a love marriage. Yes, she was separated. But it isn't about that. I often think about she had a cupboard full of beautiful saris and she had very good taste and she became a very good cook late in life. And that's this extremely self-expressive person who's actually communicating to me that the way that you are in the world is itself feminist, right? Like, I don't have to categorize her in and say, okay, she's in the feminist box. We are not, it's not like being under Harry Potter's sorting hat, you know, ki aap isme ho ya aap usme ho. So I think, yes, that's why I think this idea of poetic feminism, to think of your life itself as a poem, a feminist poem, in a sense, would allow you to be many things and allow you to make many new directions. And in fact, I think that is why it's very important to have more narratives of women's lives. Like the memoirs of women are very important because when I was talking to you about Dolly Thakur's memoir, reading it regrets none, or reading Pratima Bedi's memoir after that, what actually astonishes me about these stories is of course, very adventurous life. They're going here, there, and everywhere, doing everything. But the extreme emotional truthfulness, the striving. At the end of Dolly Thakur's memoir, she has this line where she says that, I was a person who always longed for love. And at this point in my life, I have to say, I never got it. And, after reading this extremely exuberant account of this life of living in other countries, doing many things, yes. So the way that people describe such women is to say, oh, she's so badass. And she is. But she also has this core of pain in her that I wanted to be loved in a certain way. And I don't think I ever got it. Like when I read that line, I started crying immediately. And I just thought, but that doesn't cancel out her badassery, so to speak. And there should be space for both these people. And that poetic space where your extreme pain, your loneliness, your disappointment coexists with all the things you made possible, all the adventures you had, all the other things you've made possible in the world. There should be space for both of these to be there. In Pratima Bedi's memoir, you read it and you think like, what the hell, this woman is completely amazing. She's also very selfish. She's also like, oh my God, but she's also saying that, she's recognizing her own self even as she is vain and everything else. Like, I feel the complexity of that life, that actually allows feminism to become powerful in the world. And we have to do what we can because actually there's a liberation in that for all of us.
And I don't want to generalize while saying this, but a lot of the best memoirs I've read are actually by women, whether it's the essays of Joan Didion or through Shreyana. When I recorded my episode with her, I discovered Vivian Gornick and her brilliant book, Odd Woman in the City. And it's like, my God, what writing, right?
Yes.
And here I would urge you, because I love the phrase poetic feminisms, that why don't you write a short book, like a pamphlet or a booklet, talking about just this, because I think it sounds so radical and I'd love to read what you wrote about it. And something like, Chimamanda Adichie had a very slim book on feminism. Kavita Krishnan had Fearless Freedoms. It doesn't have to be a big tome written by man with beard. But a short primer, which I'm sure many people would find useful. Will you write it?
I will write it as a song.
The form is up to you, I guess.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I think that, we render that through the memoirs of women. Or I have myself done a lot of memoir writing, short memoir pieces, and I would like to be able to do that some more because I feel like sometimes it can't actually be quantified so easily. But there is a lot of value to putting it in one place and saying that actually to lead a poetic life is what feminism is, right?
Wow. I'd love to read a memoir by you.
That I'll write. Featuring some Bengali boys. Yeah.
If you enjoyed listening to this episode, recommend it to anyone you think might be interested. Check out the show notes, enter rabbit holes at will. You can follow Paromita on Twitter at Parodevi. You can follow me on Twitter at Amit Varma, AMITVARMA. You can browse past episodes of The Seen and the Unseen at seenunseen.in. Thank you for listening. Did you enjoy this episode of The Seen and the Unseen? If so, would you like to support the production of the show? You can go over to seenunseen.in/support and contribute any amount you like to keep this podcast alive and kicking. Thank you.